awesome. That would be great.
It's
I'm not gonna
big
lie.
if true, but again, there's a lot of it's hazy what's actually happening.
It's
So
Hazda.
hazy.
Yes, it would be wonderful if it was
Yeah,
true.
we'll see.
Uh-oh, one moment. I have to take something.
You doing okay, Lactoid? Other than the water, right?
Yeah, it's just stressful day. Stressful day.
Yeah.
Had a lot of basically been driving to hardware stores all day, trying to find parts and drilling and wrenching and WD-40 up the ass. It's been a fucking day, man.
That's not where you put it.
True. So that's been my day. I've just been dealing with that shit. So it's.
I got you.
And you ever have those days? I'm curious.
Muted.
Have you ever had those days where, like, nothing's going right? Where like you twist something and something breaks, and then like you open up a drink and it sprays in your face, and like you drop food on the floor, like everything like in a row consistently. It's just like ba 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 ba.
Man, I've had weeks like that. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. But
No, I have to one up you and say I've had years like that.
well, at that point, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, right? It's no longer chance. Something you've offended fate or something, right? Like,
or maybe
offended God.
You know, maybe fate is just easily offended.
True, possible. So Erudite said she might be a little late.
Yeah.
But she'll get here when she gets here. But she said she'll be about 5 minutes.
I know her name's like Kyla on like pretty much everywhere. Do you know if she prefers how she prefers to be addressed?
I just call her Erudite, unless we're in private, and then I call her Kyla. But that's I call you all by your screen names.
By your handles, yeah.
Just best practice, in my opinion. Kilo, thank you for coming a little last minute.
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of like a mess, but I'll do my best.
No need to apologize. You're a last minute replacement. I was told about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. I saw Portland got in a car accident. Is he okay?
Yeah, it was some sort of fender bender or something. I don't know what exactly it was, but couldn't make it. So.
Okay.
There we go. You're now visible.
Okay.
Trying the Final Fantasy game before.
Fair enough.
Here.
Just for those of you who may be your first time, Lucy, I think you're the only person whose first time it is. But here's how this works. I'll introduce the topic. I'll say hi to my audience. I'll give you all brief introductions, right? And then we'll get into it. Erudite, when she gets here, we'll slot her in. But it is past the hour, and so we should start on time or close to the time as we can. So here we go. Hello. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. We have one more guest that will be joining us soon. Not so erudite. It's running a little late, but she did message me and said she'd be here in about 5 to 10 minutes. So when she gets here, we'll slot her in. But until then, we'll just go with the flow, gang. We'll go with the flow. It's been a day. We are going to talk about racial preferences in college admissions, affirmative action for colleges. This is something that has been legal for a while, but recently the Supreme Court has heard a case that might overturn the ruling that they made back in 2003 that allowed this stuff. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, whether or not we should have racial preferences in college admissions. Yeah, with that, sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. With that, we'll just get into it, and we're going to start with our friend, Double Shine. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? So, in general, my argument for affirmative action is that I think it is pretty much undoubtedly some kind of racial discrimination. So the argument is going to be whether or not there is some tangible benefit to have racial discrimination in the college system. Personally, I don't think that exists. And I think that there's also a lot of problems that are created in this pursuit for diversity, such as tokenization among the campus. You have a lot of racial divides right now between like Asian and Black Americans, where Asians are vastly disproportionately affected by affirmative action. And when you look at the like test results necessary to get into some of these like top campuses, it's outstanding. Like it really is insane how much higher an Asian has to score compared to like a Black or a Latino. So I think in general, the big thing that's up at stake as far as the Supreme Court decision goes has been the like racial check mark. So that's like you're just checking your race. But if you want to talk about your race in the form of like, oh, I was, a first generation immigrant coming to the States and my parents don't speak any English, I think all of that handled in the essay gives you a very good opportunity to show your racial diversity as well as your diversity of experience without relying on like, I'm 1/8 Native American, so I'm checking the box.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, Double, and I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Next up, that's Erudite. I'm glad you're here, but we're just doing intros right now, so just in time. Next up, Lucy, please, first time guest on my
Hello.
channel.
So
What
should
are your
I
thoughts here?
introduce myself
Yes,
first
go
before
for it,
giving my thoughts?
if you'd like.
Okay, so I'm Lucy Hadze, the biggest Polish trans streamer, or should I say probably only Polish trans streamer, which makes me the biggest by default. And I'm probably going to be giving a little bit of an outsider perspective since I'm from Poland. And the college and university admission process in Poland is quite different here. The whole schooling system is quite different in Poland than in the US. There are a lot of things that sort of work differently here. But my position basically on affirmative action is that it is a band-aid to a pretty big systemic problem that has been caused by many years of systemic discrimination. We could even take it back to slavery, to be honest. And the system of affirmative action, while a band-aid that does not really address or try to fix any of the systemic problems that are still present within US society, in my opinion, it still sort of tries to address certain inequity within the system. And as such, I think the US should not really do away with it. It's not really about, uh, in my opinion, at least meeting a racial quota, or from what I even know, the quota thing is illegal in the US, but it's more about allowing certain people from certain disadvantaged communities to get a chance at education. And from what I am aware, the affirmative action in certain ways goes even beyond race, since certain soft requirements that give you points are also given for being from a poor white communities in certain schools for sure. So I guess that's it for now.
Well, yeah, we'll get into it in the open, I am sure. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Next up, a last-minute replacement, so thank him immensely. Kilo, the giant.
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah, glad I was able to make it. I definitely have not prepared a whole lot, so I'm gonna be a little bit scattered on this. Generally speaking, I think I'm never really opposed to equity. I think there are definitely practical applications for equity. In this case, I kind of tend to agree with a lot of what Lucy said. It does feel sort of like a band-aid. It feels like we're commodifying people in sort of ways that don't really address the reasons that put us in the position of feeling like we need to do this in the first place. Um, So I would be okay with things like affirmative action if we had like a guarantee the underlying foundational issues were being addressed. Obviously, in this case, I think there are negative, like the article I'm reading from Politico says that there are negative repercussions in a lot of cases of affirmative action, in that other minority groups might be disadvantaged, such as like Asian Americans have a harder time getting admitted into certain colleges. That's like inherently a negative to me. So yeah, I'm a little bit back and forth, but generally I think probably I'm in favor of moving away from stuff like this and addressing the core issues that led us to be in the position in the first place.
Okay, well, thank you. And again, I really appreciate you coming in last minute.
Yeah.
Really helps me out. Next up, not so erudite, please.
Hi. Yeah. So, in my estimation, there are three solid arguments for affirmative action that I can kind of figure out that people make. The first one is going to be addressing education inequality. The second one is viewed as some sort of compensation or reparation. And the third one is diversity. I basically reject the last two. I'm not interested in reparations to the education system. I think that reparations in general are a really bad precedent. And diversity seems to almost never actually be the purpose behind affirmative action. One thing that is interesting to me is the question of education inequality. I believe education inequality is a serious issue in America. I think it is pretty self-evident that socioeconomic status and race are inextricably linked. Even just zip code basis of education is an important question when it comes to people's access to higher education and educational achievement. The question is, I believe education inequality exists. My question is, does affirmative action actually address it? If it does, I'm for it. If it doesn't, if it's failing to actually like have the meat behind it, then I would be wholly against it.
I guess we'll find out which it is during the course of this panel, and we can make that judgment. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Next up, Staxiums, please go ahead.
Hey, so I wrote out a little bit of, just a little bit. So, look, I certainly don't have a love for affirmative action. There are about 20 policy positions I'd advocate for to address inequality before I'd advocate for this one. But this feels like a person missing a leg, and we're debating if we should take the band-aids off, as Lucy said earlier. Band-aids are imperfect and absolutely not a forever solution, but at least it kind of stops the infection. I'm not going to be arguing that affirmative action is perfect, but that it's vaguely possible and would be bad for racial justice to revoke it. Also, Whick has already confirmed that what this argument will be about, but just to re-clarify, I'm not going to argue on the legal validity of the Supreme Court case, but just the efficacy of affirmative action.
Thank you. And we'll get into it. And last, certainly not least, the person who brought this topic to me, Lactoid. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've had a very stressful day, and I've had a little bit of wine, and I'm feeling very aggressive. And it's unfortunate because so far the takes that have been given have been pretty reasonable, and I was looking for someone who's going to defend this so I could destroy them. But I'm going to have to settle for destroying some imaginary affirmative action defender. Affirmative action is racial discrimination. There's no other way around it. By definition, you are discriminating against people based on their race. The only questions are, how pervasive is this, and is it a good thing? Well, strangely, despite 74% of Americans opposing affirmative action, it's incredibly pervasive. It's in grants, employment, and education. Unsealed data from the Harvard lawsuit indicated that without a racial affirmative action and without legacy admissions, only 31% of black student admits would have gotten into Harvard in 2019. That means without affirmative action and without legacy, which white people disproportionately benefit from, if you remove those two from the circumstances, 2/3 of black student admits in Harvard were not good enough to get into on their own merit. Asians, on the other hand, someone brought up how Asians are discriminated against. This is absolutely true. Would have seen their numbers rise by 33%. Yes, that's right. That means 1 out of 3 Asian applicants don't get into Harvard solely because of their race. Is this a good thing? Well, the data on this, I've been doing a deep dive, is incredibly mixed. A lot of data actually indicates that it's bad for cumulative GPA and performance. Some indicates that when you control for very narrow demographics, it can be good. But clearly, it's not enough to meet the test for strict scrutiny. Generally speaking, I don't think the government should be racially discriminating. I don't think it leads to good outcomes, and it's fucking racist. So,
Affirmative action, racist? I guess we'll find out tonight, gang. Okay, with that, if you have trouble getting in, just let me see your hands, and let's get into it. What do we think? What's the panel's feel? Go ahead.
Right.
Lactoid.
hit me.
Is racial discrimination always the same thing as racist?
If the government's racially discriminating, I think that's always racist, yes.
So
I have a quick follow up question. Do you feel like welfare or something is also discriminating against poor people? Because it seems like
Well, no,
yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah,
it's
exactly.
discriminating against rich people because they don't get it.
Well, but no, you're benefiting indiscriminately poor people, right? So you're like what because what you it seems like you're arguing is that it's racially targeted towards black people where they're benefiting
Yeah.
from it where they shouldn't, so that's racial discrimination. Welfare generally is benefiting poor people in ways where they wouldn't have gotten it otherwise. The government is leaning in to support them. Do you feel like they're discriminated against there?
Well, so let me be clear. The people that are discriminated against in affirmative action are primarily Asians. The data seems to indicate that it has a marginal effect on white people. It's not actually
Okay.
as much as people say, but a third of Asians are cut out because of their
Sure,
race.
sure, sure. So
Now,
you're talking about the people who are
yeah, yeah, yeah. So when I'm talking about the people who are racially discriminated against, I'm talking about the people who lose out, not the people who benefit. I would say welfare probably discriminates against rich people, but I think that's, um, although I'm against welfare generally, I think it's better to discriminate against rich people than it is to discriminate against Asians when it comes to government programs.
So, just curious for the panel, I'm curious if like affirmative action were instead to be directed towards like income based, like basically from poor communities rather than just based off of race. Would anyone have any objections to that? Because I would largely say that that would be more positive. It
No,
would be more difficult, but it would be more positive.
yeah, and in fact, I would even say that like for me, like getting rid of affirmative action and doing nothing is probably a pretty bad thing. But instead, focusing on giving resources to low income neighborhoods, even if that is predominantly Black or Hispanic neighborhoods, focusing on their K-12 education, to me that seems like all the best ways to fix the problems. I know Erudite brought up the like education inequality, which to me is I would agree is the only good argument. I don't really care about like the diversity thing.
Lucy, go ahead.
okay. So from what I've been learning about the topic, there seem to be a couple of misconceptions. One of them being that if a affirmative action candidate gets chosen, a different candidate has to lose out or be thrown away. Like that, an affirmative action candidate means that either a white person loses a spot or an Asian in this case loses a spot, and this does not seem to be the case from what I'm learning. And also, the affirmative action is actually not just a thing that starts and ends with choosing a person to be allowed to go to a school. It actually starts with things like creating materials that would attract groups that would otherwise be more hesitant to even apply to a school. It also continues with, well, not all schools do this, but it also continues with continued support to certain people. And to a degree, certain schools, because in the US, it seems that criteria for getting in are different from school to school. But from the schools that I have checked, how the distribution of the 150 points that are needed to get in are allotted, there are actually certain soft criteria that could be um, actually qualified as certain affirmative action
Okay.
methods do target poor
Uh,
white communities.
Lucy, so is it just really quickly on the
Mhm.
point of whether certain groups might be excluded as a result of affirmative action? Is it not somewhat intuitive that if a college can only admit a certain number of students per semester, that if there were a concerted effort and focus on admitting a certain demographic of students, that other ones might be inorganically negatively impacted by that?
Well, from what I know, quotas themselves are basically just illegal in the US.
They
It
will
is
tell you that
illegal
quotas don't
to.
Right.
exist, but I'm saying, isn't it intuitive that like if you can only admit so many students per semester, wouldn't it just make sense that if there were this like concerted effort to admit a certain demographic, that other demographics would then suffer as a result of that?
There are two aspects to this. on the level in which affirmative action most goes into play, usually there are, it's not like there are 15 or even 5 people fighting for the same spot from what I've been informed. And usually sorts of even special places are made for people that are deemed that they should have a chance at education. It
I
usually is not really done at an expense of some other. It's not treated
I
as
need
like a tournament
yeah.
between students that fight it out
I
and
need to interrupt though.
made the
What is the
strongest.
rejection rate? Do we know the rejection rate of prestigious colleges in America? Like, does anyone have that data? Like,
Like
if
lower
It's
than
It
5%, I'm
wouldn't.
pretty sure.
Like
It's
what is
it's
prestigious?
incredibly
what?
high.
Or sorry. I meant
For
acceptance
Yeah,
rate
the,
undergrad?
lower
the,
than
the
5.
acceptance
Yeah.
rate's very low. You
Yeah.
can look this up.
the rejection rate is not really relevant to this question
Why
because
not?
a person can be rejected for various things, not necessarily connected
4%.
to the affirmative action.
Okay,
Acceptance rate of 4% at Harvard, just so everyone has that.
so
number.
so yeah,
Yale,
so
5%. Yeah.
so you have incredibly low. So okay, not only is it intuitive, but it's just like statistically backed. I'll post the study if you guys want to read it. Like models have been done, studies have been done, and if affirmative action in Harvard didn't exist, the Asian population would be increased by a third, right? Like
Sure.
literally a third of
Sure.
Asians don't get in because they lose their spot to black students. That is what
So the
happens.
way, if I could outline this, the way you're going to compel me is also showing that it doesn't actually address education and inequality. I'm biased to, I'll be clear about my bias. I suspect it doesn't. I suspect it's extremely ineffective. The problem is this is going to be really hard to study. The closest I could find was a South African study on labor markets over 10 years with affirmative action policy, where there was like some marginal benefits. We saw like specific demographics did benefit a little bit, but the targeted demographics, which was African men specifically, didn't benefit much at all. So
Yeah,
that's what
it's
I'm mostly interested in.
Can
is
I ask,
education
when you
equality.
say equality, are you talking about education equality? What are you referring to? Are you talking about like equity, like outcome-based
Well,
analysis, or what are you referring to?
So when I'm talking about educational quality, I am talking about a mixture of both opportunity and then therefore also going back into those same communities and like uplifting those communities. So when I'm
Right.
talking about educational inequality, I'm talking about how there is kind of this like legacy pattern that like if you have parents that go to university, you're more likely to go to university and your kids are therefore, and there's kind of this intergenerational effect of kind of lifting the entire generations out of poverty. That's the specific thing that I'm curious in. So say we're bringing a student who has like a slightly lower GPA in because of race specifically. The question that would only make AA maybe possibly viable is by doing that, when that person graduates, do they go back to their own community and help uplift the community overall? That's the question that I'm
Okay,
asking.
well, I want to two things. First of all, it's not by a small percentage. Now you may advocate for a small percentage, but like I just said, like the percentages are massive, right? 2/3. There's a massive difference and a massive effect of this thing. This isn't like a small like, oh, they both have the same SAT. Which one are we going to pick? No, it's 2/3 wouldn't have been able to get in. Black students would have not been able to get into Harvard absent these kind of policies that they're now being sued for.
Yeah, so that actually introduces another complicating thing, which is affirmative action in Ivy Leagues versus affirmative action in any other college, because almost all affirmative action is talked about at Ivy League schools, which is probably maybe the worst place in my view for affirmative action. But say if you go to like a college community or if you go to like more general universities, that would maybe be a more open place where we can talk about like where like kind of everyone's education is like pretty mad. They've got an acceptance rate of like 45%, stuff like that. That's somewhere where I'm going to be way more open. I'm actually not interested in affirmative action at Ivy Leagues at all.
One of the issues though is that schools just refuse to give out this data, right? The only reason we have the Harvard data is because they got involved in a lawsuit and then they
Yep.
were served discovery and they had to legally answer it, right? Schools do
Yep.
not give out this information.
You don't have to
They
sell me on
Wait,
schools being
no,
corrupt.
I totally.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
they fucking hide this shit. And when in California, for example, like we saw actual overall beneficial effects to statewide GPA when they banned affirmative action. But recently, we've been seeing schools figure out ways of introducing affirmative action without calling it affirmative action. So they'll say, they'll do like private interviews with students, and they'll say like, oh, this student rates as more dynamic or more excitable or more interesting, right, compared to other students. And it just so happens that Asian students, for some reason, are very low dynamism and very low excitement. And
Yeah,
very
they don't
low,
get the +4
yeah,
points for being
they don't
Asian.
get those for some reason. But the black students, they're
Down
full
bad.
of their dynamic abilities and excitability. You know,
Do you think
I-
universities like insistence on doing stuff like that is like entirely like optically motivated? Like what's the incentive?
Huge part of it is look who's on the fucking brochures at these universities. Just open one.
You don't think that
Yeah, but they can
there's
just put whoever they want.
a genuine interest in like racial equity?
Yeah,
there
I
might
think
be.
I think
I
blame
think if they're
falls way
profit
faster
oriented,
on. Yeah, I think it falls way easier on like human negligence and like stupidity than it does on like this like nefarious thing specifically. Like we just want to look good.
100% agree. I do want to cut in just really quickly and say I think that we've all looked through the studies and it's largely really hard to find hard data like Lactoid said, and that is probably my
Yes.
biggest criticism of this program is that we don't have a lot of information on how exactly this runs. And
Yeah.
I will 100% concede that immediately that they need to be more open about the stats, because if we are discriminating against people and it doesn't even bring any outcomes, let's fucking throw it out. 100%. I think everyone is on this panel at least will agree with that diversity as
Right.
a strength isn't enough if the outcomes of building the communities are enough. But what we
I don't
can agree. Oh, sorry.
I would kind of agree that like there's not a ton of hard data, but like personally, I'm from California, okay, and we banned that thing like 27 years ago, and
Yeah.
for the most part, honestly, I think it's been obviously it had like its initial downsides. I think diversity of like Black and Hispanics went down by like 50%,
Yeah.
and that's a huge issue. But as
10%.
Lactoid mentioned,
It was
GPA skyrocket higher, graduation rates of the Black and Hispanics went up by a lot.
don't
I
have
think
the
Erudite
crutch,
even
yeah.
kind of mentioned this. This was like it's something called like the mismatch theory, where when you insert low grading like underrepresented minority groups, they often end up performing at like the bottom quartile
They
of
drop
their
out.
class,
Higher
and they
efficiency.
drop
Yeah.
out, they get stuck, and it's like, is that actually benefiting these communities?
Sure.
Where if they went to like a community college, it would be just so much more beneficial. For
Sure.
them.
So there's
totally
two
agree.
pieces to this, just to be clear, when we're looking at this data. If we look at like say the 1990s when quotas were more which was just like the tail end of quotas basically, because quotas did exist before. I think it was like 1983. I have it written down somewhere, where the Civil Acts occurred, and then you couldn't do quotas anymore. So we saw a massive drop. But also what we saw is the failure to graduation rate from universities specifically for people of color was at like, I think it was at like 60% when there was quotas. When we did away with quotas and we brought in now the new kind of affirmative action policies, it's jumped up to now like, I think it's like, I'd have to pull up my stats, but like in the 90s, I believe is somewhere like it skyrocketed because again, we don't have the mismatch occurring nearly as often.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think one thing that we can acknowledge, dropout rate does increase among these communities that we bring into colleges, and I do admit that. However, it's not 100%, and we do know that education is one of the highest guarantees for income, right? Like that, those are inextricably connected. Not maybe inextricably, but the higher the education, the more you can predict income. And when you are moving back to those communities and coming in with all of these higher incomes, all I can mention is that I think it's strange sometimes that we talk so much about racial inequity when it comes to college admissions, but not talk about the racial inequity that caused this problem in the first place. That they are.
That's what I'm interested in talking about.
Okay,
Absolutely.
wait. No. So a couple things here. You said
Yeah.
there's a bunch of shit that's being said, and we've had 40 years on this to like get this data, and everyone agrees. And I have for the past 3 hours, I haven't been able to find solid research on this.
Yeah.
And that I think that speaks volumes as to the fact of I don't think this shit exists, and I think there's a reason why people can't find it. Right? Anecdotally, based on what I've seen, it would appear that the people who get good grades and go to college, when they don't move back to poor neighborhoods, they move into wealthy neighborhoods, right? That's what they go to. Now, I could be wrong if there was any data to
I
suggest that I'm
agree.
wrong,
Yeah.
but there's no data to suggest I'm wrong. And the crucial point of this here is the Supreme Court in Bakke, what they said was, there was like, which they're wrong about, but they said that there is, you can racially discriminate if you have an overwhelmingly good reason to do so, like strict scrutiny. If you have a very, very good reason to do so, you can do it. And what they pointed to was, well, improving diversity in schools leads to better academic outcomes. Therefore, that's enough justification for us. That's the only justification for us. But 40 years later, is that really a solid ground? Nobody can point to anything. Like how strong is this benefit actually? And this is what the Supreme Court is going to be deciding probably next week, which is, wow, 40 years, no data for the thing that we said was the reason you could do this. Maybe there's actually no reason for you to do this.
I will counter this by saying, hey, look, it is fair that there's almost no data on affirmative action, but there's also no data that schools give out generally just regarding admittance or just like almost
Why?
anything. So, well, I'm not. All I'm saying is you can't point to affirmative action and just say, "Hey, look, it's clearly not working because they're not sending data out." They're not sending data out on anything. You know what I'm saying? Like it's very hard when it comes to college admissions or anything like that to find any sort of data. Period, regardless
Unless they're
of
forced to.
top.
And I'll post the data I have from Harvard,
Yeah,
right?
I
Unless they're
agree.
forced to. And once they're forced to, you see ridiculous numbers. You see two-thirds of black admits only getting in because they're black.
But even look at
Two-thirds.
like the
Sure.
data of like SAT scores to get into some of these schools. I've seen that like Asians compared to black, it's like a 450 point
The
difference on the
threshold's like
SAT,
way
which is
higher.
which is
Yeah.
unbelievable. I mean, that's a crazy penalty that you're getting just because like your last name is Kim, right? It's insane. And I think that like while you said that like yeah, race discrimination, we don't have a ton of data on it. I think that looking at the correlation between how much more black applicants and the test scores, they're all kind of getting sucked into these top Ivy leagues like Harvard, like Princeton, like Yale, that can actually afford to give them more money because these are like private schools that can give more like money to low income
Okay.
families. And
I
as a
will.
result, the actual community, like the smaller public schools, they're getting significantly less good applicants.
I will say that one, I just want to like account to the fact that there's a lack of data on all of this. But even pointing to SATs can be incredibly flawed because as we know, college admissions, like maybe this isn't even as we know, like we don't really know, but generally speaking, SATs aren't the barrier for success on whether or not, or barrier of approval, if that makes sense. That's not the threshold. Very often they'll look at the extracurricular activities way before they'll look at
Or
SAT.
how dynamic you are. That's also critically
Sure.
important.
Oh,
Exciting.
sure.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
I'm
should
saying
we
is like
toss it
we
to?
don't
I
have
feel bad
data.
for Lucy.
Yeah, no,
Go ahead.
true. Right up. Yeah, sorry. Lucy
No,
can
it's
go.
fine. Finish your
Yeah.
thought, and then Lucy can
Sure.
get
I
in.
guess all I'm saying is we don't have any data on how many African Americans contribute to extracurricular activities, and that could bias this sort of like SAT data that we're looking at. And like, there's just not a lot of comprehensive data, so there can't be a lot of like really done on this data. But go ahead, Lucy.
Lucy.
Right. So there are a few things that I would like to sort of address. That from what I'm understanding, the affirmative action is supposed to, rather than equality, it is supposed to address inequity in education. And it seems that there is some data. I don't have it on hand. I might have to look for it or maybe send it later. But there does seem to be some evidence that people that go through the affirmative action programs do go back to their communities to, as for example, teachers or other sorts of professions, and do contribute to their communities. But my bigger point is that we should probably analyze a bit, what do we mean when we say that someone deserves or does not deserve to be in education or to be admitted to a university. Because I've heard some of you say that people that do not deserve to get in, when we do have to ask ourselves what that means, because the whole system is pretty, from my perspective, convoluted. We have schools in certain neighborhoods that are underfunded because the lower the performance, the less money the schools get. So there's a spiral of worse and worse, um, performance. School performance apparently also lowers value of houses in the US. And you end up in a situation where there are people who are from certain areas or neighborhoods are basically set up to fail through being in a very bad school. Sometimes they even come from a poor family, so they don't even have time to do the extra activities that you need for the soft admission requirements. They don't have the money to get schooling to the best essay possible for the admission. And the question becomes, should education be, quite frankly, just gate kept behind wealth?
Yeah, and I think
Do
like one
people-
policy that we like, I think hopefully everybody here would agree on, maybe not lactoid, I guess, but would be like free higher public education for everybody in America. I think that's like a great
Massive
policy.
boo.
I would love to see, low income, underrepresented groups going to, public
Why?
community
Hold
colleges,
on,
and that's
lactoid.
entirely free.
Why would you be against that?
All right.
What?
He's a piece
All
of
right,
shit.
a couple of things.
You
Okay,
can't
I'm
trust
a
him.
data-driven individual. Okay, the first thing, when you look at in the United States from elementary and high school, the average cost per student for paying them for them to go to school is about $14,000 per year. When you look at Black students, it's actually higher. In fact, we spend more on Black students per capita per year than we do for white students. You can look this up. This kind of myth of the underfunded school is actually just that. It's a myth. Black students get more government money overall over like it's only by a few $100s, right? So both are they're close. It's $14,000. This is public information. You can look it up.
Wait, hold on. Are you?
I
can post it.
When you give those numbers, yeah, I'm just curious about it. I'm just curious about that number because when you talk about the government, are you referring to like federal subsidies for like rebuilding the house or the initial structure?
For school, for tuition. So
Yeah.
so in terms of paying,
sorry,
elementary school and high schoolers. So paying for them to go to school for instruction, for resources, for all that stuff. It's true that Black students per capita get a much higher percentage of their funding from federal sources as opposed to state and local sources.
Yeah, but
because they tend to be in more poor areas. That's absolutely true. But in terms of overall money spent, Black students get more than white students in America. They're in elementary school and high school. Second of all, why should we not pay for public education in terms of like college level? Because the overall, and this is the same reason why you shouldn't have a forgiveness for student loans, the overall amount of money that you get from going to college outweighs the debt, right? It is still a financially good idea to go to college. Why?
Yes.
And when you look at the most college debt and who mostly accrues college debt, it's people who go on to have incredibly high earning potentials. Why are we giving handouts to people who are going to disproportionately, by a long shot, going to go on to make a fuck ton of money?
Because like you just said, they
Because
end up earning more income to the economy, so we
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
want more
So
education.
they should pay for it. They should
No.
pay for it then.
No, but
do
they don't
pay
have
for it
the
with
ability
taxes
to-
later.
Okay, one at a
They
time,
do.
one at a
They
time,
make more
one at
money
a-
than their
wait.
debt is. They can pay for it.
Okay, one at a
Educational
time.
forgiveness is super standard in a lot of countries. Like Canada, for example, has like some of the most like progressive education forgiveness. Like at times you can just be like, I can't pay it, and they're like,
Fuck
wait a minute,
those
because
countries.
because specifically the government is highly motivated to make sure that their most upwardly mobile citizens are the least hamstrung in being economically viable. So if somebody's making a lot of money, but they have to pay back debt for the next 10 years to school, that means all that money is going back to paying debt rather than paying into the economy. So there are massive economic benefits to like student loan forgiveness. Not that this is at all related to AA.
As
but-
yeah,
Wait,
no,
I want to
100%,
address
as
that.
well as all of the positive externalities that come from a more educated public. But
Wait. No, let me address that because
So-
including Germany, there's a lot of countries that have public education that actually have lower college attendance rates than the U.S. As long as the overall economic benefit from going to college in the U.S. is higher than the overall debt, people are going to make that decision because overall it's more beneficial. It's interesting that you'd bring up, well, if we hamper the rich people from having more money, this is going to prevent them from going stronger in the economy. I mean, that first of all, Canada taxes the rich and the upwardly mobile citizens at a much higher rate than the U.S. Would
Yeah.
that be an argument against taxing rich people since we want to keep them upwardly mobile? And second of all, why shouldn't people who are now upwardly mobile and make way more money than lower income people, why shouldn't they pay for the thing that led them to be upwardly mobile as opposed to making people who didn't benefit from that system and making them pay for it? Doesn't make any
there
sense
is a
to me.
huge difference between forgiving student debt and having free college. We are not arguing about forgiving student debt. In that case, I do think it's a regressive tax. I do think that forgiving student debt can be very regressive. However, that is different from free public education where you discourage or you basically eliminate a barrier to access. Once they've crossed that threshold, we don't need to give them more handouts, but removing that threshold down is a hugely positive.
What's the barrier?
Also, I'm specifically talking about
The-
community
the
colleges,
cost.
by the way, not like just
The
covering
cost,
every
correct.
single like.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Well, no,
Loans.
Lactoid, just to be
Loans.
clear.
So if FAFSA gives you loans, and if you're poor, you can get Pell Grants, which is free money, by the way. But otherwise, you can get loans to pay for education that you pay back later, which they haven't been paying for the past 5 years because of this COVID bullshit. But if you do pay back the loans, you're going to be able to pay that back with the oversized earnings that you have now from graduating from college.
Is
I
it not?
agree- I
Could
agree
it
with
not?
you.
Could it not, in some instances, be a disincentive to pursue higher education?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you're-
can
no,
agree. No, we can agree. We can agree that yes, it is essentially kinda free.
okay for
But that's
you,
not
Sam?
how people perceive it, and that's not how people act. And if you want to criticize the American people for being a little stupid and not recognizing, yes, this is 100% worth it, putting all of this debt in will actually be worth it, I agree. However, that's not how people act, and we have to treat people how they are, not how we want them to be.
No. There's no reason why we should first reward people for financial stupidity if they decide
Right.
to not
Okay.
go forward with the best financial action. But second of all, I'm just again, if you
I'm not
make
gonna do
disproportionate
that.
earnings, why can't you pay for the thing that you
Okay.
incurred to have the disproportionate earnings? And
Okay.
I agree.
Okay,
Wait,
okay,
wait, wait,
do
I want to say,
moment.
wait. One thing that was said by Kilo. I agree that whenever you make something a ridiculously good deal, like if you were to subsidize bread by paying you $30 every time you went to the store and grabbed bread, probably more
Okay.
people would go and get bread. I don't
Well,
deny that you're going to make an even better deal.
we need to
But then the
outline
question is, do we want people going to trade schools or do we want people going getting fucking gender
Lactoid,
degrees?
you're on one today.
Neither.
Lactoid,
So-
you gotta get.
I
you gotta
told
get
you.
your
I
take on
told
it.
you.
Nobody's
So,
mad. So
can
there's
I-
there's 2
I'm
things that we
mad.
have to separate in the analogies, right? In the case of student loan forgiveness, what you're really doing is allowing the beginning states of your upperly mobile people to be successful. So it's giving them like that bump right afterwards. Taxing higher income people is going to disproportionately affect older people who are probably already way ahead of their debts and are making a solid income overall. So to say that these two tax policies are analogous isn't true. There's a very distinctive reason why the governments will do student loan forgiveness and tax the rich for different purposes that are both valid. They're not analogous situations.
Okay, Lucy, give it a go.
Right.
They're close.
So
No.
I will address the school thing. I think giving people money to get resources, to get probably books and stuff like that, will allow them to learn at all. But from what I'm understanding, the schools themselves are still massively underfunded. The teachers are underfunded, etc., etc. There does seem to be data on that.
I'm so
And when
glad
it
you.
comes to the free education, from my perspective, it's just you lose me when you say that there shouldn't be free education. But I don't think we need to get into this since it does not seem to be the topic of today's
I want to echo what
conversation at all.
Lucy is saying. When we talk about funding schools, there is a difference between like federal subsidies and just property taxes that are going into invest into the school. And I just pulled it up pretty clearly. Data shows that school districts attended predominantly by students of color received $23 billion less in funding than primarily white districts, adding up to
because
What
2,200
kind of
less
funding?
per student per year. That's what I'm saying. When I'm saying, hey, there is a difference between the feds, the federal, the federal government coming in and subsidizing the school and the property taxes that are used to build the schools. Those are two separate numbers, and you keep only focusing on federal subsidies. Of course, those are going to be more for people of color because those are the ones that the feds have to step in at. Does this make sense? I don't know.
No. Well,
And
hold on.
I want to be
Because,
clear.
you know, if there's the same, okay, hold on. If the money is being spent on the student, where the money comes from, I don't know. Like, does dollars coming from public from property taxes in the local area? Are those dollars somehow worth more than dollars coming from the federal
No.
government? I just posted the
No.
link. So the average black student attends a district that spends $14,385 per student, while the average white student attends a district that spends $14,263 per student. Black
can
people get
you
more money spent on them.
Can you
Yeah, but if
explain
you also
what that
look
translates
And
to?
as the
What
share of
that-
black students increases, the funding also decreases.
right,
No,
but
this is
can
per
you
student. This is
also-
per student.
Can you,
Yeah,
can
I'm
you,
understanding
can
per
you-
student, but it's like I see that there's like a couple of $100 per student. The issue is that when you're
Right, but-
looking at systemic issues like spending in areas with higher or lower black student percentages, we do see a steady decrease.
Right.
Wait,
But can you explain what that funding actually goes to?
So, well, the
what
funding,
does that mean?
that's the two things I wanted to say earlier, Lectoid, was one, that I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that, because a lot of the problem with, I think, like disadvantaged school districts are like allocation of funding, not like the volume of funding that they receive. But then two is the next portion of this article goes into, when examining the sources of the funding, the racial gaps are starker. So like, for instance, and I'm just like completely spitballing here, is this accounting for like charter schools, which do receive public funding? Because I think generally speaking, people would say charter schools are probably mostly white and do have higher levels of education.
No, well, hold on. I don't disagree that black students per capita receive a much larger percentage of their education paid for by the federal government. But again, when you look at the total amount spent, black students specifically get more money. prior to college.
Right, but
I posted
what
it.
does that mean exactly?
So the spending goes into multiple things, right? The spending, first of all, goes into actually like tuition of elementary and high school students. So paying the teachers' salaries, organizing lesson plans, shit like this, right? Other spending includes things like school resource officers, school resource availability, all things like this, right? And when you look at the total, there's this myth of like, well, it's because they just don't get any money. But then when you look at it, you're like, wow, they actually get more money. So what do you mean?
They get
This is tying to the zip code argument. Basically,
Yes.
this is all about, because
Yeah.
my understanding, now somebody who's American, correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys have a really weird education system.
I'm
But if you're
Yeah,
doing
I
public
agree.
school, my understanding is that you guys can only go to certain schools within zip codes. Whereas like in Canada, if I choose to go to public school that's in Montreal, I can choose to go back and forth from Alberta every day if I so choose to. It would just be fucking
Basically the
stupid.
same in
Is,
Poland.
Not
is that
only-
a correct understanding about
Yes.
how the zip codes
Yes.
work?
And not
States?
only that, schools are in America alone are funded by property taxes. And that is a huge point that I want to point at. The fact that if you have a disenfranchised community, you're going to have poorer schools. Now, yes, the government through federal grants absolutely does subsidize that in more ways than the white communities, but that's because they need it more.
Okay.
Also,
whoa,
this
whoa,
like
whoa,
also
wait,
this
wait,
also
wait, wait.
ignores the fact that like in private, so like if you're a richer family, you also have more money to afford extracurriculars. You have more money to send your kids to Kumon. That's why Asian and whites typically do a lot better on standardized testing.
Okay, well, hold
okay,
on, wait. I
okay.
want to address what was just said. So
You can, right?
you, thank you.
After you're done, however, I want to kind of re-rail this
Repivot.
train a little bit
Sure.
with a question for the panel, but respond, please.
I just think it's funny how we went from like, oh, like black students, they're just like go to underfunded schools, they don't have as access to money resources. And then when I show that they do, well, they need those resources. I'm
You
not
did not show that.
Well, I posted it. I'm not necessarily saying that they don't need those
the
resources.
Same
Well,
source,
hold on.
the same source
I'm not-
shows the
I'm not
exact
ne-
systemic issue we're pointing to.
Okay, I'm not necessarily saying that they won't, like they don't need those extra resources, but when you look at the extra resources they get from the federal
They
government,
get
it
$100
actually-
more
yes,
per
$100
student, and you
more.
haven't outlined whether that's for food or education. If you look at
Right.
instructional
The
costs,
article shows it.
I know it shows that as Black student percentages increase, there is less money spent on instructional values. That's what that's showing, which
So-
means that the gap between Black and white students might be better explained by things like paying for lunch meals.
Okay, two
Like
things.
subsidized lunching.
No. So that number it actually is broken down by tuition, lesson plans, other things. It's true that when you break it down specifically, now about half the cost of the education, a little bit more than half the cost, is focused on like teacher salaries. When you break it down by that, which the article I posted does, you see that yes, white students per capita get slightly more. It's true. It's about $100, right? So overall, black students get $100 more in total resources because white students require less disciplinary resources on general on total. They overall more of them slightly, a statistically insignificant more amount of that money is going towards instruction specifically. But I overall, again, you have black students getting more resources than white students. I think it's fascinating how we moved on from they're not to, well, they need it. I'm not even necessarily denying that they need it. And the zip code thing, first of all, that's irrelevant to the fact that the federal government is stepping in and making sure that poor zip codes are getting more money than otherwise. But also, I know we don't want to make this like partisan or whatever, but who's the people that are opposing school choice? Who are the people that are saying that you shouldn't be able to leave your zip code? It's not the Republicans.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know if we want to
okay.
get to like
I
a
don't-
whole
I don't know
argument
if
about the
that's
charter
true.
system because like
It
that
kinda
is so
is.
wrong. I know you like some of you aren't even from the United States, but the idea
That's
that
a-
like we open up charter school and then everybody goes to the megatopolis 20,000 school while every other school has to rot, ignoring the
Yeah.
fact that if you're poor, you probably can't drive your kid an hour to go to the charter school halfway across the town.
Fucking facts.
That you get
Yeah,
busing. If you
this
can't
is
afford to
panel
drive
here.
your student, you get a
The
school
entire
bus.
fucking city of Los
Charter-
Angeles.
No,
Charter-
right now
Wait.
in America, you get a school bus if you
That's
can't
what
drive your kid to school.
That's what we do in Canada. Just to be
Gonna
clear,
be
that's a
able
good
to-
idea. We do that in Canada.
We do
have
that
buses
here.
go-
So Aaron,
private-
in here,
the private
in here
school
for
that I
charter
went to.
schools.
The private
Yeah,
school
so-
that I went to would bus kids for an hour and a half to get there.
Yes, in America we
to
bus
be clear,
kids.
That's
Yes.
probably not that feasible, though. I think it's better to just better fund the schools that they live near?
We fund them disproportionately.
No,
I
we
don't know.
don't. No,
Well-
you're saying funding from federal dollars, not
I've
from
got a
property
few
taxes.
things.
Who cares
Those
where the
federal
money
dollars
comes
are to
from?
compensate
Who
for
cares where the money
property
comes
If
from?
it's okay
It's
for
money.
them to-
No,
A dollar is a dollar.
No, That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
When
saying.
I go to the
agree.
dollar
I
store,
agree.
the dollar
But I'm
store
saying
doesn't
there
ask
is a-
me, did this
Oh my
dollar come from the federal government or did it come from your local property taxes?
Blackwood, you're purposefully misunderstanding my argument. I'm saying there is a deficit here from property taxes, and then the federal government fills it here. There's still that little gap.
Wait.
and you're
More
Look at
than
that
fills
positive.
it. More than fills it.
No, it doesn't. No, it
I
doesn't.
posted the
Because I
link. It's
showed-
$100.
It's time to
I showed
put
a
on
source
the
right here that showed it's
mod.
2,200,
That's
and
still
your
not-
source showed like 500
What?
per student. $500 per student versus $2,200 per student.
I'm gonna read.
As
I'm
far
gonna
as I
read
can-
off my
Now, I
fucking
wanna be-
source.
I wanna
This is
be
literally
clear.
average expenditures by race. This is right off my source. The average black student attends a district that spends $14,385 per student, while the average white student attends a district that spends
Scroll
$14,263.
down. Just scroll down. I'll continue
Yeah.
reading your
Can
source. There's
I-
a small but statistically significant negative relationship. On average, schools with a 10% higher share of black students spend $140 less per student on instruction.
Yes.
The data on total expenditures
Yes.
are similar, but schools with a higher 10%
Correct.
higher share of black students spend $160
Yes.
less per
And do you
student.
know why? Do you know why? Because the article explains why. Because that little chunk, along with all the money extra that is being spent on extra additional school resources. For example, for emotional and behavioral problems, right? They're
Oh, so
literally
you're making our
addressing the
argument
primarily
great.
problems that are happening there.
So is it
And by the way, this is $160
Let me
out of
ask.
$14,000.
Okay, enough.
We gotta let
Enough. Okay, I'm gonna try to derail this train a little
True.
bit, right?
True.
Given the fact, right, that there are inequalities, right, in performances, right, between zip codes, as Erudite put it. Some students from certain zip codes just do poorer, right? They do poorly on standardized tests, etc. Are standardized tests a way to go when it comes to admissions? There's been arguments about eliminating standardized tests. What do we think of that, gang?
I think standardized tests, depending on them, typically don't map on super well to like GPA, for example, is a much better predictor of success. This is why actually, like in psychology, almost all clinical psych schools across the country are basically doing away with a standardized test called the GRE, because standardized test scores are actually pretty bad for mapping onto like actual student capability. Because an hour to like determine 50% of your grade, some people who are high anxiety will crack, and then you're going to lose out on all those high potentials who can actually do a very steady, consistent amount of like high quality work.
University of California actually they got rid of ACT and SATs for enrollment, so that's actually going to be like a really interesting experiment in the next couple of years. So obviously it's a little weird, I think, with standardized testing because of COVID pandemic and how that has like absolutely like shocked the education system. But yeah, I think in like the next 5 or 10 years we'll actually have some pretty good data as to like how those enrollment things change. Yeah.
So this is evidence. Is easy. You can look it up on Google. First couple results.
Is that where you look things up?
Yeah, I normally look things up on Google, and then once I
Pretty
find
useful tool.
Yeah, it's pretty useful. So SATs are predictive of success. The LSAT, for example, for law schools, the thing that I took, that is actually more predictive of success for law schools than GPA is for undergraduate. So yes, I think these, and the only reason why people are upset about these standardized tests and why they're upset about GPA as well, by the way, is because they don't like the results. They don't like the fact that certain racial demographics are performing better, like Asians are performing better on these tests and performing better in GPA than other racial demographics that they want in these colleges. That's what's happening.
Really, really weird. I used that tool that you told me about, Google, and it said that that a study finds high school GPAs outweigh ACTs for college readiness.
So
Is
SATs typically only add about a 15% predictive power, which, by the way, is not that much.
And
So
GPAs are
it's cool to know that LSATs are
much better.
great. I'm not saying that there are zero standardized tests that aren't good for workplaces, but I am saying, for example, the GRE was for clinical psych was basically useless. I think it added like a 1% predictive value over top of GPA. And so the issue is that SAT scores are something that are massively influenced by things that are time sensitive, like mood disorders and stuff like that. And so you're massively impacting somebody's potential based on like a blip of like a couple of like weeks of like depression or anxiety or something like that.
I think 15% is significant. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's
not
not
gonna.
as significant as GPAs.
Look, I agree with you that GPA is important, right? GPA is very important. But if we look at GPAs in the context of the affirmative action discussion, I'm also right. When you look at the average GPAs of entering students by racial demographic, when you look at Harvard's data, when you look at the data of other schools, right, it's like just as strong of like, wow, this disparity in GPAs by race of student admits. And when you look at standardized tests, you also see a massive disparity as well.
Why?
I don't.
Lactoid. I'm curious. Why do you think that there's this disparity among racial lines between GPA and SAT and all these other kind of metrics that we use? Why do you think that there is a difference, as you assert that there is, between Asians and other races?
So all I know is that there is, in terms of speculating as to a cause, there's all sorts of speculations. Some people speculate that it's due to underlying deep and systemic racism and issues that have induced certain demographics to not want to strive as much. That could be true. It also could be true that certain cultures, especially Asian cultures, and if you've ever hung out with a Korean person, you know what I'm talking about, have an incredibly strong emphasis on success, where you have to be good, otherwise you're going to disappoint your entire family. And then if you have that culture, which is you got to fucking study every night, otherwise your parents are going to be pissed as fuck, is it really that much of a surprise that these students tend to be very, very good, as opposed to maybe a culture where if you're talking like too articulately, like your community yells at you for acting too white, maybe that has like one culture maybe has like more of like a propensity towards success than the other one. I don't know.
Well, specifically in East Asia, for example, they have standardized tests. I think just to get into like the high school levels, and it's very much based on that. There's a less of a holistic approach. So I know in those cultures, it's not just like, oh wow, we really want our kids to be smart, but they're used to that. Like you have to do well on your tests. You have to study every day for it. If you don't, you're basically fucked as far as your education goes.
I will agree that a lot of Eastern Asian culture has like a super like hyper focus on discipline and being studious and all that stuff. Do you think so? So is your speculation though regarding this disparity between like racial performance in schools? Is it entirely cultural? There's no other contributing factors?
My speculation is that it's primarily cultural, and that it's also very, very strongly associated with the single motherhood rate, which has been consistently linked to academic underperformance. And black people, on average, like more than half of black people grow up in a household, in a single mother household, while Asians has one of the lowest rates.
Okay, I want to give space just real quick. I want to give space to Lucy. I know they're having trouble getting in. Lucy, just for the future, just elbow your way in here, right? So feel free, right? But go on.
So I do think that it, rather than culturally, just goes back to the fact that certain people from certain communities just don't have as much opportunity, that they are pigeonholed into places that are underfunded. I do have a few things here about the underfunding of schools, that the property value is lowered by the fact that the that the schools are, and that even the people are not performing well, that we don't even take into consideration that people from poor neighborhoods might not be able to do the things that more wealthy people will have access to, because when it comes to college admission in the US, it's not just a matter of doing well on the tests, it's a matter of several soft uh, things that you can add up to get a really high score. Like, it's the system in that regard is very different from Poland. In Poland, you just, let's say you want to be a psychometrician, right? So you say, I will study psychology, so I just have to pass biology, Polish, and I think chemistry at the end of high school. And if I get enough of a high score from these, I get in. And in the US, it's you have to do an essay, you have to do extra activity. For some schools, if your parent was in the school, then you get a few extra points. For some school, if you are from a certain state, you get some extra points.
And
so it's a bit more
but this only
involved
applies, just real quick, this only applies to higher end colleges. If you went into a college, a community college or something like that, it's the
Well, I
standards
assume
are
we're
much
speaking
different.
of university level, right?
Yeah, also, if you were to just do it standardized by GPA, Asians and white people would absolutely crush blacks and Hispanics. That's not really like a good solution.
Close.
Yeah, it's like the
Yes,
difference
but
is like
the
huge.
question is, because affirmative action is supposed to help those who do not have certain opportunities because of their circumstances of where they were born, who are eager to learn, to be given that chance.
Can I
Yeah.
ask, would you guys be in favor of, let's say, black government employees getting, like, I don't know, 2/3 more money, like in their salary, in order to like help alleviate the systemic disparities in pay between black people and white people? That like for the same job, like black people just get more paid more.
I don't think I necessarily would, but legitimately, if we're talking about poor communities and I don't know. I don't know. I would have to think about someone who worked remotely, lived in a poor community for a rich job if they should get paid more. I don't know, but
No,
the
no,
answer
but
might be
based on
yes.
race, based on race. Like the government, like
Yeah,
okay,
well,
you're a
I've
black person,
conceded.
so your pay is
I've conceded.
100K for a job that a white person would get paid at
I've
30K.
conceded quite a while ago that I would much rather be focusing on income than race, because I think that reparations that is based off of race and not income is just it's the improper place to start.
It's improper place to start.
Yeah, we should be focusing on income. I don't know how I worded it. I
So
might have,
you
I
would
might have mixed it.
prefer government jobs to actually pay black applicants more
No,
than
not black.
affirmative than
Poor.
affirmative. Okay, okay, you base it off poverty, not anything to do with race.
That's what I'm saying is that is something that I would be interested in, and
Okay.
actually that's the first time I heard it. I would have to dig in a little bit. I might be interested in it.
Yeah, the cool thing about income is it actually like benefits white people. So, you know, all the old conservatives that are like 60, 70 that actually are racist and that's why they hate it. Like
Well,
it
there
actually does
are
help them a
actually
lot.
certain things in place for getting extra points that do take into consideration states that are very low income and primarily white.
Uh, Here's the reality with like all this low income and everything. The reality is that like the early formative years of your life are going to be almost the like necessary precursors. So Head Start is probably the only affirmative action program that I'm at this point wholly and completely behind, because it seems to be the case that when students start behind, they stay behind. And this isn't even mitigated by like greater parental involvement. Low SES kids that have improved parental involvement didn't actually catch up to their peers that were higher SES. There's this unfortunate, uncomfortable reality, which is that like poverty tends to beget poverty. And there's a number of complicated factors for this. I think it's a number of like systemic issues. IQ gating is one of the biggest things that our society doesn't really talk about. And I don't mean this at a race realist level. I'm talking about this exclusive ed in education. I think your guys' zip codes for education is fucking insane. I have no understanding of why that is. I don't fully understand the details, but like with both zip coding and a history of redlining, I don't know why anyone is shocked that people of color are behind on education. Fucking of course. It's not even shocking to me at all. The issue is that how do we actually address the educational inequality? That's the question that I want
Like
to
to
Wait,
you threw your bro at that.
let me. Well, yeah. So you just said that parental involvement is more predictive, and in fact, students with more parental involvement actually outdo their peers that
Nope.
have higher SES.
No,
No,
I said the opposite. So that's
if
a
you're
really
if you're at higher SES, even if your parents so a single motherhood family with higher SES is actually
Yeah.
at more an advantage
Well,
than like a
when it
two-parent
comes
household with
to-
lower
So
SES.
that was shocking to me as well. And I'll need more studies. Again, these are studies that are hard to come by. But there was a really interesting study that I found that was a 12-year follow-up study that looked at basically high and low SES with a number of factors. And between those 2 years, parental involvement, particularly in the low SES, jumped up dramatically. And yet we didn't actually see any narrowing of the gaps of SES performance, because it seems to be the case that if you like start off slow, if you have like pretty crappy like daycare policies, one thing that's really interesting is the amount of words that you're exposed to in the first 4 years of your life are a massive predictor of your like later on success. So like even if you just go to a daycare that's less funded and therefore has crappier quality daycare workers who are maybe less educated and using less interesting words and talking about less interesting ideas, you're just already somewhat set up worse than anybody else.
Yeah, I'll have to look
Of
into
course,
that.
keep
The
in
data-
mind that the
We
vocabulary
can send you the
thing
study. It's really
will,
interesting.
like the vocabulary thing will affect the essay that you need to write for the admission. So that will be a huge factor probably as well. But
She probably
Yeah.
just means intelligence, like in public school, performance in public school. And all
Then let
kinds
me
of stuff.
ask,
Yeah, and
if
I
I
do
may,
want to.
just real quick before
Yeah.
you address that, because this
Uh,
brings up an interesting question for me,
also,
right?
yeah.
Is it the responsibility of people who have been well educated, who have been successful, right, who have been able to, they were privileged, but let's be clear, because of the results of their birth and where they were born and how their upbringing, should they lose out on their college opportunity because someone we need to put in people with less privilege that perform poorer, but is it like, should the rich or the privileged have to sacrifice their spot or the spot of their child into these places? And again,
Well,
we can say that, ideally that wouldn't happen, but it is a case in the ground, at least in America, where there are limited opportunities in these especially prestigious colleges where it actually does matter. Like the difference between being a
actually,
lawyer
So-
from Harvard and a lawyer from Podunk U is massive, right?
actually, that
Sure,
does.
but I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, so one. Sorry, I was going to respond to Erudite, but then I also want to respond to Wick. So I'll go two pieces. But one, I 100% agree with Erudite said about how this begins at an early stage, and I think there are way more interesting policies that I would advocate way before it. Like I said in my opening statement, way before I would talk about affirmative action, which feels like at the very end. Of what like the very end of the life stage of the discrimination that we're talking about, where we start addressing it. Like I would love to be talking about like negative income taxes, zoning deregulation, whatever. But to address Wick's point, sorry, Wick, yeah. So so the difference between a lawyer from Harvard and a lawyer at Podunk U. First off, let's say that this like extremely rich white person, like higher class, someone who's not prioritized on college education. The idea that he's going to go to Podunk U is probably inaccurate, but I do think that the difference between Harvard and Podunk U and no education, there is a way larger gap between the latter rather than the former. So that, yes, I will concede. Yes, I do
Especially if
think
you
that they should.
escape like especially if you escape like law schools and these like certain ones. Like I know law school does pull from like Ivy Leagues a lot more, but like just in general, going to like any community college gives you such a massive economic benefit that like I don't see why the focus should be getting people into college as opposed to like getting them into top colleges. If you're a poor person and you go to any community college, you are massively changing your income.
So, yeah.
You mean the difference between no college and some colleges?
Lucy,
you just gotta
go.
Yeah.
We
Like for
paused for
example,
so
like
long.
like like a like a
Okay.
bachelor's from
So-
UCLA and a bachelor's from a community. It's not like
I-
that's not that significant, right?
Go, Lucy, go.
It really does not seem like it follows. When it comes to the affirmative action students that come in, for them it's sort of like a chance at education, period. But for other people, even if a person does not get to a university, usually from my experience, people have at least 3 universities of choice. So worst case scenario, they will either go to university number 2 or 3. Does not delete their chances at education. It does not destroy their life. And if they are really set at getting to a very particular university, and that is a thing that is practiced in Poland quite often, if a person does not get into a university, they go to a different university and then transfer to the university that they do want to uh, learn at. So there's this scarcity argument that people's lives are being ruined by affirmative action, and I'm not sure I see it.
Well, couldn't you just apply the argument the other way around that if you are, a underrepresented minority group, you don't have the, credentials to get into Harvard or Yale or Princeton, you go to a community college for 2 years and then
Well,
transfer to a
The,
better
the question
public
is
school.
if most affirmative action students aim at Harvard, Yale, etc.
Well, that's what we're specifically talking about. We're talking about a lawsuit at Harvard. So
I guess one thing that would be interesting to know is, do like all universities have affirmative action? Is it localized more around like upperly mobile? Is
Well,
affirmative action advocates more fixated on Ivy Leagues versus like
The-
other universities?
I think
the,
what
the
they're able to get
problem in
away
the
with depends
US
on the
is that
state.
it depends on the state, and it also can depend on the school because the schools implement different rules of admission around like
Yeah,
how
that's
points are
obvious.
distributed. So
I know.
well,
I'm
I
counting that
mean
into my
it's
question.
obvious for the US, but for example for other countries not necessarily. The other country has more standardized sort of.
Yeah, but we're talking about American universities
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
affirmative action. So in the case of American, I'm just asking. I don't know if anyone on the panel knows. Does anybody know? Like, do almost all universities have some form of affirmative action policy, or is it
They-
specifically? And do the advocates fixate mostly on Ivy Leagues?
So as I understand it, there are some colleges who will say, like Harvard had to give their data. They will say they give points based on like racial preferences, but most colleges won't admit they do, right? And they'll use other metrics that.
My
It's also
understanding
it's
is
Actually,
it's banned in 10 states. I think
Yeah.
there's 10
Actually,
states
I'm
that
not
have
Because
tried it.
California bans it, right? They
I don't
ban it
know
like
any
Yeah,
of
California has it, but keep in mind that in California
usually-
it's only for schools that are like funded by the federal. So I think Stanford, for example, they're still allowed to discriminate by race because they don't
Berkeley
accept,
also
like,
has
state
affirmative
funding.
action policy.
No, they
I
don't.
was-
No, they don't.
yes,
The
so
entire
mind-
University of California system does not have. It's not allowed.
no, so
in
they
mind
don't have
because-
quotas. Just to be clear, I was looking
No,
into
no, no, no.
Berkeley
It's not. It's
specifically.
not quotas. Quotas.
Oh,
Quotas
quotas are
came out in
illegal.
1978.
Let me finish my statement
Okay.
and you'll understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's quotas. It's obviously not quotas. Those are banned. What I'm saying is that Berkeley specifically is known to have certain affirmative action policies because there was another case in UC. It was against UC Berkeley by another student. I can't remember the name of the case. I apologize, but it was talking about specifically an affirmative action policy where it wasn't quotas, but they were specifically giving some level of preference of basically it was under their diversity wing and they were interested in diversity. And if you had like diverse experiences and they listed a number of things, including both sex and race, that would be used in conjunction to understand your application. And so this is the actual forms of affirmative action that most people are concerned about.
Gotcha.
Oh,
So
this
what you're
is
describing
actually-
is the University of California versus Bakke, which was 1978.
No,
that's where they
that's
got
not
rid
what
of
I'm
quotas.
talking
Say that. Yeah,
Okay.
That's not what I'm
1978.
talking about.
Wait,
In
wait, wait, wait.
1996, California
I know
passed
this.
Prop 209, which prohibited UC and other state entities from using race, ethnicity, or sex as a criteria. This is why California doesn't have any sort of race-based discrimination when it comes to their universities.
Okay, I guess I'll go look it up. I'm not talking about
So-
Bakke, obviously. I'm
so-
aware of
Okay.
Bakke. That's what
Well,
standard.
there's
Well,
also
because that's what got rid of quotas. That's why I was.
Wait, Bakke's
Yeah,
Bakke's
I'm
different.
not
sounds like
talking
every
about
episode.
quotas.
Okay.
Bakke got rid of quotas, but in 1996, yes, California did.
Gruder versus Bollinger is a good example of one where affirmative action was standed by the Supreme Court.
So this is different, right? So in California, so the Supreme Court has consistently held that states can ban affirmative action if they want to, and California did. In 1996, there was a referendum that removed race-based affirmative action from public colleges, with a caveat, which is that California is one of these fucking states where the admissions programs they don't say it. They don't say we're going to give you points because you're black. But they just tend to rate certain minorities as more dynamic, more
Yes,
more
thank you.
exciting,
That's what I'm talking about.
more
Yes.
more with more pizzazz.
The
Right?
1996 California Proposition 209. Is that the one
Yeah.
you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's the one
So-
I've been talking about the whole time. Just to be clear.
So California does do that. There's a lot of colleges
Yes.
there that basically hide the fact that they're doing it, but they do it in one way or another.
Yes.
But they can't explicitly do it though. California is one of the
but
states
they-
where they can't say like, "Oh, you're black, therefore we're going to give you some points based on that." They cannot do that.
Well-
that is against
So the
I mean, yeah, if we're
2003
talking about like
Gruder.
things going under the table.
It's
then
under the
sure.
table.
No, it's
And
not.
they
It's
do.
not. It's not entirely under table. The Gruder-Bollinger case is what set the precedent of how we tend to implement these things. Where in this case, there was a law school in Michigan that basically tailored to match diversity was found to be fair, and race was allowed to be considered within admissions, but it was under like these new types of languages versus the old ones of just explicitly being about race. And so, like most universities have adopted policies that are similar to the University of Michigan, including multiple different universities.
Wait. So that was Gruder was 2003. In 2000,
That's what I said.
Hold on. In 2006, Michigan banned all affirmative action by statute. So that
Yeah.
Gruder doesn't apply anymore to Michigan because they banned it
No,
by
I
statute.
did say that it did. I said that the Gruder policy, because it was upheld by the Supreme Court, was then taken by a number of universities and they went, "Oh fuck, that works," and was then adopted and disseminated out.
But not
That's what I-
California, though.
Right,
so
but
it was adopted by a
also-
number of other states, but not California and not Michigan, because both those states explicitly banned it, but implicitly they're absolutely doing it under the table. There's no doubt about that whatsoever.
Yeah, and like I think that's like something that
Right.
like I don't know if we could ever get
But-
rid of again, unless we got rid of like names too. If you see that somebody's name is Kim early, you know that they're going to be Asian, right? So,
Like I've been given.
Well, but maybe they're more dynamic. Who knows?
oh, yeah, no, maybe.
Like, because we have two actually important things when it comes to admission. We have admission itself. So, are you able to study here? Are you able to attend this place? And the second important factor, which I'm not sure we've touched upon, are you actually going to receive the funding to be able to be here? And there was a university, and I don't know if it was Harvard or which was it, that has decided to basically give funding only to very poor people. And if a person, even if it was a person of color, had an income that was above very poor, then they would not fund the whole course, right?
Are we talking about access to scholarships and things like that?
Yes,
Access
because
to
being
let me ask.
being admitted to a school is
I
one thing,
understand
but
if you can't
actually
afford it,
getting
you
the
can't go.
funding,
I get it.
yeah,
Yeah. But that brings up a question, right? Given the fact, right, that there are so many scholarships, or I guess I'll ask it rather than just assert it. Do minorities have more access to scholarships than, say, you or I? I don't actually know.
it depends.
Or is it more of the
Scholarships,
fact
I would
that,
guess absolutely, yeah.
I
But
would
I could
think
be
so.
wrong.
or access to grants, loans, etc. Right?
There are just tons and tons of options for scholarships, like especially depending on the state you live with. There's just like hundreds of different like
Not
routes you
even
could go.
close.
Well,
Yeah,
like
I
no,
would.
specific to you, there are probably hundreds of different options you could go for. But the numbers obviously like in the thousands of like things you have access to apply for, and obviously there would be more options for minorities. Yes.
Yes, there are, and I
Yeah.
got some scholarships when I went to school. It's absolutely
Yeah.
true. I mean, they obviously none of them were race-based scholarships. If you just look at
Right.
me,
You don't have access
right?
to that.
I
Yeah.
don't have access to those, but there was a fuck ton that I didn't have access to, and I think this is pretty.
One of
My
the big
understanding
things.
though is that when I quickly looked it up, because I wasn't sure, because that would be my assumption too, is that there's more. But 71% of white students receive scholarships, while minorities win about 28.5%. So maybe there are more of them available, but I guess like they're never
It
being
could be.
applied
Well,
for,
different
or
types of scholarships. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
ones
because
that,
it could be that like I mean there's like military sponsorship or scholarships, and those
Right.
might go more towards white students, so it might actually balance itself
military.
out.
You mean like the Pell Grant or?
Right.
I just assume that there's
Okay.
scholarships for
Okay,
military.
so
Numbers.
well, if you go to the
may not be
military, you
right.
get your college paid for through the Pell Grant. I
No,
think
I'm saying if you're like father's in the military.
Oh, if you're in a military family, maybe $5 for
I just as-
Meatwad. $5 for Meatwad to say legacy admissions are affirmative action for rich people. Fair enough.
Ace. I was going to bring up
Wait.
legacy
Facts.
admissions.
Wait. No, I got
That's
a number of
facts.
things to say.
I was going to say, I know that you're going to be prepped for
Oh,
legacy admissions.
no,
So I feel like
I got
that's
so
a
no, I
necessary
got
thing
so
to
many.
tackle.
I got so many things to say. Okay, first of all, something that was said just didn't make sense to me. So I looked into it, right? So no, a higher percentage of Black people, 88%,
might
compared to white
bring it
people,
up,
only
yeah.
74%, got any kind of grant or federal aid from the government, non-repayable. Okay, so Black people get more from the government. And then when you look at Caucasian students receive 72% of all scholarships. Caucasian students receive 72% of all scholarships. Minority students receive only 28% of all scholarships. Now, read that carefully. That does not mean that Black people are underrepresented in getting scholarships, because they are a much smaller percentage of people who go to college, right?
obviously.
So
Sure.
they are actually an outsized percentage of people who get scholarships compared to white students.
They're
And then-
higher proportionally. is
Right,
what
right.
you're saying?
Yeah,
And-
absolutely. It's a high proportion. They get more scholarships. And then as to the legacy point, I do not deny whatsoever that legacy absolutely has a pro-white lean, because of course people in the past who went to those college are more likely to be white. Therefore,
Not just more likely, we're allowed to. Just to be clear.
absolutely. Look, like I'm not denying that, but
Well, isn't it admission
But-
based on immutable characteristics? Isn't that the problem?
yeah. So back then there was absolutely, they banned certain people from going to the school based on
Yeah.
whether or not they were Jewish or Black or anything.
Well, no,
Yeah,
they're giving
absolutely.
an immutable benefit to people just because of who their parents are.
Correct.
You're going to get looked at more
to be
favorably.
clear,
with your legacy.
absolutely, and to be clear, I'm against legacy. I think, by the way, I think any and all things that shit on merit are like stupid. I think merit is like the ultimate thing, because at the end of the day, who do you want building your plane? The affirmative action hire or the person who like
What about
the best?
submarines?
The
But-
question is,
or
what do we
submarines,
mean
right?
by
But
merit?
well, I wanted to say one last thing. When you look at the legacy, it's true this has an effect, but the Harvard data that was released shows that like even when you control for legacy, if you removed all race-based affirmative action and removed legacy with it, you would see the proportion of white students go up, right?
Also, one of the things that makes
legacy
legacy
such a
like
small
really
percentage.
Yeah, one of the things that makes legacy really difficult is that it does have an insanely high correlation to getting into, like your essentially your parents' alma mater or whatever. But when they actually looked, like parents, like if you had a Harvard legacy, you were also getting into Yale and Princeton and Stanford at like
Yep.
significantly higher rates, because you're just in an environment like if your
I was
parents
gonna
went
say,
to Harvard, you're going
This
to
is about the systemic stuff, right? So like
so the
there's a
data's
piece
tricky.
of So the piece of legacy that's tricky is the systemic and element of like schools are probably going to look more favorably on legacies because they're probably grown up in education settings that are going to like prepon them more. But this is going to be the exact same inverse argument for why they're like might be need to consider like Black individuals and like how they are disproportionately undereducated and have worse education opportunities, and therefore their GPA may not be reflective of their potential but of their poor education, particularly the SATs.
And as
Question
someone who's so
specifically.
interested in a
So-
meritocratic society, it's interesting that
You don't. Are you not interested in the meritocratic? I had a question for Lacto, but now I have a question for you. Staxiums, do
No,
you
I
not think merit is a
100%. No,
good
I'm
thing?
100% interested in a meritocracy, and I'm just saying, hey, if we want to address systemic issues, that's how we do so. And I'm saying Lactoid says he's interested in a meritocracy, but it seems like when addressing these sort of systemic issues at the root, or acknowledging that there are some absolutely historical examples where they are still being passed on intergenerationally, because we know that intergenerational wealth exists and that wealth is a predictor for high education, like finding a way to probably like have a more meritocratic system is a positive. Would you not agree?
Right. So
Sort
That
like
was
of,
a
it
question
depends.
towards Factoid.
we
Well, it depends how you define merit, right? So there's two schools of thought. The one school of thought is, at the end of the day, who can do the job better? That's one way of defining merit. The other way of defining merit is if we control for everything throughout this person's life, who do we think could potentially have done better? The second one I think is very nebulous and speculative, although I'm in favor of, I guess, everyone being the best person they can be. At the end of the day, especially if I'm like getting like I don't want to feel like while I'm on the sub that's collapsed. Like okay, maybe too soon for
Wait,
that. Okay, hold on, that's too soon for that. I'm not gonna use that.
Hey,
Maybe
I'm fine with that.
no.
Wait,
5 people
hold on.
died. It's wrong.
That
Hold on.
first school of thought.
It's 5 people wrong. 5 people died. I don't want to bring it up, right? But like, let's say you're on a plane and like the wings start falling off. Like the last thought in my head was, well, at least somebody who got a chance who otherwise may have been like not been able to do that. No, I want like
Well,
I want the
think
firms
this-
hiring the
Wait, no,
best people.
that's so nonsensical. Wait, hold on.
This is the myth of meritocracy in general. It's like
Right.
meritocracy to some degree is valuable. Of like, yeah, we want more qualified people in positions that take higher level technical skill. But meritocracy is a massive myth as soon as we get to individuals, because most individuals, even at really high levels, are decently replaceable because there are millions of people who are similarly level of skilled and would be able to have the capacity to do your jobs outside of even GPA. Absolutely, this is true, right?
No.
So many jobs are going to be replaceable. Some jobs are going to be harder
Well-
to replace, but absolutely there are going to be people who can fill your shoes. This is self-evident
There's-
how hiring practices are reliant on in marriage parties, that you're never fully so valuable that their firm can't
No.
fire
So,
you.
but
There's-
similarly is pulling a ton of weight in that
Okay,
sentence, right?
so-
There's no such thing as like qualified and unqualified. Qualification is a spectrum, and I'd prefer a situation in which if I'm an employer, I can accurately predict what level of quality that I'm selecting in a candidate without having to like
Accurate.
accurately.
It seems like
Accurate
a pipe dream.
is
So
the
that's
biggest
the
without
problem, is that
having
you'd
to
have
without having to compensate for like, oh, this person's
Uh,
here because of XYZ non-skill based reasons, which
So
is
the
what
issue-
affirmative action does.
That's
The
the
issue-
problem.
The
So
issue is that we
that's
conflate all these things, right?
Not exactly true.
This is why we have PhD conflations. Like, this is why you can find a PhD to say fucking everything, right? Because like
Um,
the
Those are
reality,
bullshit.
okay, the reality is that GPAs are super valuable, but GPAs are also extremely going to be underserving at a number of fields about whether or not they're meritable. This is why, for example, in the help field, it is like the classic meme that everyone prefers like the master's student who just got like an average counseling degree versus the people with the PhD clinical psych degrees, because the PhDs are fucking stupid with people. Because yeah, they're really good at school and smarts, but they're terrible at talking to people and they're terrible at like negotiating like human management, which is what, by the way, human management is essential to most jobs nowadays. There are some highly technical jobs for like our antisocial weirdos that can go and not talk to people, but there are increasingly high human
Sure.
management roles
So
that GPA is not a good explanation for.
But that's not based on race, right? I don't
I think-
agree
I
that
don't-
like fucking
yeah,
black
sure.
people have more dynamism. I think that people of all races, I think if you like somebody in an interview, I agree that's going to be much more determinative of whether or not you hire them.
think-
But that's still like a factor, right? That's still like a relevant factor, like how
I-
well you work with people.
But race actually can be a merit. I know that,
Um,
like for doctors, for example, people tend to actually respond a lot better and take advice from physicians that are the same race as them. Which is why I know, in like it's actually weird because I know med schools do really want diverse
So
people coming in, because otherwise they're not actually graduating enough like diversity in their
I-
doctors.
I believe
I'm gonna
that
let Lucy.
I believe that the whole meritocracy argument is pretty deceptive, as we are talking about people that might have the skill, for example, might have the drive and might have the merit, but might have the tools to do their best before going to college. And I think we can throw away the doing the best job example because we're not talking about jobs, we're talking about educating people to do the best possible job. And there is existing data. There are actually examples of schools that do not, because when we're talking about affirmative action, we're not just talking about a single step of admitting people. We're actually also talking about the support that goes afterwards, both psychological help to the students and additional help that would help them overcome the hurdles that they had before that would enable them to have a equal playing field with other peoples that had more means. Like for example, if we're talking about essays, is it more, does a person that has access to tutors that would practically just teach them the exact skill on how to write essays, is that merit?
Yes, because now they know how to write essays.
No, it's not merit.
Wait,
It's
wait, wait,
based
wait.
on
Because they can do the
extra
job. If someone
tuition.
teaches, no, if someone
Wait,
teaches
hold
you,
on, hold
oh,
on.
wait. If somebody teaches you how to fucking like blacksmith, and now you can blacksmith, and some other guy's like, well, I could
Essays
have,
is not like blacksmithing.
I could have,
Wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait.
hold on. I could have been a
I'd like to
blacksmith
respond.
if I wasn't,
Lucy's just right here.
if I didn't grow up in the fucking,
You
You cannot
in
compare.
an
the
environment with a lack of anvils.
essays.
Look,
I
it
would like
doesn't,
to
it doesn't
respond.
matter. It doesn't matter. Wait. It doesn't matter, right? Like, at the
it does.
end of the day, when I'm going in to get a fucking like pair of pliers made, okay?
Nobody's
I don't give a fuck.
trade
I don't
schools.
give it. No, okay,
Lucy's
wait.
talking about like philosophical.
It's all the
capacity
same.
of
It's all the
generation.
same.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
it's
is.
not.
The
There's
lawyers,
no
the
world.
lawyers who were
There's no world that you're
ushered
going
in,
to argue.
the lawyers who were ushered in because of their race, they were quite literally given a benefit, which very well could have and probably did in most cases make up for a lack of skill. And that is
Okay.
critically important when
I-
you're the one on
I would
trial.
love to
Clear,
point out
just
some
be clear,
hypocrisy.
essays are the worst example of just like simple skill and merit. Essays are objectively the stupidest like thing to argue with. Lucy's right here. Essays are so deeply subjectively based. It's not like a blacksmith teaching somebody how to build a nail or a horseshoe. Essays are subjectively marked. They're subjectively determined about what is good. For example, there are tons of famous essayists that at the time of their writing, everyone scoffed at because their prose was shit. And now we look at them and we look at the ideas that they're putting forward and we
Right.
call them brilliant.
They'd
So
be
Lucy-
better if they knew better prose. And on average, the people
And-
who knew better prose were probably
It's
better
not.
than the people who didn't.
Ba-
You can,
based on the-
you can have diamonds in the rough. I don't disagree with that. But at the end of the day, even when it comes to essays or when it comes to any kind of practice, any kind of skill,
Base-
or when it comes to motions, which you're filing in court, that's also like maybe not quite an essay, but kind of similar in the sense
First
of
of all,
in the sense
everything
if
you're
you got a
talking about-
thesis and you're making an argument,
Yeah,
your
all
skill
these
matters
things,
there.
All these things can be
Wait.
done by ChatGPT at this point. Just structure.
No,
it
they
towards-
can't. This fucking lawyer
Let me
tried that and
Let me
he's
talk
getting
for,
it
like,
fucking
2 seconds.
disbarred because
agree.
he fucking he didn't check his
ChatGPT is actually
citation.
becoming an
Okay,
actual
enough.
problem. Yeah.
Enough.
But
Enough.
Can I go?
Wait,
No,
why have merit
everyone-
because the robots will
everyone
replace
stop.
us? Is that your argument?
Everyone stop
I-
because
I
I can't hear anyone. Everyone stop or you will be stopped. Everyone, that includes you, Lucy. Okay, $5 from Fur Gully to say this. If workplaces are urged to look at resumes during the hiring process, shouldn't schools? Can you put people's names on screen? I only know a few of them. Yeah, I'll do them. There's Double Shine, Kilo, Lactoid, Lucy, Nuts, Erudite, and Staxiums. On the merit argument of things, right? We seem to be kind of getting we're diverging. We're missing each other, I feel. At the end of the day, it does matter. This is my opinion, I'll share this. Your drive, your work ethic, all this does matter. But at the end of the day, also, regardless of how hard you try or how hard I try, I'm never going to be as good as volleyball as someone who's 6'8". I'm just never going to. I'm not. It's impossible for me, right? No matter how hard I try, no matter what tools are given me, they are just going to be objectively better, right? And there are some people, like it or not, who no matter how hard you try, you will never be as smart as. They're just going to be objectively smarter than you.
Wait,
It's just true.
right.
And
Be it
I
as
think
it-
that these two ideas are being are kind of at odds right now. That a lot of you are arguing, well, yes, drive matters. You need tools so you can access your full potential. But what Lactoid seems to be arguing is that at the end of the day, this person's full potential is just always going to be higher than yours. $5 more from Fergully to say I didn't write the question right. Workplaces look at nameless resumes in schools. Here's another dono. Thank you for the other dono. Okay, go ahead.
Be it
I
as
would
it
like to go.
may.
Okay, I'll
Yes?
let Lucy go. Sorry.
Ah, sorry. Be it as it may, if certain people don't have access to the tools, then we can't know if they would have performed to their full potential or not because they don't have the ability to. Like they're just deprived of the ability. We can't know.
100%
and-
agree.
We can't
And wait,
know.
hold on,
That-
hold on. Lactoid. I want to respond to what you've been saying, okay? Because you're saying, hey, look, I don't really care.
Lucy, holy shit. I don't think she was done.
What?
Yes, there's what's one other thing because
Oh.
based on the answer, one question does come to mind. So, are some of the people here saying that education should be barred between a paywall since the essay tuition that is counted as merit is basically based on how wealthy a person or a person's family is, that they can afford the extra lessons to take someone to the extra activities. It is all economy based. So, are we saying that education should be barred for certain people based on their economic ability?
I think everything in society will be in some cases barred, right? That's like saying all athleticism should basically be like completely barred because somebody had more money to get better coaches when they were 10 years old. Like, yeah, it sucks that obviously if you have more money, you're going to be able to write a better essay. And I don't even know if I necessarily agree that like that merit argument is very good. Like, oh, just because you have a better essay, you're somehow more qualified to like succeed in college. But I don't think that like your access to educational tools when you're young should like it's just I don't think it's basically impossible I think to like equalize that.
I just want to
I feel like we're so far from like where we
Wait,
can
wait,
think
it's not.
right?
Sorry,
I would like to
Go ahead,
to
Lactoid. Just interrupt
would like-
all the women on the panel. Just keep going.
I was gonna, but I decided to revert from my sexist ways. Go ahead.
Okay, me and Lucy finally have space. Thank you. Okay, what me and Lucy are arguing, going back to the merit stuff, is that there are certain things that are assumed as merit that it turns out don't map on very well to skill in the workplace. So again, I'm going to lean on the help field specifically, but I can guarantee you somebody's capacity to write a sick research paper, that nobody will read because it's fucking boring. They're going to skip immediately to your discussion system because the way that we've taught people to write papers is fucking insane and boring. And by the way, tons of researchers are arguing that our prose formatting is so stupid and alien that it should basically be done away with so that research can be fun again. But regardless, somebody's essay isn't going to determine whether or not they're able to connect with their clients, to actually be helpful, to be able to properly put their finger on what potentially is the issue with, and help transition that client to better functioning and health, right? An essay might cue that, but it's a really bad measure. This is why, for example, essays are almost completely done away in psychology fields because it's a really bad measure. Same with GREs. So I'm willing to grant that for certain jobs like engineers and stuff, there are going to be things like certain measures of testing that map on more closely to their job. I want engineers to have lots of rote memory about a lot of stuff for their work site, but there's a lot of things that don't map on that are silly. There's tons of multiple choice types questions. There's tons of standardized testing things that don't map on very well to skill because half the shit they can just Google and it doesn't actually tell whether or not they can make like good decisions and like work well in a like team flow management system.
You want
I
to
think
respond to that?
I think that even if the essay isn't great, which I don't know how effective the essay is at predicting like college success. Again, I'm just going to say that like whatever metric you do use, people who are richer, people who are more privileged, are always going to have more access to those tools. You could, even if it's like extracurricular or working at a job, if you want to go for that, richer people are still going to have better access. To
Not just that, but I looked into it, and yes, there is a strong correlation between single-parent households and poor educational achievement. And when you have more parental involvement in education, you're much more likely to succeed in your education. And to some extent, you can't choose that. I agree. Like it does seem a little bit unfair in the sense of, wow, this person was born. This person was born with parents who care about them and actually are involved in their education.
Come on, now, please.
I agree. Hold on, real quick.
Close up by a bootstrap, kiddo. Just ask mom harder.
I agree. I 100% agree. You have situations in which, yes, like someone is born with parents that care about them, and this is going to put them at a massive advantage for a lot of things in their life. But at the end of the day, sometimes, sometimes things are made, not born, right? Sometimes you have heroes that are made, not born. And when you have people who, at the end of the day, can write incredibly convincingly, can forge a hammer very well, can design a plane perfectly, right? At the end of the day, if you're an employer and you want the best person to do a job like that, it would make sense to be choosing the person who can just do it, as opposed to, well, if only they had had a better upbringing, maybe they would
would
be
love
good
to
at it. So
respond.
we're just going to go ahead and
Respond.
give them the benefit of the doubt anyway. We
Wait,
don't
wait,
give the,
wait,
we don't give the
That's
losing
not
team.
refuting.
We don't give the losing team 10
That's
points
the
just
difference
That's
between
not
because.
refuting what she's saying.
and
I'm sorry.
employers.
I've let
You're
you.
not, this is
I would
such a
love to
bad
go. I'm gonna
analogy.
go.
Just to
It's a
be clear, though,
perfect
but just
analogy.
to be clear, an education place is not going to be the same as an employer. Employers are only going to determine about how good you are because they're hiring you and paying you for a job. At an education center, where their job is to help build and grow you, and you're paying them to mentor you, there is way more flexibility and way less of a needed meritocracy.
Yeah.
Their job is to make money off you.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay,
Yes,
hey,
it is.
Black Toy, I feel like you're being hypocritical here because let's say I'm brought in for a crime, okay, and this black lawyer who was educated from Harvard and only got in for affirmative action comes and assists me, and I'm like, oh, perfect, this is my lawyer. And then some fucking white guy who never went to Harvard was like, I applied and I had the potential, but I wasn't able to go because of this affirmative action. I would say, look, I don't care. This black person is able to help me too. I don't care that he was unjustly helped. He is the person who can help me. It seems like you're aware that there is systemic action, but you are only wanting to displace it at a point where you feel like whites are unjusted instead of earlier
Wait.
where black people are.
No, no,
And
no,
it
no.
Well, he was
feels-
opposed to legacy admissions. I will
No,
grant him
no,
that.
no. Yeah,
Sure.
so not only am I
There
opposed to
seems
legacy
to
admissions,
be-
but I want to respond to that, okay? Because there are a
Okay.
couple things that were said. The first thing that you said, there is a point of discrimination. I understand your point, and it's an interesting point, but I'm mostly concerned when it comes to government discrimination. Okay, so I don't think that just because you happen to have a culture that like prioritizes single motherhood, that because that exists and because that leads to poor overall outcomes, that therefore the government gets to do their own racism or like their own sort of like negative control in which they discriminate against white people in order to like make up a gap that isn't my fault, to make up a gap that I had nothing to do with, that the government had nothing to do with necessarily, right? When it comes to single motherhood, I will disagree with you on that if you're going to make that point. But then second of all, when you bring up the example of, yeah, you have the black lawyer from Harvard compared to the white guy who just simply didn't get in that scenario, it would be a very difficult choice. Okay. But the unfortunate reality is, wait. Let me finish my point real quick. Because the unfortunate reality is, if you have a black lawyer from Harvard and a Asian lawyer from Harvard, you'd be stupid to not go with the Asian because of affirmative action. Affirmative action makes the consumer be racist when they otherwise wouldn't be. I don't want to be racist, but because I know affirmative action gives a black person an advantage, I'm picking the Asian every time.
Okay.
Flip
Wow.
it.
Right, so there seems to be
Boom.
this interesting assumption that poor parents don't care for their children. Am I hearing this correctly? That would
Statistically
be
more
my
likely
first-
to not care as much.
Well,
as kids.
sure, but
strong
we say
correlation
statistic, but
between-
there's obviously a correlation, right, between single motherhood, but I can also point to a strong correlation between single motherhood and crime-ridden neighborhoods, and I could also point to a link between crime-ridden neighborhoods and impoverished neighborhoods, and I can also point to a link to impoverished neighborhoods and historically marginalized communities.
But there
Like
seems
I
to
can draw
be-
these lines all over the place. And it seems interesting that you're drawing one line and not the other.
Well, I don't think he's trying to make like a causal thing, saying that like, yeah, single parent mothers, they just hate their children and they don't want them to learn. There's probably a lot of other conflating variables and stuff like that. But on average, they're probably a lot less involved with their kids' education or have the
course.
resources to involve their kids.
Of
And I think that's
course.
just like
They
that's just
don't-
true.
I
Like-
100% agree.
There seems
That
to be.
Go ahead,
Yeah?
Lucy.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. There seems to be a misunderstanding about what affirmative action is and what it sets out to do. When it comes to education, it's supposed to put people on equal ground to get the education. Ideally, it is followed by support, as I said, psychological and other types of support. And when it comes to hiring, it does not become a case of we see that this person is less qualified, we will um, hire that person. No, it becomes the case of this person is actually extremely qualified, but there are not many people like this within this field, so I will hire this person because there is an under
Yes,
there.
the
Yeah,
scenario that gets brought up, just to clear this up, like in a hiring situation or in an admission situation, you have one slot left. You have two equally qualified candidates, right? So both seem to be qualified. One
so it's
scores
different.
higher on diversity than the other, so that the diversity gets them
Like
in,
that,
right? And
it's not
that
like
is the common scenario and
there
argument that
is
is used.
no incompetent lawyer who just gets because of the affirmative action and just doesn't know what they're doing actually. uh, I mean, I would like to see examples of that.
Yeah, so real quick, I reject all this. Right? Again, like people for some reason, I've heard this all the time. Like, well, as long as you're competent, like there's two competent people, and then we look at other factors, and then we decide. Like, who decides competency? There's no like two ethereal boxes of competent and incompetent, right?
Wait, that's
It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum, okay? Competency is a spectrum. Somebody who scores a 4.0 GPA is more competent than a person who scores a 3.5 when it comes to GPA, okay? They are more competent, even though both are quote unquote competent, right? Whatever that your personal line is for determining whether or not somebody's competent, one is better than the other. And then the two,
Ah,
and then the 3.5 is more than the three, and the
It
three is
so
more than the
depends, though.
2.5.
In
I
what
know,
end?
I
No,
agree.
that's
So
actually not
I
true.
referred to specifically GPA. You could talk about SATs. The person who scores
No,
a
no,
higher
I am
SAT
talking about
is
GPA.
okay.
Even in
No, no,
GPA,
it's
you've got
one.
okay. What if I've got somebody who's taking a bunch of sociology classes
Yes.
versus somebody? Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
obviously,
You're right.
I'm sure you would grant me that.
Mhm.
What about somebody who is like me? Okay, I can fucking destroy multiple choice questions. I don't know why. I've just got a really good memory for it. I annihilate them. That doesn't actually necessarily mean that I'm more competent than somebody else. It just means I have a fucking incredible rote memory. But there are incredibly competent people who are more competent than me that probably don't have as good of a rote memory. So even GPA, while it is a good predictor of success, is also still falling short of competency. The question of evaluating competency is one of the biggest conversations in like most levels of psychological
Yeah,
assessment. Like,
this is what this is
not
literally
solved,
this is what
very
I'm saying
clear.
though. This is what I'm saying though, right? What I'm saying is that competency is not competent and competent. It's very difficult and sometimes subjective, but a very like you have to look at every single like individual metric and determine are they more competent at this specific thing or are they less competent on this specific thing? Not that they fit into one of the single boxes. So yes, somebody who's a
So
higher SAT score is more competent at the SAT. Someone who is an engineering major who's taking the same courses as another person and they have a 4.0 GPA compared to a 3.5, they are more competent, right? There's like competency is a
so
hold on real quick. Competency is a spectrum, okay? And so when you look at affirmative action, which is by definition putting less competent people in positions of power. That's the point of it. All right, and
no, it's
this does
not.
not result.
No, I'm going to disagree with that.
This is not
It's not the point of it.
just in college. This is also in employment, right? The Department of Labor, literally on their website, for their how they dictate terms to federal contractors, mandate affirmative action for federal contractors. Plenty of private employers,
No.
yes, and public employers together, all mandate affirmative action in which they give unfair, prejudicial benefits to minority groups if that minority group is underrepresented in that field. It's just factually true. You can look this shit up. It's on the Department of Labor's .do fucking l.gov website. You can find it.
Yes, it is. It might be required. That might be true, but I think we're looking at a pretty major misunderstanding on what affirmative action is when it comes to hiring. I know it's not the topic of today's thing, but I would like to see it demonstrated that one of the main goals of affirmative action is to hire less competent people and that it's the point of affirmative action. Could you demonstrate that in any way?
So I don't think the point of affirmative action is necessarily because like we hate white people. I think the point of affirmative action is that a lot of people, especially people to the left, they look at the current landscape in the economy and higher education, and they are uncomfortable with the fact that white people and Asians and Jews, all three of those groups, dominate, and the fact that black people and Hispanic groups do very very poorly and don't get in nearly as high in as high as rates, that they drop out at much higher rates, that they fail out at higher rates, that they tend to
No, no,
occupy
no,
the bottom 20% of the class when they do get in. Like, this makes people very uncomfortable because a
Well-
lot of people of this school of thought have this belief, well,
This-
we're all equal, and it's because of like not having access
This
to these
is-
opportunities. But then
Wait,
once
but
people
it's-
are put into these opportunities, they don't do as well.
No, wait, hold on,
This
hold on.
is
hold
Wait,
on.
you think?
You know,
wait,
we
Go ahead.
we are just looking at you when you're saying opportunities. Okay, you're doing a lot of you're doing a lot of shortcuts there because you are just looking at educational opportunities and not all of the myriad of opportunities that happen earlier in their life. The reason why people are uncomfortable when they look at these percentages on how much Black people and Hispanic people are failing in colleges is because we know the history of this country. We're not blind to it. We know why these happen, and we can see a pretty causal link between a huge history of this discrimination that ended very recently, and in some cases are still existing, and compare that to acceptance to performance. And we're saying, hey, this is probably not some race science thing. Maybe we have disenfranchised these people, and maybe there are ways to fix that. And I agree that it is easy and sloppy to do it through affirmative action. I like, again, there's so many better, more effective ways that we can actually address these issues. But these
Or more
are
systemic,
issues.
but
Yeah,
Then advocate
Well,
for
yeah.
those.
But- okay,
Don't
wait, wait.
advocate for
I
this
do
fucking
all the
bullshit.
time.
Hey, just
Nobody
real
on
quick.
this panel
You
is advocating
think-
for this.
All right,
I
all right.
wanna
Well,
give
then
you-
join my side and let's shit on this one, and then maybe
No,
on the
it's-
next panel we can talk about your shit, and maybe
Because-
I don't know,
because
maybe I'll agree with it. I don't know.
You're doing the shit that's part of the problem, right? Part of the problem is that there's like a cultural preferentialism for certain like dominantly white cultural things, right? This is why, for example, let's get honest, in workplaces, for example, there are absolutely things like the tone and volume of your voice that in certain cultures being quieter is much more standardized, and in other cultures being louder is much more normalized. And people of color often are from cultures where being loud is fine, which, by the way, both of these things are morally neutral. It's fine to be quiet and it's fine to be loud, but absolutely there can be punitization. There are Black women who've had issues with their hair. There are absolutely a number of preferentialisms for things that are tend to be white centric, right? Not exclusively white centric, but in our culture dominantly that. And because of this, there's going to be a long history of issues that people of color come across. And so when the cases of like opportunities, we're talking about multiplicities of opportunities. We're talking about issues like, why was there redlining? Why is there cases where there is just people of color, like basically, like I think they're still called ghettos, unironic ghettos with underfunded and oftentimes teachers who don't want to go there, who are qualified because it's probably an awful place to teach at, with high levels of crime, with high levels of poverty, with high levels of single motherhood. And how do we address that? Not a single person on this panel, by the way, has been like, yeah, I fucking love quotas. I love affirmative action. It's based. Nobody has said that. So you're fighting against ghosts, which you said at the very beginning of
know.
this panel you are going to do, but
yeah.
then you keep yelling at us.
Yeah,
So
well,
chill.
I'm gonna keep yelling it because I said I'm gonna fight the ghost, so I'm gonna. Okay, first of all,
Okay.
and second of all, the quotas. No one is advocating for quotas. I'm not even fighting against quotas. I'm talking about affirmative action as practiced in the United States. Okay, we can leave quotas. We can leave quotas to the side. I'm never gonna refer to quotas because ostensibly they don't happen in America, even
How
though
do you
they
want to
do.
deal? How do you want to deal
well-
with the educational inequality? How do you want to deal with it?
So I don't know. I don't necessarily think that it's my prerogative to do it. Okay, to be frank with you, I don't see it as my goal to do so. And when it comes to the hair and the volume, I'm less concerned about that. I don't know how much that has to go into college admission. I personally wouldn't give a fuck.
You are going.
didn't-
Hold on. Hey. I understand. But like when we're
Just
talking, yeah,
make sure you're attributing the
for
correct
sure.
statements
Yeah,
to
but
the
okay,
correct
sure.
statements.
Yes. We're talking about workplaces. Sure, there might be some private employers who, ultimately, I am in favor of private employers choosing who they want to work for them. And if they don't like somebody having hair that they don't want, or they don't like somebody being louder than they don't want, they should be able to choose not to if they don't want to hire them. I personally wouldn't give a fuck. But when we're talking about affirmative action in colleges, right?
Mhm.
The sort of white-centric, what sort of white-centric I guess parameters are you looking at, right? The SAT, is that
You're a great
white-centric?
example. You think that essays are these basic skills, and as long as you learn the formula, when Purdue OWL itself has wholly rejected prose and basically said that there's no such thing as proper grammar in English
There's
because
no
essays
such-
are way more. Look it up on Purdue,
Well,
right? You've
Purdue's-
treated essays like a calculation, which is
is the
literally not true.
SAT white-centric? Is that a biased white-centric metric?
I'm not sure. I would have to look into SAT history specifically.
What about the LSAT?
I would
Okay,
get.
and
I
I
would
have
get-
a
So
question.
the thing
Just
I
real
would
quick.
like
Erudite.
to address.
Yes.
I'm asking Erudite you specifically, so you'll get to respond. I promise you. There's no such thing as proper grammar in English. Is that something that's been said? Like you,
Look at it on Purdue OWL. Yeah,
That's a
they've
fucking
totally
base
rejected
shit.
proper prose.
but we do agree that there's effective communication versus ineffective communication.
Yes,
There's
but-
effective
yes, of
communication.
course.
How do we
that's
teach
clear,
grammar then?
effective communication that's
However-
more,
How should we teach
accurate.
grammar?
Ask the writer of Blood Meridian. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no,
what
no.
to
I'm
tell
asking you. I'm
And
asking
thank
you.
you,
No, 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 no.
Rhoda,
Hold
for
on,
the
hold on.
raid.
I'm asking. I'm
want
asking.
me-
Yeah, I'm asking
want
you.
me to define the
Because
grammar?
you have endorsed. You have endorsed
So
the
I
opinion.
could
Wait, hold on,
speak
hold on,
a
hold on,
little
hold
bit
on.
on this.
Erudite. You have endorsed the opinion that grammar isn't real. Okay, and am I asking? I'm asking you.
That's not what I've said.
That's
You
not
said
what
there's
I
you
That's
said
what
there's no
was said,
correct
no.
grammar.
Yeah,
Explain to
there-
me
but
how,
that's-
Purdue
how
has
should
rejected
we?
the concept
I don't give a fuck
that
about
there is
Purdue.
proper prose or proper grammar.
Okay,
I've never
proper.
said
Yeah. Okay.
don't use
So
grammar.
okay. So how, in your opinion, should we be teaching kids proper grammar? Because there's no such thing as proper grammar according to Purdue. So
Right.
how should we teach them? What
I think we should.
does "and" go before "is" or does "is" go before "and"?
So
Is there
just
any
to be
rules to this
clear,
shit?
you want me to now be based on Purdue's statements. You want me to develop a grammatical lecture, but
You
you
link-
don't want to answer the question of education inequality. You get to throw
I
your hands
answered
up.
it. I answered it. I said it's not
You
my
said
fucking.
I don't know. It's not my prerogative.
I said it's not my prerogative.
Purdue Owl said there's no such
Here.
thing as
Let me
prose.
let me be
I
very
don't need
clear.
to define how to
Here.
develop proper
Okay,
grammar.
so-
Wait. No.
I
Let me be
think
very
I
clear. Let
can-
me hold on real quick. Let me be very clear. When I say it's not my
think I
prerogative,
can-
it's not my problem. I didn't cause any of that fucking shit, so it's not my fucking problem to solve any
Okay.
of this shit. And
So
I'm not
do we
gonna
live in a
fucking. I'm not gonna
community?
sit.
Do we live in a
I'm-
society? Do
We
we
live in a
democracy?
society. Oh, whatever.
No,
Who the
yeah,
fuck,
sorry.
okay?
You're
So
right.
it's not my
personally
fucking
contributed
problem.
to
So I
Purdue
can-
deciding that there's no problem. So there is.
So why would you cite
improper
them?
grammar.
Why would you cite them if you don't care about them?
Because she's saying.
Think about it. Actually, hold on, Lactoid. Why did I
I'm
talk
holding.
about this? Why did I bring any of this up? Tell me what my argument is.
You brought it up because I argue that essays are like, depending on the prose of an essay, could somewhat accurately indicate how intelligent or how capable somebody is. And this just was very problematic for you because you said, well, actually, this is a terrible statement. Purdue University says there's no such thing as correct grammar. You brought that up. So my question for you is,
So
why
what
would
is
you
my
bring it?
argument?
Why
Why
would
am I
you?
bringing it up?
You are
I'm
obviously,
asking you
yeah,
to
you're obviously bringing up Purdue's the citation to Purdue by saying there's no such thing as correct grammar to refute my position, which is that I think essays are a good thing when it comes to determining whether or not somebody's capable.
So
Okay, I will-
Yep.
If I could answer Lucy,
Yeah,
just
let's let Erudite and Lacto go back and forth
Yeah.
a little bit. This is interesting.
And Lucy
really
can
wanna
stand
get
me,
in.
okay?
I
Yeah,
really want to get in. I want to defend. There's no such thing as proper grammar. That's what I want to do.
So the idea of proper grammar has been dismissed by Purdue, and I brought it up because Purdue is the closest thing English has to a property authority. Because as I'm sure you all know, there is no authority of English, which, by the way, in like Spanish, there are authorities for the language. So English is very weird because we don't have an authority. Purdue is like the closest thing, but I'm sure you might find another body that you like more, which is fine. There is improper grammar. For example, if you've made a sentence in English and it makes no sense, that would be really bad grammar. But there are no absolute rules in grammar. This is why one of the great endeavors of a ton of different creative writers, for example, is constantly breaking different things of grammar to make certain points. People actually include grammar into how they read Blood Meridian. That's like the purpose, half the point of that fucking book is just to bastardize grammar.
Let me respond then, because what you just
$2,
said. Wait,
$2 from Insomnia Nor to say stop inviting racists on Lactoid. Okay,
blah blah
thanks.
blah.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
One specific thing that you said right there was, yes, there is such thing as improper grammar when you form a sentence that doesn't make any sense. Would you agree with me then that if you apply to college and you write an essay in which more of your sentences make sense as opposed to less of your sentences make sense, that this means that you are a better essay writer, and therefore that essays hold on, and that for that reason, essays do matter and can matter when it comes to applying for college.
What do you think my answer is going to be to that question?
It's going to be yes. I'm sorry, Lactoid, you were right. That's what I think the answer is going to be.
The answer is going to be yes, because you're clearly still not fully understanding what I'm actually arguing here.
Okay.
Right? The fact that you would even ask me that question suggests that you're still not grasping it. So the reason that they reject absolute rules for grammar is that even if we set rules in English, they can be broken because there is no absolute authority. It is proper to break grammar rules in a whole bunch of ways constantly. Commas can be used for effect. Periods can be used for effect. The prose that is able to effectively communicate an idea is what matters. So I would have an issue, for example, with an SAT that got dinged because grammars, commas were in the wrong place, or they didn't like how long the run-on sentences were, even if the ideas were compelling, powerful, and better than anybody else. It's the same thing, for example, with APA citation. People will lose 5% grades because they didn't italicize the journal label, even though the research article that they did is fucking brilliant. And that's the shit that's fucking cringe.
Great.
Wait, do college
Wait,
admissions
wait,
actually do that? Do they actually dock you based on your grammar?
When I wrote
AP
English
does.
papers, I would
And-
lose
and
5%
style
for
as well.
every
100%.
APA.
Yeah, it does.
I've never
I've
heard
looked
about
up
that for college
stylizations.
admissions.
Wait,
That's
wait,
crazy.
so hold on. It does, but then my question for you then, which maybe we can come to some agreement as to, I think that the actual point is more important than, as long as it's understood and it's compelling, as opposed to where the comma
gonna
is. I agree with that.
pour myself
But
some
then
pens.
my question for you then is, do you have any evidence or any reason to believe that this impacts affirmative action whatsoever? That there's certain racial demographics that the reason that they're scored lower in essays is not because they're making less compelling points, but because their commas are in
Yes.
the wrong place.
The answer is yes.
Okay, where is this research?
Well,
So,
I-
if
can
I
I-
may,
Yeah,
go ahead,
Lucy,
sorry,
back
Lucy.
up your statement. You said
So,
yes, that there is
as
compelling
a-
evidence. Can you provide that
'cause-
evidence?
well, I can speak to this a little bit as I am actually certified to teach English, interestingly enough. And in languages, because I think it goes a bit beyond the ultimate authority argument. We can speak to this when we talk about all languages. There is the standard version of a language that we usually broadly teach, but throughout all languages, there are smaller groups within a society or regional differences within societies that can get discriminated against because they stray from that standard. And the argument is that those deviations from the norm or standard should not
Two
be
questions for you.
part of a discrimination. And that it reflects in the scores because the way, for example, that Black people speak or communicate is often treated as broken English or bad English, even though it's a legitimate form of English. It's
understand.
a legitimate
It's a dialect.
accent
Yeah,
dialect.
it's a dialect.
Exactly,
dialect.
yeah.
So just two
Dialect.
questions on this for you, Lucy, real quick. So
Okay.
this isn't just an American thing. Beijing does this. Like Beijing accents and things are taught in Chinese education system in China and things
Yeah.
like that. They there's a lot of different Chinese
Well,
dialects
it's a
aside
bit
from Mandarin,
different. It's
but
a
they
bit difficult.
right? They
It's a-
do say like Mandarin is the standard language, right? Like
Yes.
so that is something that they
Well,
they
that's-
go for. So my question, before you respond, like I haven't even asked my question yet. Okay,
Yeah.
my question is this, right? If you are unfamiliar with a dialect, does using that dialect tend to make it harder to understand you?
I think it's a bit different when comparing English to Chinese.
Let's stick within
Since-
English in general.
Okay.
Do you think that having a very specific dialect in English that is not common, like
Right.
let's not even use a racial dialect, let's use a Southern dialect, Southern twang, or like Boomhauer on King of the Hill things. It makes you harder to understand, correct?
It will depend.
No, I'm gonna say no. gonna say
No,
no, it
you could
absolutely does
Boomhauer.
not make you-
Let me tell you what. You don't understand me now.
Oh, sorry.
man?
If I were
Then-
speaking your dialect, if I were a Southern gentleman, a
Yeah,
Southern
this
man
is
who
such, like,
spoke
intense
just as
white preferentialism. It's like
yeah, exactly. I've learned how to speak in a specific way, and I am going to be primed to understand people who speak in my similar way. If I speak to someone who speaks exclusively AAVE, that dialect, the African American, or like some southern dialect, they are going to have more issues understanding me than their neighbor, and that is the point.
No,
Yeah, so generally-
So,
No,
so
no, no.
again, the second
generally-
question. I'll let Kilo
To
go
me?
next because
No,
Kilo
no,
hasn't gone yet.
go
The
ahead.
second question, right?
Yes.
Is it not within a society or culture's interest, right, to preferential people who are able to be understood by the overall culture as a whole, by the majority of the culture? Is it not within the interest of a culture or a
It's-
society
Not
or a
not at a
country or
university.
a
point of
At a
nation?
language.
university. No, at a university.
then-
If your whole conception is about the wrestling of the greatest ideas, if the idea is to pursue intellectualism, then the idea that because like you're not super big fan of the dialect that somebody's using just wholly blocks you from being able to engage with somebody's idea. I don't know what to tell you. Go listen to Slavoj Žižek. Would you just say Slavoj Žižek is an idiot because it's incredibly difficult to understand and it's like kind of like irritates me from like the amount of like water noise in his mouth? Yeah, it's gross and weird, and he's hard to understand, and his ideas are brilliant anyways. And
We
the
are-
No,
idea,
they're not.
If
you
a
talk like
brilliant idea
Zizek
cannot
for
be
an essay, you're
effectively
not gonna get the
communicated in a
colleges, I'll
message,
tell
does
you
it
that
make it
much.
sound like
this is a great level of bias where I can look at Slavoj Žižek and disagree with a large portion of what he says and still recognize that he's brilliant and very, very important to listen to,
Look,
right? Just
yeah.
because he's my opposition.
Well,
I would,
Wait,
wait,
give
you-
space to, I would just real quick. I would give space to Kilo because Kilo hasn't had a lot of space on this panel. I wanted him to have some.
Oh yeah,
room.
Kilo, hello.
Hey,
I know.
I'm here. No, it's I mean, Lactoid, do you think that someone could be not particularly intelligent, not be a good performer in school, but like be capable artistically of crafting like this really eloquent, beautiful, like captivating essay that the admissions office would find like really compelling?
Yeah, there's exceptions on both ends. You can have somebody who's like not as intelligent who's able to like craft something particularly like good, and you could have somebody who's intelligent who crafts something shit. But more often than not, it's like a very strong correlation.
Obviously, the
between
Venn
people.
diagram.
Yeah. There's a very strong correlation, and when you're a university who has like a limited number of spots, it's perfectly rational to be like, oh, you convey your ideas understandably and in a succinct manner. I'm more likely going to choose you than somebody who can't.
Okay. I was going to bring it back to the meritocracy thing. I don't know if anyone else wanted to finish up with the essay conversation.
Well,
I just go ahead.
Yes. I think I also want to go back to the meritocracy thing because we sort of circle back to the fact that certain people come from certain environments that do not give certain opportunities. And this is where affirmative actions, for example, enters the picture. And even if a person writes an essay within a very obscure dialect, the more standardized way of communicating is a thing that is taught at a college/university
If your
level.
job-
so these things
If your
are,
job,
yeah,
if your task or your goal is to communicate a beautiful idea effectively, right? And you do so in a weird dialect or a dialect
Weird?
that is, yes, weird,
Weird to
abnormal,
who?
abnormal to the standard.
you.
Whatever the standard happens to be in the culture
No,
of the
that's
country
it.
you are
It's to
in.
you.
If you
Because I can be
communicate
in a
it
community-
poorly, you have failed at your task.
There's a difference
fundamentally.
between communicating
Well-
poorly and
Stop. If you have the most beautiful idea ever, but you cannot communicate it, it does not matter
Correct.
how
But communicate to
beautiful your
who?
idea or how great your idea
Or,
is. That
sorry,
does not matter
to use proper
because you have
grammar,
been
to whom?
ineffective at communicating the idea.
So could I respond?
Wick's so
It's like,
right.
This is used against ESL people. For example, I bet
True.
you my chat, because Lucy is, I'm guessing you speak multiple languages. I'm guessing at least
Yes.
2, maybe 3.
Yes.
Yeah. Is English your second, or did you learn it at the same time as I think you said you're Polish, right?
Similar time.
Okay, but
early
you have an
childhood,
accent,
yeah.
right? There's a good chance that if I look back in all of our chats, there's a number of people who assume that Lucy was dumb exclusively, probably because Lucy has an accent. Exclusively. This is something I run across, for example, with all of my friends who immigrate from all sorts of locations. Got a good friend named Melina from Sweden. People tell her she's stupid all the time, not because she's actually dumb, but because sometimes she lacks the right words and stuff like this and doesn't know all of the perfect grammar because English is her second language. So we have to be really fucking careful when we're talking about things like it's obvious how to communicate these things, because you can fall and lose really good ideas because it doesn't sound persnickety quite like you would like in the first place.
And no one is arguing, right, that people who
If I
communicate
could,
effectively are stupid. What we're arguing, and what the argument is that if you have to have, right, if you have a task, but you cannot communicate that task in the language, like if
Right.
I was speaking to Chinese people, right, from China, I would use Chinese, right, because it would be weird to use English. It would be odd. I would not be able to effectively communicate to them in English.
Sure.
Why would I ever use English to communicate them? That would be silly, right? I would be failing at my task. However, since you're all English, or at least speak English, right? And I don't know Polish, I'm sorry, right? But I use English
Shame.
to communicate my ideas, to communicate what I'm trying to get
But-
across. And if I used Russian or Ukrainian or any other language to do it, I would be failing. No matter how smart I am, no matter how
But-
intelligent I am, my task
If I
of
could-
communicating an idea to you would have just failed.
If
No,
I
but
could
the
Lactoid
body
did,
just-
he did
matters.
sort of, it's not really
If I
concession,
could-
but Lactoid did
if I
say,
could be-
generally speaking, it's a pretty strong indicator of like capability at readiness.
Yeah, not only that, but like we give credit to people. People who speak 2 languages are going to have in America like an economic advantage, right? If you can speak Spanish and English because you can reach
Yeah.
a wider degree of people,
So
this
if
is a
I
skill to
could-
this is a skill to have. Now, I'm a Swedish citizen as well, okay, but I don't know Swedish because it wasn't actually like efficient to teach me that in America because nobody here fucking speaks Swedish. What's the benefit of being able to speak a language that people can't understand? It's actually more efficient for me to put my resources into learning how to speak the language that everyone can understand better.
Sure,
If I
but we're
could-
saying. Oh, sorry, Lucy. I keep cutting you off. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So what I'm saying is that within like linguistics broadly, it's at the end of the day, dialect is still the same language, so you are still communicating perfectly well. The thing is that it's just not packed in the way that is accepted as the norm, and the packaging can be learned at the university or college level, which often happens that people write essays in a certain style, and as they go through education, they develop a more standardized or fitting style to the education that they are receiving.
So I like
Yep.
completely disagree. I think that like
100%.
the idea that language is independent of your ability to communicate is like that's the whole point why we have language, is so that we can.
Nobody's
communicate
saying
with
that.
other
No,
people
wait, hold on.
effectively.
That's not what we're
Nobody's
saying.
saying that.
No,
Okay,
no,
I'm
it's-
going to do
it's-
this
it's
thing
being
again. Hold on.
implicitly
You
said.
totally cut me
Hold
off
on.
so I can finish
Hold
my
on.
point real quick.
Well,
But that's very much exactly
it's-
what Lucy said, talking
that
about
is
how
not what
you
Lucy
can
said.
still
Being
have this
implicitly
great
said.
language. Yeah, that's okay.
Let's do
Second
another
of all-
game. Double Shine, can
Sure, go
you
ahead.
tell us what Lucy is arguing, and Lucy will clarify for you if that's what she's actually saying.
Can I just ask Lucy to say it again, maybe, instead of playing games?
I'm actually more interested in
He
seeing
didn't
if you
understand.
know what she's saying.
Yeah,
Well,
because
then why
I
the
don't really know because
why
they're
the
not
fuck
very
would you
good at
come in
communicating
and
it.
refute everything that Lucy just said?
Because
if
that's
you don't
my
even know her
interpretation
position?
of what they said. Now, if they disagree with me, they're welcome to say it. But I'm not going to play 20 questions to figure out their position. But I think it's actually demonstrating
But doesn't
my
this
point
prove?
here.
Yeah, doesn't this prove the
Yeah.
point a little bit?
It actually
so-
proves
No,
that-
I feel like this rather enforces the point that we are primed to hear in a very specific way, and Lucy is like spoke this as a second language, and like we're essentially primed in this specific way. Now, what I'm saying is, yes, you have a point that if you go to China, you're going to want to speak in Chinese, but like bilingual people are preferenced in workplaces as they should, but
Yeah.
for some reason we don't apply the same preference to people who can code switch between certain dialects of English to understand that they can communicate in multiple communities, because I am not
Well,
really that great at
there's-
code switching between like
There's no
my-
way of quantifying that information. I can't go into a job interview and say, "Hey, I'm really
Sure,
good at like
Sure,
poor
I can
people
agree
black
that that's a
dialect."
systemic.
Like,
I agree that's a systemic issue, but I'm saying that is a problem where you grew up in a certain dialect and there is only one standardized way of speaking, even though one is not more effective than the other. One is
Yes.
treated as that they are better,
But
and so
hold
when you
on.
have to
on,
learn
they
a new
are in
dialect. Wait,
different
hold on, wait,
contexts.
I'm not done.
Hey, I
Nine-
understand, but you're starting from a faulty foundation. I want to fix that foundation before you
Okay,
build your
okay.
house of cards, so
Okay,
it doesn't
I
all fall
apologize.
down. So let me help you, okay?
Thank you.
Yes,
Wick.
in different like this idea that the different dialects are better. Yes, in different situations. If I am with people who understand and speak a different dialect, if I can and have that ability to operate and speak in that dialect, it is just objectively better to do so because it aids in communication, it aids in clarity, and we don't have to guess. We can effectively communicate, right?
Yes.
If I insist, even if I have the ability to speak 20 different dialects, but I insist on using an unfamiliar dialect with people who speak the same language, I am failing. I am doing something that
I don't disagree.
But
you
there is,
see it too.
Can
You
I ask
seem
everyone a
to
question?
be.
I
You
want to
may.
ask everyone a question. When is the last time all of you guys read a research paper from top to bottom and then walked away going, fucking riveting?
Oh,
When's the last time? Really?
Top to
Today,
bottom.
I read so much shit on this today. Like
Top
for
to
the last-
bottom? top to bottom?
Yes,
You
top to
read
bottom.
everything?
Yes, I
And you
read
walked
everything
away going,
because I go through the data and honestly, because I'll read the fucking abstract and the abstract will say, we think that, it's beneficial, and, we find it
I don't
beneficial.
need all
And
this.
then you
I
go
don't
back to
need
the fucking data and you're like, wow, that's completely
This,
opposite
this
than what you're saying.
explains why you have this worldview. Okay, I'm going to tell you.
I know, Joe.
Normal
So-
Because I read, yeah.
No. Normal people, no, I read research articles all the time. I'm going to tell you right now, I read research articles. I think the data and information in them is interesting. And research articles are boring as fuck. They're written so painfully awful. Yes, it's horrible. Multiple researchers are talking about this right now. This is like the huge drama around like the peer review process and the education system that like fixates on basically like this pedantic level of boring. I remember, like, for example, when I was writing my thesis, my methodology section, I just wanted to stab my eyeballs out because you're just constantly writing like the same formatting sentences over and over and over again to follow this. Nobody's reading this shit, by the way, unless they have to, which is awful, by the way. And this is because, so here's an interesting fact. I used to be a national level competing poetry writer. I went to university. I got really good at research papers, dominated in research, and I can't write poetry for the life of me now. I can't do
they
it at
fucked
all.
you up. That's so sad.
Yes.
So,
So there's this
Damn.
preferentialism about the way that we communicate because we say, oh, that's how competent people communicate. But the problem
Right.
is nobody reads it. The public's not interested in it. Nobody enjoys it. And it breaks our fucking brains from creativity, which
Well,
I
for
would
the
argue
record-
is probably not a good thing. But then we treat this standardization as just this like holy pilgrim of what is good for writing, which is
Yeah,
cringe.
Wait,
It's
let me-
boring and
let me elaborate.
uninteresting because I
Also-
lack the language to actually properly understand it. Like if I had gone
No.
through, a PhD field and actually, the reason why most research papers are boring is because I have to Google every other word because I don't understand half the shit they're saying. Right? Like for example, if I do like an economics paper, way easier time understanding that because I'm used to the prose, I'm used to the thing. This is just I don't understand because it's only
And
tells
you
me
read
that
it just like going
understanding
through real
language
time,
actually lets
just
you
as
communicate
riveting.
better.
But
Wait,
also,
no,
so,
that
how-
might be
way
true,
more,
but
way
some
more so
people-
than reading something on like medicine, which I don't understand anything.
Stop.
I would
Are we
love to go.
arguing? Are we arguing that there should be a narrative structure with like the hero's journey in a research paper?
Do you think that that's what anyone is arguing?
That is what when you say when the assertion is that these are
Okay, I'm
boring
gonna
and no
ask
one is
everyone to
interested
do
in. What
second
makes
level
things
analysis
what
of
makes
anyone's
what
statement.
makes
Do you want
things
like colorful
interesting?
pictures in there
What
too?
makes things interesting, right?
Yeah,
Is
colorful
the
pictures are
narrative
great,
structure.
actually.
People are drawn to the narrative structure in storytelling, right? In the
Well,
format of storytelling, the hero's journey,
So-
the archetypes,
Wait,
and things
hold
like
on,
that.
hold on.
Isn't
So
this
not
panel
our-
going to
No,
finish
honestly,
soon? What the
that's
fuck are
not-
we talking
it's
about?
I'll
not
just
gonna
bite this
work.
bullet. Yes, some of the greatest research articles I have ever read absolutely establish a narrative. The narrative is different than like Fido and his like friend boy went on a journey to go find to discover which statistical methodology is best for evaluating like predictive rock curves.
So-
What is interesting, for example, is like theoretical speculative pieces that go through the history and understanding of like why we come to understand eudaimonia as it is, and then after it's established it outlines to you why it's important to understand eudaimonia, how we analyzed it within this study, and then what implications not just it has in the data, but what it could possibly have in both a factual and narrative interesting way. The idea that because it's a narrative, it's now just like fiction and we should have fairies in the corner is obviously
So-
not true, and such a fucking insane way to even characterize this. Obviously, nobody on this panel is asking for colored storybooks of research. But yeah, a little
I
bit
am.
better writing would be great, except for
A
I would
little
love the
bit more
colors.
narrative.
So-
I don't
Wait,
know.
wait,
And
wait,
some
wait,
pictures.
hold on. So I 100% agree with what Erudite was saying, but I want to follow on to the point that this very rote and rigid way of speaking in narration, that we can call that a dialect. I'm fine with that. Some people in certain communities are primed to speak that more than others. Spoiler alert, it's the white ones. And that is a form of white centrism. That is a form of preferential treatment where some communities are speaking in ways that are completely foreign to the others, and they have to essentially learn a new language while they are learning science and math and all of that other things while they move into grade school. And that is a
Why?
that is a barrier. That is a
seems
barrier.
why are they not learning, right? Why are they not learning
No, they have to learn.
is more standard, right?
No, they have to.
What do you
No,
think
they,
it is?
they are learning. I'm saying black kids have to learn a new dialect while learning everything else. While when I grew up in school, I didn't have to learn shit. I didn't have to learn any new way of speaking. And because I grew up in a house where that was just normalized. And that's essentially what I'm saying. That is a barrier to success when some people are having to learn way
We'll
more
teach
than
chemistry and ebonics next time. I think that will
Yeah.
definitely fix it.
Unfortunately,
That's actually
it is a
unironically.
natural
No, it's
barrier
ridiculous.
rather than an imposed barrier. This
Unironically,
isn't-
what's wrong with
stop,
that? What is
Sakim,
wrong with
Teach
that's
it in
not-
every fucking dialect in every language, like it's
Because-
fucking.
No,
would-
having teachers that are able to speak both and able to maybe code switch a little bit with their students might be more beneficial towards those students who are learning.
What we want, the most beneficial thing to a student is to teach them the dialect of the majority. It just is.
Oh, please! But
It
that
just is. It just is. The more people you can effectively communication, like this is a big thing for me.
I think
Being able to effectively communicate is one of the biggest
Yes.
drivers of how
But that's
successful
not
you will be in
effective
life.
communication when you're
When
isolating.
my mom
10% of
learned
the
English,
population. If you can get
it was to fit
100%,
in.
that's better than 90. I'm not
Okay,
saying don't speak. I'm not saying just reject this.
But
dialect.
when
I'm
you,
saying we
the
should be
reason that they learn this, is because they need to, right? If we required Americans, kids, right, to learn more languages, that would be a good thing. That would be a good thing. Okay, that's not a bad thing.
Okay.
I disagree. We should all
We need-
only
hold
speak
on.
to
We
English,
need to
cut
zoom
out
out.
every other language.
Hold on. We need to zoom out. Just to be clear, I'm not advocating that like formal essays be sent in ebonics at all. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. I'm actually opposed to essays being like the entrance modality at all, especially with ChatGPT. Who gives a fuck about an essay at this point? I also think SATs are cringe. What we're actually talking about here is education inequality and how to address it. And we're talking about systemic issues that are going to impact people differently and trying to figure out what the differences specifically are. If there is a culture that has some level of like preferentialism to a certain style that is morally neutral, it's not necessarily better that you're super rigid and boring. And when you talk about chemistry, I bet you every single person has a famous, like their favorite professor, for example, of geology or chemistry, or anything, are probably teachers who include stories and narratives and explain things in really interesting ways, not just dry technical ways. And all I'm advocating for is that a greater flexibility is understood when we're like administering people. I'm not even for affirmative action, just to be clear, just so we're not like zooming into like this like super annoying hyper pedantic position that nobody's asking for. What we're talking about is how does our society view different cultural norms that people are raised in, and how does that impact their capacity to engage in different professional spaces, and is there some level of systemic bias that does occur for certain populations that have different cultural values that might be somewhat less prioritized in certain settings? That's all we're talking about. And then how do we address that? Because just by the way, because Lactoid's argument was that it is not culturally valued specifically in certain educations in people who are underperforming. So we were biting that bullet, agreeing that it might be a cultural thing, and then talking about how that culture might be affecting it. And now Mr. Culture argument is laughing at the idea of culture arguments.
No. Whoa. I'm not denying, real quick, I'm not denying that like people might have like, especially like people who maybe come to this country and don't speak English, like there's going to be cultural reasons why they're going to be struggling for sure in certain ways. But no, I don't think that this is like a reason to have the academic system bend to people who have an incompatible culture as opposed to the other way around, right? I think it's perfectly, it should be expected that people who have a culture that does not compart with the majority to have to change, right? Because there's a lot of cultural practices, specifically among the Black community, that are not compatible with success, right?
Sure,
Disproportionately. And we're not going to be like, well, single motherhood, that's just like a cultural thing. Yeah, well, it might be, but also there's a lot of fucking problems that come with that.
Nobody has said that single motherhood is a cultural thing. What we're talking about
it is a cultural thing, though.
Dialectical preferences, but I don't know if I would agree that it's a cultural thing. It's certainly a systemic thing.
Wait, but
I don't
no
know.
one's arguing that it's a positive.
Do you think it is? Wait, do you think it's a cultural value for Black people to be single mothers
in America? Like 67% of Black kids grow up in single motherhood households.
And you think that's values?
You think that's a correlation?
Value?
You think there's a correlation between that and them being? Wait, Lactoid.
Wait, why?
Wait, I can defend it.
Lactoid. Why do you think that single motherhood is a cultural value of Black people? I'm really interested to hear you explain this.
Yeah, so when we talk about Hispanic people, we talk about their cultural values, and one of the things that they culturally value very strongly is the family. There's also, like in Asians, for example, they very culturally value the family and value and the family's perception. And we're perfectly willing to accept this, right? When it comes to how they look at the family. But then when it comes to the vast majority of black people in America who simply don't have this cultural appreciation for the family and don't have the cultural appreciation for a two-parent household, all of a sudden that's no longer cultural. That's no longer a cultural
Yes.
Do you
appreciation.
think?
What are
Do you
what are
think?
the
Hold on, do you
Do you
think
think it's
any
because they
black
don't
person-
culturally value it, or do you think that they're arrested? Black men specifically are arrested at astronomically higher rates.
You think that
And
leads
that
to
maybe,
3/4?
maybe
I'm sorry, no.
the reason
You think
that
that
this
leads to
I think
happens,
that's
right?
Whoa, whoa,
part-
whoa,
No, no, no.
part
You
of
think
the
that's the
issue.
reason why 2/3 of
Wait,
black kids
wait.
grow up without a father? You think that's the reason? You can look at the numbers. The numbers just simply don't fucking add up that way.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
but
all
you
of them,
look at the
obviously-
Not even
culture. But you
close.
look at like
Hey, if I
Black
could
Toy.
maybe
if you
steal
look at
that
like
you.
no, no,
black
no, I-
leaders, if you look at
Okay,
like
go
black
Kilo.
leaders or
I'd
black
love to steal man Lactoid out of this. I think I
You-
understand
okay,
what
go
he's
ahead.
trying to say. Are you what? Because I don't think you're trying to say black people value single motherhood. I feel like what you're maybe saying is that they have certain cultural values that might perpetuate circumstances of single motherhood. Is
When
that
you-
what you're saying?
So when you don't value something, like that's simply a negative value. It's like the same thing, like you're not valuing a two-parent household
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
same way that a Hispanic or an Asian family does.
I
Sure,
didn't
but-
take him. I didn't take it as him asserting that they preferred single motherhood households.
But,
Like that's
okay.
I didn't take it that way.
I guess
But
I
my
got
question
three things
is,
now, I guess.
Lactoid, are there no other contributing factors? Even if I were to say like maybe it's a little bit of a cultural thing, is that cultural like proclivity influenced
primarily a
by
cultural
other
thing.
contributing factors? No. So
Right,
let's say
yeah.
that it is. Is that cultural proclivity influenced by other factors? Or do you think
It could be.
all things are equal and they just like this is just how they
Yeah, but
turn
see,
out
this is-
generally?
Wait, hold on. It very well could
It just
be.
could
It very well could be that like there's circumstances that led to this happening, and it could be that even now, like there probably is some, very small, but there's some percentage of like black absentee fathers that because of the war on drugs, they're in prison, right? That very well
Okay.
could be the case, right? But like overall, like that, and especially any kind of actions from the government or
Wait.
me had very, very little to do.
No,
with
you
that.
can stop right. Well, very little to do with it. So
Yeah.
I think it's kind of disingenuous
government?
if you acknowledge that there are other contributing factors to those cultural tendencies. When you say in the comparison between like Asian American households and black households, all you're saying is, well, the only cultural distinction between those two things is like nuclear family focuses in the Asian American families and
One
single
of the
motherhood.
distinctions.
But what the other ones, the things that lead to those things being present, I think are much more important than just saying like yes, you're identifying a cultural distinction between the two like demographics. I'm
But we
saying
can-
what causes that in the first
can
place.
point
is
to
more
wait,
very
important.
real
stop
in-
handing the ball. Hold on, stop handing the ball. Just tell me, how did the government make the single motherhood black problem? How did they do
Okay, so let me ask you, do you think that poor communities would probably have a higher tendency of winding up having single motherhood households at a high rate?
that? On average, but the rates
Okay.
simply, hold on real quick, the rates are like nowhere near comparable, which is even when you control for social economic status, like black two-parent households are much more common than, or sorry,
Okay.
white two-parent households are much more common than black two-parent households.
When we talk about impoverished areas, when we talk about a lack of capital investment and career opportunities, when we talk about the public
Sure.
education disparity that was, we're talking about a lot of different things that might be leading to this being present, not just when, so just saying it's a cultural thing just feels like it's disingenuous. It doesn't really like do it justice.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And also,
to be clear,
I'm not trying to attack you. It just, I think
can
when you
attack
say
me, I
that,
don't
you
care.
have to. Well, no, I'm not trying to attack you personally for your position. I think you just have to make it
Can.
clear that you're not saying I think black people just wind up being single mothers more commonly. Like, there's obviously other factors at play.
Sure, well, look, I don't disagree with you that there's like there could have very well been like historical circumstances which led to black culture being
Like
the
the
way it
crack
is. Okay,
epidemic
I
versus
don't
the
deny,
heroin epidemic?
right? I don't deny this is the case. But like
No, you are
the
denying
fact
it when
the
you say
fact
it could
is
be.
well, I'm saying
You're saying
it could
it
be.
could very well. Why don't you just say
it,
yeah?
I'm saying it could be because unless you guys demonstrate to me like objectively, I could be wrong. So I'm saying it very well could be. It's a rational intuition statement to say that
Okay,
this very
well-
well could have had something to do with it. Okay. Now that being
I'm-
said,
Fine.
when we're looking at it right now, like we know that the culture is like the primary issue here, and no, I don't think that like higher education should have to kowtow to a culture that like is not compatible with higher education. Doesn't make any
Okay.
sense.
So, can I?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So I think you were starting to delve into arguments that we cannot really demonstrate. I don't think just because something happens, we can clearly demonstrate because a thing happens in group X, therefore it has to be caused by culture of or some cultural biases of the group. So I'm not sure if it's even worth continuing this line of logic. And going back to the dialect thing, we go back to the environments that foster certain opportunities and foster certain abilities to communicate more effectively in a certain way. And I think that affirmative action, what it's designed to do, is to look at the student that applies with an essay written with a dialect to see how well the essay is written in the dialect and to see if it's a promising person that will do well when taught the more standardized way of communicating during the course of the um, education. And the last thing would be for me to say that actually uh, course books, class books, workbooks used to be more narrativized in their writing. I have a biology book from early 20th century. I think it was my great grandmother's, and it was, in fact, yes, written in a lot more narrative based way than it is. It was written in a more flowery language than textbooks are tend to be written now. So even that sort of has historically changed as education moved forward.
I've appreciated the discussion. However, I just looked at the time and I realized we're a bit over time. We're not going to end the discussion, but we are going to give people a chance if they need to go do other things. Now's your chance. So I want to give everyone a chance to have very, very quick, please, closing statements, and then we'll just keep it on. So if you want in on this, if you've been listening to this and raging, jump in the backstage and we'll pull you on after these are done. Double Shine, we'll start with you and we'll just go around quickly, please.
Are we doing endings or just
Yeah,
like
just
shout outs?
closings. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
in
can
general,
stay
I
though
think
if you want. So.
yeah, affirmative action, it kind of sucks. Nobody supports it. I think it just causes more racial problems and more racial tensions. And pretty much all the problems that affirmative action tries to fix are they can be like targeted in so much more effective ways that actually hit the root issue of people's like opportunity of education, especially at the K to 12 level, being like really stinted. Anyways, I'm Double Shine. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Double Shine TV. I've been kind of switching from like politics to gaming stuff, so you're not going to find a lot of my debate stuff. But hey, I always appreciate getting invited on to scream at people. It's a ton of fun.
Well, I'm glad you came, and hopefully you stay for the after panel because I think
Will do.
it's gonna get a little spicy. We have some people been DMing me. We'll see. All right. Kilo, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, Kilo, thanks for inviting me, Wick. I filled in last minute, so I was a little bit unprepared. We covered like a lot of bases. I think one thing that I found through the course of the conversation is in kind of delving into and dissecting the issue of affirmative action, we figured out that there was one ingredient of it, like the essay and the language thing, that's extremely complicated. So if we were to pivot away from something like affirmative action and equal opportunity and introduce like a more merit-based, performance-based system, there's a lot of complexities and difficulties and obstacles that come along with that too. Basically, all I wound up with is that affirmative action, I think, is kind of racist. I'm still against it, but I think we did a good job of demonstrating that other solutions are not so simple. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Kilo, thank you again for coming in last minute. Really appreciate you.
Yeah.
Blacktoid, please.
Yeah, I want to first of all thank you, Wick, for having me on. Thank you for taking up my proposal, and to all of the good people here who discussed this with me, and especially the people who disagreed with me and fought with me and challenged my ideas. Thank you so much. I thrive on that, so absolutely love it. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Because I'm going to keep this short, I'm not going to go into the anecdote about how I know and how I figured out that at least my law school was pushing for quotas, but under the rug kind of bullshit. So a lot of schools probably do this without actually telling people. The way I found out was somewhat of an accident. But yeah, so I think most of all, of course, this is irrelevant to the broader debate, but most of all, it was a good discussion, and let's hope the Supreme Court overturns it. So,
thank you. Go check them out, gang. Staxiums.
Yeah, so I 100% agree that affirmative action is flawed. But I do think that it's largely positive. I think there are a lot more things that we can fight for racial injustice. And where would you find those things to fight for? Well, you can go to my TikTok, Twitter, YouTube. I'm Staxiums everywhere.
Check them out, gang. Really appreciate you coming. Not Saradite, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not Sororite. You can find me at probably all the self-evident locations. In regards to affirmative action, the only reason I would be in favor for affirmative action is if it addressed the major education inequalities that I perceive in North America. The problem is that I'm not convinced that it is actually effective. And so while I think the bill I actually believe the bill is well intended. I just think it is ineffective. And so, what I'm interested in is more programs like Head Start being advocated for to actually tackle issues of educational inequality and white preferentialism within both our academic institutions and society.
Thank you once again for being here and arguing very effectively for your points. Lucy, please.
Right. So as I see it, basically will be similar to what I said at the beginning, that uh, we, well, not we, the U.S. is in a situation where there are groups that have been disfranchised for, we could actually say, hundreds of years if we include slavery into the whole calculation. And there are systemic problems which need systemic solutions, and affirmative action is a band-aid sort of solution that it attempts to somewhat even the scales. But what I am afraid is that if affirmative action is simply removed, it will simply kill the conversation about addressing the problem with it. So that's basically my
Where can people find you?
at my YouTube, which is Lucy Haze,
Okay,
basically.
Can I add one last little thought?
you can.
If
And
you're
we were
going to
going to open it up.
I hope
so,
I
yeah.
hope when affirmative action gets overturned, so does legacy admissions, just so we're really consistent about not caring about
Definitely.
immutable characteristics.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
We all agree on that one.
I'll
If you're
agree on
watching
that
this
one.
on YouTube,
Kumbaya.
if you're watching this on YouTube, like and subscribe to the channel. Really helps me out. Send a super chat. If you're watching this on Kick, follow and you can subscribe there. We just got monetized on Kick. If you're watching me on Twitch, follow me. Just give me your Prime subs. Give me some bits. That'll all help. And with that, let's open it up. So again, if you've been DMing me, right, I should see you backstage, because why the fuck are you DMing me arguing with how many thoughts you have
People
when
are
you're not willing to
shy.
come
Also,
on
we
in?
have literally only white people talking about a very racialized topic.
Look.
So
That's by design, okay? Right? If they wanted to earn, they got to earn their way
white
in. all right?
preferentialism. I
That's a
know. I
joke.
know.
Man. That's a
Wait,
joke.
who better to? Yeah.
But let's
Yeah, we're
bring
in the
them in.
middle right now. Okay, if we brought Asians, they would be biased. If we brought blacks,
Yeah.
they would be biased.
You gotta bring
So we're
on
the
some
perfect
Asians,
race
yeah.
right now.
Look,
We're the ones not that
STV Philly
effective.
wants on, but I saw him backstage for a brief
Guys in my
moment.
chat, STV, get on.
Yeah, get on. What are you doing? You've been yelling. Get in. Right? Okay, welcome, guys.
Who's been people are shy. Let's not.
Hello.
Again, that's not my problem. We are going to be prejudicial against shy people.
There we go, he's
because
in the
shy
backstage.
people,
That's not
right?
good. You should apply more.
They just need to be
affirmative
less
action.
shy if they want to be on. Like I don't give affirmative action to shy people. So
Hello.
hi, you're on. You're live.
Hi, my name is Somniostatic. I had a question for Lactoid. When you talk about the differences in culture, and it seems to be that you believe that minority cultures have kind of not lived up to the American standard. Would you agree with that?
Well, it depends what like minority culture. Like Asians, for example, have exceeded the American standard.
Okay, so basically, so really all you're doing is repeating like 2008 level racist essentialism and race science type shit. So how does that make you
Can't hear
feel?
anything. It's just
is that an argument? You know, like
That's my question. I want to know if
I
you
deny that
recognize that.
I don't recognize it, and I deny that I'm repeating 2008 race science shit. So
Okay, well then, good luck, I guess.
thank you.
Great
But
panel
can,
though.
Can,
Thank
can
you.
you
Is that it?
elaborate? Okay, stop.
Sorry, yeah,
Insomnia.
sure.
Insomnia.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit
Somniostatic.
on what you mean? Right.
Well, I mean, he literally just said that black culture doesn't value parents. So okay, actually, let me bring that up. The single parent shit is a myth. It is not true. It is not divided by race. It is only divided by socioeconomic status. The reason that it comes up so much among black people is because black people tend to get married less. They tend to live separately but still raise the kid together and communally. It is not a real statistic that you should rely on. And anyone who knows their ass from the hole in the wall would tell you that too. You should probably look more into that.
Yeah,
That's a very
I've,
bad
yeah,
argument.
I've looked well into this. This is just not true. Like, even when you control
It's not true.
even when no, what you're saying is not true. When you control for socioeconomic status, like you have higher like.
What? How do they define?
Hold on,
How
hold
do
on,
they?
hold on, hold on,
How
hold on,
did?
hold on,
You're not
hold on,
defining it properly.
hold on. When you control for socioeconomic status, you still have higher single motherhood rates and higher crime rates within Black communities. This is
By how
undeniable.
much? By how much?
By a positive amount. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I know it's a significant number.
It's not though. Well, first of all, you
Okay,
connected
what's the number
crime.
then? What's the number?
Why did you group crime with that? Why?
Because I'm
Because
talking
of
about culture.
incarcerate-
No, because I'm talking about cultural values.
What does crime have to do with cultural values?
You don't think crime is influenced by cultural values?
Crime is not a cultural value.
Yeah, crime is not a cultural value. Crime is a socioeconomic
Okay,
response.
when he talks
to-
about
No,
values,
no,
I hope you guys
guys,
understand that
guys.
it doesn't mean like
Yeah, he doesn't
they
need to-
value it, like they enjoy committing crime. It's just that
Yeah, you know what
as
he
a
means.
cult, as a society,
the
right?
same-
They will
You
it's
do
just
the
more
don't
same
crime
get.
more,
thing.
right?
He's
It's the
talking
same-
about the rap music, guys.
It's the
That's what he
same thing,
means.
though. That's
I also
that's
don't
what
think
you're
Black thinks
arguing.
that Black
the
people like
hip-hop.
inherently just want to leave their kids more. Okay, it's probably
Nah,
like
nah.
the culture of Black culture
Well,
comes
he's-
from
I'm
not
years.
sure.
It's
ago.
the hip
See-
hop. It
See,
infects
but
their
that's
mind.
the difference.
Well,
though.
wait,
When
wait,
you
wait, wait,
say-
Kidding.
when
Twitch
you-
admins, I'm kidding.
When you say that their cultural
Like-
values lean towards that, you are saying that they inherently lean as a race, which again, race is a social construct. It's not a real categorization at all. That might come as a shock to some of you, but
So how can you get your culture inherently from your race?
Not relevant, but yeah.
you
Wait,
don't.
yeah, so if it's
That's
wait,
the
wait,
whole
wait,
point.
wait. If it's a social construct, then wouldn't it also follow that like the cultural values would come with that social construct and it wouldn't be
No.
intrinsic?
That's not how it works.
Why is that not how it works?
Because race
Wait.
isn't real.
No,
You're talking about like ethnic groups and mini society, microcosms of our
Okay, wait,
society
hold on.
and
There's
city.
such a difference between being real and being a social construct.
Yeah, yeah. So
Like
it is
money-
a social
Well,
construct,
not-
but race
Laws
still
are a
exists.
social
Still-
construct.
Laws
We
No,
still
no, no.
socially
See-
categorize people into the
I'm just
visual
gonna
categories of
sit
race.
quietly and
Well,
let this unfold.
Some people do, like when they argue about cultural values. That's what I'm trying to push back against.
The-
When you say that
The
black
statistics
people,
he's referencing are associated with the race that we're talking. Like,
Yes.
Well,
it's
sure.
associated with the social category that we've. It is a construct, but it is still
you're
real.
you're
Yes.
citing problematic
Affirmative
stats
action is
to
based on social
prove-
constructs.
You're citing bad stats to make a bad argument that was debunked like 40 years ago is my point. So the whole reason that these institutions exist, like programs like affirmative action, is because of people that think like you. That's the whole point. When you say that like Asians do the best and then whites do second, and I'm sure you'd say Jews are up there too. The whites, Jews, and Asians sure seem to run things, huh? That gets really weird really fast.
Do you think
When
white
you-
wait,
what
wait, wait.
you're
Do you
really
think white people run
talking-
things? Do you think white people run things?
I mean, ostensibly, they're the dominant force in power. It's not. What,
So they run things.
Would you
like,
would you
run
say
the
they're
world?
would you say they run things because they're like of a higher socioeconomic status?
I mean,
I would
that's a
look at
very.
Congress.
That gets really sideways really
I'm
fast.
I'll
asking
tell
you.
you
You're just
I was a
talking-
question. I'm asking you. Do you think white people run things?
Generally, in America, yes,
Why?
because they have stomped down on the throats of every other type of person. for
So-
the last
Historically
300
So
years.
so if
it's
Asians
been-
if
yeah.
Asians like outpace white
When you
people
say
and-
Asians,
hold on,
first
hold
of
on.
all-
yeah, East Asians. When East Asians outpace white people, like by social.
But
economic-
why? You don't even get into the history of why they outpaced it. You're just saying that
they,
Asian
wait, they
people,
do.
Asian people put more points into intelligence. It's weird, man.
No,
That's
no,
the
I'm
weird
saying
shit.
what?
I
I'm
think
saying,
he's establishing first like an agreement on like because like I think he's I could be wrong, sorry, Lactoid, but I think he's trying to establish like are these agreed facts? Like are there East Asians outperforming here? And we could get into the historical stuff, which I know is your contention, but we just have to make sure that we agree on certain.
My
like,
whole point is that you
Transfer
guys don't even
facts.
seem. It seems that every time in this panel the historical part came up, like certain people just kind of dismissed it outright, and I just
Sure.
think that's very
That's
weird.
when you're the certain person.
Like,
It
I'm
it-
aware.
it's-
I'm aware. I'm
you're-
a certain person. I get it.
Like
Yeah, I
okay,
agree.
and
I
actually,
would agree with
I
you.
have some criticism for Wick too on this because
Yeah,
and this
Wick,
is the last thing.
fucking
I don't want to take
racist.
up. I don't want to take up the whole.
No,
No, take
I'm
up
already-
the time.
Get his
Take up the
ass.
time.
Wick,
Go,
Wick.
go,
No, no, stop,
go.
stop, stop. What is your
Wick,
criticism of
Wick,
me? I'll address it.
I understand your point about the
Mhm.
Chinese language thing
Mhm.
and having a way for everyone to communicate, but you have
Yep.
to remember that China is an authoritarian dictatorship and America isn't. America has a long history of different, we're the melting pot. We have a
China's
long history of
super
different.
outperforming us educationally too.
I don't know what his point is.
And
They
thank
also
you for
have
the
way more
raid.
languages
No,
and
that's-
dialects. I don't know what
Sad
that
Kit
point
Kat,
is.
thank you for the raid.
Well,
Appreciate
you were kind of arguing for like a national language type thing.
I think it is more effective to have a common language among a nation or a people than it is
Sure.
to have a lot of separate ones. Yes.
So what if? Why?
Not
I don't think
Why,
it should
though?
be enforced, right? I don't think we should like
Not
speak this
necessarily.
language
That
or else. Like you
depends.
shouldn't
But why?
be punitive. Why is it? Because it aids in communication. It allows people to better understand and quicker.
What if it erases people's cultures?
I don't value culture. Like if my culture got erased tomorrow, I don't care.
But you're white. That's totally different.
Okay, if
You
my
weren't-
gaming
Wait.
culture, I as a gamer, if suddenly gaming culture
How do you
got
know he's
erased, I
white,
don't
though?
care.
Maybe
No.
he's-
Gamer culture was
Maybe he just
already
looks like
eradicated when they banned the N-word off Twitch. Okay, that gamer
Fair
culture
enough.
is dead.
But
Like I just don't see I don't see an intrinsic value to culture. There are things that are valuable
but a
within
lot
a
of people
culture,
do.
but there is no
Yeah,
okay,
but what
but
is
you're wrong.
culture? I mean, you're over here
Yeah.
saying this guy's white, that guy's white. I mean, I'm Hispanic and I look whiter than Wick does. So what's your point with this? Like, I mean, I'm fluent in Spanish. I mean, where's your point with that? I don't really understand where you're going there because it seems like you're trying to like get on top of the mountain and come after Lactoid here, and then
No,
you're right over
I'm
here categorizing
specifically.
people just as
Well, I
badly.
don't
Well,
know if you were.
he's-
I don't know
he's
if you were
pointing to
listening, but
historical issues.
he basically just made pro-white supremacist arguments the whole time. That's what I was kind of pushing back against.
Lactoid, you
And-
mean? Not me, because
Yes.
I didn't.
No. I'm
okay.
sorry. No, not you. But back to you though. I just think it's really problematic
Let me address that after the Wick.
to assume that there is this way that we can all standardize our communication and our way of relating to each other, because one, that's not what America's about, and that is not an American value to homogenize everything. And two, it belies the fact that you really, what that is, it's more of an insecurity about being able to control the means of communication on a societal level when you get in terms of power. Like you might have that as an individual value, but once you get to the part of government and they start saying like certain dialects or whatever, that gets
Sure,
really
I
bad
would be
really fast.
I would be against government outlawing or making it illegal to speak certain dialects or languages.
Sure.
I'm 100% against that.
So
But
then
when it
why
comes
would it
to the
be-
pragmatic, just let me finish. When it comes to
Sure.
the pragmatic form of like the best practice of how to operate within society, when in Rome, right? Conform to the
Understood.
society you live in, right?
Yeah,
Pragmatically, you just
but so
do it and
the-
you'll be better.
The counter to that is, but you brought that up as a means to argue against, for example, AAVE in a college admissions essay or something, when that is
It would
something
be
that
less
should
wise,
be fine.
yes.
But why?
If you have the ability to speak the standard dialect, or if you are going
But there is no
for a
standard
college,
dialect.
there is in America.
Well, there
There's a
is.
de facto.
That's
There's
the
not.
issue.
There's a
Yes.
you don't think there's a de facto
Wait.
standard dialect in America?
No,
No, you have to bite this. Of course you
No,
do. That's
there's
what.
not.
No,
There's
the reason,
a
hold on. The reason why you have an issue with like the hegemonic white preferentialism is because there is kind of a
It
common
exists.
North American standard.
Well,
the issue is that it's biased towards typically
No.
upwardly mobile, higher income white people. Is that correct?
We
The issue is-
institutionalize a standard. There isn't a real standard. There's a total difference there. Reality versus what we try to make, as part of our institutions. Those are two totally different things.
Like,
Do you think that it's a hegemonic one? Can we use the language of hegemonic rather than standardized so we can be pedantic?
Well, but that would belie the problem, wouldn't it? By using
I mean,
that term.
are we arguing that hegemony is even necessarily the worst thing? Because what's the American dream, right? The American dream is coming up
It's
from
not as sure as
right?
fuck ain't hegemony,
Well,
bud.
I mean, but hear me out though. So America's got a thing where within one generation, a lot of people are able to lift themselves from one social class to another. And a lot of the reason they're able to do that is hegemonic practices. Like we get the
No.
debt. Like
No,
your heritage.
I'm not.
You
I'm
come into
sorry.
America and you do better. I mean, I'm
I-
just saying. You're
I
sitting
don't
here
mean to be
bashing all the goods,
disrespectful,
but I mean,
I
it's
don't
a
want to
fact. These are
listen to
historical facts.
nonsense. So I'm just
It's not
gonna.
nonsense.
That is complete
Let
nonsense.
me address your point then. Let me address your point. So I'm sorry. Incognito? No, it wasn't incognito. I'm sorry. Your name isn't showing up. Huh?
Insomnia. He said
Insomnia. Thank you.
Somniostatic. No, my name is
Somniostatic.
Somniostatic.
Insomniastatic. Sorry,
But, like-
No,
again, the
not
Discord isn't
insomnia,
showing it. to me.
insomnia,
But I want to
without
just
the-
stop. I want to introduce. Not introduce. I want to interlocute with you. I want to interrogate your point a little bit.
Sure.
Right. So while yes, there can be a lot of problematic things when it comes to instituting some kind of hegemonic, kind of standardized language and things, and it's not real in the sense that it naturally will always occur that way. We can recognize that the facts of the matter are that it is this way now, and regardless of how it came to be this way, it is this way. So if you, in a college standard essay, just let me finish, in an essay, if you have the choice, if you have the ability to either write your essay in AAVE or a more colloquial standard English, the more standard English, right? You should, as best practice, choose to use the standard English because you will have more of a chance of success.
See, but that wasn't what the argument was, though, was it? The argument was, should you hold it against someone for using a non-standard dialect, which I believe, I don't want to say it's illegal, but I think that's kind of being shunned a little bit from what I've read and heard.
It is naturally going to be harder for the grader to understand, and so yes, they're naturally going to mark you down for that.
No, I'm sorry. I meant they're trying to get away from that practice by being more inclusive towards other dialects. Like it comes down to intersectionality. Like that's really what this is about, you know? Why do you feel the need to get everyone on the same page?
Because
I
I
guess
said,
that's
well,
the
not in
question.
everything, right? I like diversity of thought a lot. I'm a big fan of that. But when it comes to communication, I do want the people in my life and around me to speak this, in a way I can understand, in a way, and I want to speak, more importantly, I want to speak in a way that they can understand, right? So I
Sure.
think best practice is, if I am in a country, to speak the language that most of that country speaks. I think it's just better to use a dialect that most of that country speaks, or most of the area within the country I'm living in speaks. It's just a better practice, more pragmatic, easier to communicate. It's just better.
So what
Wait, can I hop in
happens?
for a second?
Please.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about the audio. Something
Ooh, a
on my
little
computer. So
robotic.
I'm doing
Yeah.
Try again.
Oh, is it? I'm trying to
When
do
you're
this off my phone.
When you're slow, it's good. When you talk fast, it's going to robot. So you just have to talk like at a really steady cadence, I think, and it might be okay.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
You're policing the black man dialect, Erudite. Nice.
No,
Yeah,
so
get that AAVE out of here. As a white person, I hate it. It's probably got
Oh my
things
God.
to do with moral character.
well, so
It's a weird thing to say, but okay.
It's a
well,
joke.
no, but here,
She's joking.
I'm clearly
Okay.
opposite to this. I was arguing the entire
Yeah,
time.
no,
Oh
you were.
my
You were.
God.
Okay, okay,
Not so
okay.
erudite confirmed bigot
ready to come
on
Oh my God,
stream.
everybody.
Okay.
Can we let him
Just
talk?
let STV get out his point. Let's let STV get out his point. STV, go.
so Wick, I had a question for you,
Please.
and I really hope you. All right, so I really hope you can hear me. So we are talking about standard English and the way that people are expected to speak, saying that it's better for people to assimilate into the common practice or the common standard English or what we consider standard English in this country, so that most people can understand. But so what about people who have a very hard Southern accent and they use like Southern phrases, but I'm not even talking about AAVE or Ebonics or anything. Just somebody from the South who has a really
Like
thick
Boomhauer
Southern
on King
accent.
of the Hill, right?
Should he be discriminated against in college? Like, should he be?
Should he?
Should that be held against him?
Should it be see the question? I'm going to take issue with the question. It's not a question of should. It's a question of what will naturally occur. Yes, because someone who is speaking in a very thick Southern accent is going to have a harder time communicating with the people he is trying to communicate. It's going to lead to less opportunity. It's going to lead to less good outcomes. It's going to be a hindrance and an obstacle. So if they have the ability to speak without that Southern twang and that drawl, they absolutely should.
Okay, wait, hold on. But your argument, if the argument was, sorry, STV. I don't want to.
I follow just a real follow-up question to that. This will be real quick, I promise. So, Wick, so you're saying that like it's on the onus is on the person with the accent to change the way they speak, and the onus is not on society at large to be more inclusive or to be more understanding of the differences amongst people. You're saying that
the onus, to be clear, the onus is on the speaker. the onus is on the speaker to speak in a way that can be understood by the people he is speaking to. So if I'm in the South and everyone around me speaks with a Southern twang and drawl, and if I have the ability to adopt that Southern twang and drawl, then that is absolutely what I should do, right? That is absolutely the best practice there, because it's going to be able to understood and communicated in a way that is much better than if I use the standardized English. Now, if I am in a standardized setting, and if I am in a normal setting, a melting pot setting where most of the people there speak in standard English, then yes, the onus is on me, the speaker, to communicate in a way which most people that I am interacting with understand. The onus is on the speaker in every situation. Yes.
Wick, I don't even know if you have to like establish or like issue like who the onus is on. I think it's not that crazy to say like if there was a unifying vernacular or like a commonly understood way of communicating thoughts and ideas that was shared by everyone in a given population, ideas would travel faster, teaching and imparting wisdom would be easier, people would be more on the same page politically because they'd be able to convey their ideas more properly. Like that just makes sense. Whether you're willing to sacrifice culture for that is like a different conversation, but Wick saying that is just fairly intuitive in my opinion.
It's intuitive of someone who supports the hegemon. That's the point.
There's a difference between what's natural and
you're using buzzwords to try to make it sound evil.
No,
what he said makes sense.
Typical of someone who supports white supremacy.
Excuse me. Do you know what a hegemon is?
And racism.
You're stealing my word. That was my big word.
That's what it. Well, you were correct. It's the fucking hegemon. Why would you justify the use of hegemonic structures just because you think that the onus should be?
Do you think
yes.
that there is always a wait? Why? If it was an overall net positive for society, it's always bad no matter what?
Has that ever happened?
I think overall.
Wait, hold on. Wait, could I speak real quick? Because I'm going to respond to what Wick said, which is where the onus is on the speaker. Yes. Because I do think that we can kind of walk and chew gum at the same time. Because if I had someone like you know my position, I've been arguing it for 2.5 hours. If I had someone who was a college grad or someone right out of high school who came in and I was like, hey, let me help you write your essay, and they like spoke in a very like Southern, they used ain't all the time, I'd be like, hey, let's take that out of the college essay. It depends on who we're talking to. Okay, we should encourage the people who are applying to add to college to shift their language, but also talk to colleges and say, hey, you should be more inclusive of these people. If that makes sense.
Do we do that as service when we are though?
But that is such a much more reasonable answer, even though I still disagree with it on principle. That's because you're elite. You can't just
smarter than lactoid.
Like you can't just say they need to get with the program like
you don't even. Well, then I deserve affirmative action points in this fucking debate, though.
And not only can you, but you should, because when they get outside of college, if they have not learned to communicate in the standard dialect of the country or society that they dwell in and they work in, they are going to be at a disadvantage.
You could pivot that the exact same way. Where if you don't learn a specific dialect and then you're suddenly thrust in that community, doesn't matter how well educated you are as a teacher.
If you can't communicate
with your kids,
if you plan to work in a dialect in an area where you know that the dialect is different than the norm, you absolutely should learn that dialect. And you would be doing yourself a disservice if you do not. And if colleges, if you had a college within an area that specialized, like a vocational school, just let me finish. If you had a vocational school where they only serviced, right, in a job that primarily serviced a specific part of your nation or country or area where they spoke primarily in a dialect that was non-standard, then that college should require, right, you to speak that dialect, because they otherwise, without doing so, they are setting you up to fail.
Wait. Then what about a community college in an impoverished area?
Can I ask a question and then toss this to Lucy? Can I ask a question and then toss this to Lucy, because I know Lucy's been trying to get in as well. Is there any point where you, Wick or Lactoid, would be concerned about the cultural hegemon?
Lex Friedman for $100. Keep these debates. Great work. Thank you.
Oh, nice. That's a good get.
Quick, Lactoid, tell him your brave take.
One day, real quick. Lex Friedman, one day you should join us on these debates. I'm just putting it out there. You'd be a great interlocutor on here. We'd love to have you reach out. Okay, carry on. Please ask your question.
Okay, the question is there a point at which you're concerned that the cultural hegemon, so whatever that is, although I don't know why Somnia was fighting me on it, because there is obviously a cultural hegemon.
No, I didn't say that. No, I agree with you. I just think it's a bad thing.
Okay. You now know
I was making fun of you for the AAV thing. That's all. It was a funny joke. Don't worry about it. Continue,
Okay.
please. Sorry to interrupt you.
Lucy, go ahead.
Wait, I've not done my question.
Oh, I thought you thought that was your question.
God
Okay,
damn it.
all right, my bad.
Yeah,
Carry
I
on.
talked too much. Sorry.
I got distracted. My brain got scrambled by the 100 buttons.
You got excited by Lex, I know.
Yeah.
My question is there a point, Wick and Lactoid, at which you would be concerned that the cultural hegemon is standardizing something that is morally neutral, but imbuing certain moral characteristics into individuals that reflect the greater culture hegemon versus those who do not, and therefore those who do not are being penalized on assumptions of character quality that is wholly morally neutral? This is my concern specifically with the culture hegemon. I think culture hegemons are morally neutral, but there are problems that arise with them when we assume that certain values that are wholly neutral are then imbued with character. I even saw it in my chat. Somebody said, Ebonics just means that you're a degenerate. Ebonics does not mean that you're a degenerate. There's
People
no,
don't
they're
even
not
say
talking about
Ebonics
language.
anymore.
I don't want to
Ebonics is
say
a racist term.
I
People
don't care.
say AV now.
Okay.
Go, let her finish.
What I'm concerned of is, do you think that there is a point where cultural hegemony might actually be punishing particularly in moral character that should be considered, particularly when it comes to looking at different racial cultural groups applying for education?
There is, yes. Like I will bite this bullet that if there is something within the hegemony that is imbuing like significance to something that is morally neutral, that's bad and should be corrected. But right, I
my
do think
point.
that my preferred hegemony, right, is one that that conception of being able to change and adapt is baked into the hegemony. Diversity of thought, freedom of speech, the First Amendment, that is baked into the American Western world's kind of hegemony, and that is a good thing because it acknowledges that we give space to people who are not part of the hegemony to have a say and to have things. And I think that's
Awesome.
But
So,
make sure
Seth,
they
can I
learn
ask
the
you a follow-
dialect.
Can I ask you a follow-up question on that? Do you think that the culture hegemon that we have now, which I'm calling white preferentialism, but I'm hesitant to do so because I think it loses us in the sauce because it comes very tied to race, which I think it probably historically, well, it is historically tied to race, but let's be honest, there's tons of people of multiple different colors that reflect the cultural hegemon. My question to you would be specifically, do you think there are things, Wick, within our cultural hegemon that are actively particularly punitive towards people of color who are like Hispanic and Black specifically?
Absolutely, right? Like you mentioned hairstyles, ways of dress and things when it comes to the workplace. I think that there's no reason to punish someone who has a different hairstyle and things like that. I think that is a part of the hegemon that we should do away with. Like again, I'm not married to what the standard is right now. I think there are massive changes in some cases that absolutely need to be taken into place. But when it comes specifically to communication, to dialect, I am saying that having a common dialect that is
I'm not as interested in the common
fair
dialogue
enough, fair enough.
necessarily. I actually just want to abolish essay writing and SATs for getting into university.
I have no strong
that solves
opinion.
my problem. I
have no strong
answer my
opinion on
question?
either
All right,
of those.
let me. I want to
Black
answer.
please.
Yeah, I want to answer the question. So I agree with a lot of what Wick said. I don't want to abolish essay writing in terms of this shit. I think it is relevant to how well you can convey an idea.
Well, you don't seem to know much.
Okay, I think that when it comes to things that are like you would define as like morally neutral, and if they're also like functionally neutral, so like hairstyle, as long as it's not causing like some kind of like disruption in the environment that it's in, I think that would be that's more or less like both functionally and morally neutral. And so I wouldn't, I would agree that if people were to have a problem with that, I wouldn't see the reason why, and I'd also be in favor of perhaps breaking down like the reasons people have a problem with that and rejecting them. But
how would hair cause a disruption? Out of curiosity.
Yeah. So for example,
like if you had a bird in your hair,
or if you're sitting behind somebody in a classroom and they got like a really giant afro and it's blocking your view of the chalkboard, that could be a disruption, right?
Yeah, but I think
absolutely.
Like now you're
that was an experience I had. That was an experience I had.
You would not be in favor. You would not be in favor of moving big-bodied humans further back so that the small-bodied humans could see better, right? If I'm just sitting in front of a dude who's 260 pounds.
Wait. Sure. Wait. Hold on. You could move big-bodied people, but at the same time, like a giant body is more difficult to alter than your hair. Sorry. Okay, so no, I think that as long as you have like hair or any kind of,
but I feel like shut up. Slipping back into any kind of,
it's kind of, I think it's racist. I think any kind of like any sort of like cultural. I know.
You are racist.
I know. Any kind of like cultural or any kind of like preference. Whether like let's say you had somebody who culturally didn't believe in showering for like 4 weeks of the year, Like that
That's
could
not
be
a real
that
thing,
could be
though.
No, but nobody's
Wick,
nobody's
the people
saying
you
cultural
brought on
equivalency.
cannot let
You're
me
so
finish
lame.
a fucking sentence. Like all they
Because
can
you're a
do
clown.
is just
You can
scream
talk for the last
racist
3
whenever
hours.
they
It's
hear
racist
anything that like mildly
I'm-
disagrees
I'm
with their fucking
sorry.
left-wing opinion.
Bro.
That's literally
Look,
all that's been happening.
Lactoid,
I'm like in the
Lactoid,
middle.
Lactoid.
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking. I'm in the
Lactoid,
middle of
I
a
have-
fucking sentence, and
Lactoid.
you contributed nothing but just calling
I
people
have-
racist. You
No,
are
no, I
the
didn't call
classic
people
example.
racist.
You are the
I called
classic
you-
example. You are the
I called
classic
you
example of a
racist.
typical
I called
person who's
you
supporting these
racist.
policies. Which is
I do
these
support
fucking,
the policies.
I understand you do. Which
You're
proves
going
my
to
point.
lose. That's
you are
the
yeah.
thing.
You are well. We'll see in a
You're
week.
gone. You're
you are one.
relegated
We'll
to the
see in a week.
dustbin of history.
Wick,
All right, guys.
Wick, can I finish a sentence without the fucking nasally low T leftist like cutting me off every fucking sentence? Can I do that? Or are you gonna like let them keep fucking doing that?
Okay, Lactoid, finish your thought, but then we got to get other people to respond.
All right, thank you.
Question.
I would like to finish my thought before the fucking. It's ridiculous. Just the consistent nasaliness.
Enough complaining. Get to your thought.
So yeah, I think there's plenty of like morally neutral like cultural actions, such as like if your hairstyle is causing a disruption, if your body odor is causing a disruption. If there's certain things that are causing a disruption for practical purposes, I think it's perfectly fine for people to have like a problem with that. And I think it's perfectly fine for the cultural hegemony to like push for people to fall more in line to cause less of a disruption on the grand
we
scale.
know.
I think that's
We know.
I think that's perfectly rational. But I think it's important that when we're talking about affirmative action, we're not talking about like shit like this. We're talking about shit like SAT scores or like how well you can design a plane or how well you can do your fucking shit. Right? That's what
Is
we're
that what
talking
we're
about
talking
with
about?
this shit. And this is
What
the
does the
shit that the
hairstyle
people
have to
want
do with
fucking
that?
passes on.
What we're talking about.
Can I
What
please
does the
have one
hairstyle
follow-up
have to do with
question
how
and then
well you
I'll
can build
shut
a-
up forever?
You're gonna call me a racist? That's all you can contribute, apparently.
Let him ask you.
Can I please ask one? No, I really do want to ask one question. So, okay. So when you say you seem to think that affirmative action, quote, affirmative action hires like don't know how to build planes and shit, when that shit's actually pretty easy to do once you get a job to do it, because there's an entire fucking company that does it. It's not like they just throw random minorities into a plane factory and tell them to figure it the fuck out. They still learn how to do it. So that is another example of that biological essentialism, where it seems like you're implying that there is a natural tendency towards skills and towards.
Lactate. I mean,
Wait.
lactate. Listen.
No.
Let him speak. You just proved your own point. All right, you just proved your own point. Let them say what they want to say, because obviously, even his own side.
Lactoid, don't take him as your ally. I can
No,
tell.
I want to hear
tell
this
from that
weird
nasally low
reactionary.
T voice.
It's always the nasally low T voice. You can always tell. You're about to hear something fucking hardcore. Okay.
Is your name? You're right. Is that how I say
I
it?
was just joking. Man. I was doing a knockback to a joke that he made. Sorry.
Listen, I don't get offended. Your name's Faraday, all right? I just want to make sure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I guess what I'm.
he's just proving that his points are wrong by the way his own side is shaking their head by the way his points are not qualified to be represented, because he just said that anyone can build a plane. He literally just said anyone can build a plane.
I said anyone that goes to get a job to build a plane. I didn't say literally.
Oh, if they know how to do it, that solves the problem, huh?
Yeah.
We just presuppose that they know how to do it, right?
No, so the point, okay, so if you guys could actually listen to the words I'm saying, anyone who goes and gets a degree to do something knows how to do it. When you say affirmative action hires, you aren't hiring unqualified people. That does not happen. If it does happen, then they get fired, or the company gets into trouble, or
end up dropping out of school, or
or whatever. Yeah,
but they're not hiring people who are dropping out of school.
Affirmative action hired means nothing in terms of competency at all. Period. That is not a synonym.
He's not suggesting that it does. Samyo, do you know why Lactoid's upset with you?
Because he's like a 12-year-old racist.
No, it feels like you came in here with like the racist gun loaded and your finger on the trigger.
That's why you thought I was a racist.
You tried to lay all these traps about AAV.
I've been listening to him say racist things for like past 2 hours.
I will say, I do think you came in like pretty hot, because when you first came in, I think probably because I'm a white woman and I'm erudite, so you might know that I'm friends with Destiny. You assumed that I was like, well, this is why you got really butt mad about my AAV joke, even though I've clearly been standing basically.
No, I just think it's weird. I just think it's weird to make that joke to a black person, the one black person who joins. That's all. That's all I meant by
Are
it.
you black?
No. No, the other
he
person
was
that
meaning
joined.
the
Of course.
STV.
Oh,
But then
It's
when
just
I
weird.
said cultural hegemony and I suggested that
He's
he
very
pull it,
upset.
he got like super upset and basically said that there like wasn't a cultural
Because it
hegemony. But
betrays no,
obviously,
it
you and I both agree that there's a cultural hegemony.
no. It betrays a liberal worldview. When you say the cultural hegemony needs to be preserved,
That's
that is
The
that is a
third
very
side has been
what you're more
introduced.
concerned with.
You
That's a
brought
very
on fucking
problematic,
commies. You brought on
value.
fucking
fucking
commies.
Hey, Kilo's commie, isn't he?
I just
Kilo is a
man,
commie. Yeah.
it
Okay,
just,
well,
if
he's
you're gonna
like
make
the only
arguments,
tolerable one. He's
In
like the
theory.
only-
well,
That's
it's
true,
weird
he's
because
secretly.
the only person who actually brought any data is the person who's not even from America.
I cited so much
I think
data. What are
everybody
you
brought up
talking
data.
about?
Wait,
You
hold on,
didn't
there's like three
cite.
people
You
here
guys.
not
I
from
posted
America.
it in the
literally-
chat.
Erudites.
Yeah.
Wait, Erudites
yeah.
Canadian.
Lactoid Swedish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Lucy
Erudite.
Polish. There's
Erudite
tons of
and Lucy. Erudite and Lucy were the only two people that actually offered real data. You guys just kind
I
of
think
went
we
off
started
on.
the first 10 minutes talking about how there's not a lot of good data for this subject.
is
Yeah, but
true.
there
I don't
is.
think
That's
that's like
the thing.
best.
There's a shit ton of data.
So go
You guys
ahead and
just-
bring it then instead of sitting here calling people racist. Go bring the data.
I didn't call you.
That is
well,
data
you-
in leftist circles. Calling people racist, that's data.
I feel left
Okay.
out that I
That's
didn't get called
verifiable,
racist.
Lactoid.
I got
Okay,
some
I
more
want to give
crazy.
space. I want to give space to some of the other people here that.
Okay,
joined.
yeah. Thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Good panel. Thanks.
I
Lactoid's a
hope
racist.
you enjoyed it.
Bye.
Oh, okay, bye.
Dude,
I want to give some
that's
space.
like
to-
not chill. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, we allow people to come in and criticize me and criticize others. That's perfectly fine. I think.
Look at Lactoid. His
personally-
face
it's
is
just-
so red. He knows how owned he just got.
I'm sure.
Okay,
I'm
I want
done.
to give some space to Ice Beans Philly. And I'm sorry, what's your name? Irish. It's hard to tell. Like the Discord's with the new update, it's not showing me your names. It's showing you
It says
the
Irish
first
Stud
letter.
14.
Dot. Right.
I can
Irish
see it.
stud 14.
Wick, I know we've kind of moved off of this point, but I kind of
Bring it
want to
back.
bring it back just
Bring it
because I feel like an anecdote, Andy, that's just been clocked. Because I'm literally someone from Asia, like from the global south, from South Asia, who moved to America and literally had to change my accent in order to be understood. Even though I was vastly superior to my high school senior peers, in every way, in terms of education. And then when I went to college and I literally had professors who were Polish and had lived all over the world and had a fucking crazy accent, but it was just acceptable for them to have the funny accent because they just knew what they were doing and had PhDs and stuff. I guess I don't understand how are you saying that you would want the person you would want me to have to conform to the drawl? Is that what you're asking?
It's not.
Or are you
about-
saying that are you saying that it just happens to be that the world that I'm living in, it's advantages for me to do that?
Any culture, this is if I went to Sri Lanka or someone from America went to Sri Lanka, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would be better served by adopting the accent that Sri Lanka has, or China has, or any place you go, you speak the language and the dialect of the majority of the people.
Because in
there.
Sri Lanka, look, if you go to Sri Lanka and you speak in an American accent, people are gonna love you. Okay, because
But you
it's
will
just
have a much harder time communicating.
yes and no, because it's okay, look, we have a very tourist tourism. We export tourism, it's what we do. So we cater to foreigners, we cater to the British people, we cater to people who come and visit Sri Lanka for
Has that served Sri Lanka well?
Well, we didn't exactly have a choice, did we, Wick?
Fair enough. Fair enough. You didn't
Wait.
have a
Can
choice.
I
I don't know if we
say
want to
You
get into
didn't have a
colonialism and
Wait,
stuff.
wait, can I say something?
Feeds it just real quick. That feeds into my point, though, right? Again, you were forced to adopt a culture, or at least accept a culture that was not yours, right? You were forced by people outside of your
Under
culture
pain
to
of death?
force. Yes,
Hello?
that was bad. That was terrible, right? So
That's what we're talking
if you are within, right, a culture that is not yours, right, and that is a different culture, you speak the language and the dialect of the culture you are in. That
Wait,
is
could I-
just the better
But
way
I
to
don't- Could
I jump
operate.
in real
Is
quick?
it not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I asked Wick a question a while ago, and I it never really got answered. let's say a community college exists in an underprivileged area, one that's like predominantly African American.
Sure.
Do you think that they should only accept essays that are like written in AAVE and teach classes in that way?
I think that if the community college that exists in this area that services, this is key, if it services primarily that community,
Yes.
Then yes, I think they should.
Even
Bullshit.
so,
Bullshit. This is what I've been arguing the whole night. Why is that bullshit? No, so STV, you said it's bullshit. Explain, elaborate.
I'm not saying that you're lying. What I'm saying is that you should make people speak AA in the Black community. That's ridiculous. Now I just want to say this
Whatever
real quick.
the dialect of the community happens to be.
Okay, so
if it's Southern twang,
like
if it's Southern drawl, they should communicate there. Yeah.
So if I go to Oklahoma State, I have to start speaking in an Oklahoman accent and like
Again,
use their phrase.
Have to doesn't have anything to do with this. You seem to be accepting this as like I am saying you must do this. What I'm saying is you should do this.
Here's a better question. Say I'm going to make like two cultures and universities. Okay, in one university, in the dominant culture that's around that university, that you're going to use like the standard hegemonic way of communicating, very very empirical style, super white. Okay, we're going to call it all this white preferentialism. There's another community, and I'm making a hypothetical, that's surrounded by everyone, and they all speak a dialect of basically like, sure, let's just use AAVE for the sake of this conversation. So everyone around there speaks it, and both of them are in America, by the way. Do you think the college that's in that area surrounded by AAVE would prefer AAVE language, or do you think they're still going to prefer the cultural hegemon? What's your guess?
Because they service a larger area than just that, then they're going to prefer the cultural hegemon. Because again, in my hypothetical, right, that was giving me, I stress if you are primarily servicing like by servicing, I mean like you are teaching them to have jobs within the community, right? You expect the people within the community to remain within the community. However, if you're primarily, just let me finish, if you're primarily servicing the nation as a whole, obviously the nation as a whole dialect.
The issue with these, say they're two community colleges, I would agree with you that probably both of them are going to prefer like the standard American language and like dialect, right? The issue is that probably since both are community colleges, both are going to be attended by dominantly local individuals. Yes, they will have a couple of people nationally coming in, but particularly for community colleges, it's almost exclusively locally and geographically based of like who they serve. And so in that case, even though it's preferring the cultural like hegemon, in many ways it's underserving. And I would argue the reason that that institution is preferring the cultural hegemon is because the cultural hegemon has been basically created as the standard of both not just like good speak, but there's a moral piece tied to it, which is why when people hear like AAVE, they assume that people are like less educated.
That I am against. The moral.
So I know you are. I know you are.
I'm against.
Wait. On average, they would be less educated, right?
Yes, I'm.
But the issue is the assumption of their education
Incidentally.
based on the way that they're
well,
speaking.
very strong core. Like if you go to college and you are taught like the non-AAVE way of speaking, you're more likely to have higher education. Right?
Do you think that AAVE heuristics is a good way to determine whether somebody has a moral capacity for good ideas or is smart?
Well, not moral capacity for good ideas, but I think it would be a good way of like estimating whether or not the person you're like talking with has higher education.
Well, I didn't say higher education. I said people assume people who speak AAVE are dumb.
Less intelligent, yeah.
If you as a college,
I think anybody that would like deviate outside of like a academic way of talking I would assume would be less intelligent. And
I want to make this point real quick because I think it's important. I think we're getting away from it. And I want to re-stress this, if I may. Right? Any college or institution who does not teach and to some extent require their students to learn and operate within the dialect that is most common within the area that they're operating is doing their students a disservice. They're setting up their students to fail. You should, right, not for any moral reasons, but for pragmatic reasons, teach the people that you are teaching how to communicate in the language that is most easily understood by the people that is being speaking. To fail to do so, to fail to require that, is to fail your student.
Sure.
Back up
the
that
issue,
point.
the issue is there's
This is
two
a hard
things.
line to run.
If I could just finish up, then I follow with Wick. There's
Right.
two issues with that. Number one, at the point of acceptance to an institution that is teaching people, I agree that it would be totally fine in an institution to, again, essentially teach people to code switch. I think that that's totally fine for them to be able to be applicable all across the nation. We're talking about acceptance into the university. This is before any of that education has specifically occurred.
That's
And
why I have no
like
strong opinion
agreed,
on that.
the cultural hegemony of moral application based on like what like AAVE versus like standard common English is bad. You agree that the moralization is bad. The issue is that as we continue to maintain as a standard English is better, it necessarily reinforces the moralization, right? If we say it is the better way to communicate, it is the moralization. And I'm not here trying to stand and be like, we now need to change everything so that it's an AAVE and stuff. That's not what I'm talking about.
I understand.
I'm actually much more interested in a much more critical analysis of the cultural assumption about basically like
I understand.
what we
I get
prefer
what you're saying.
and why we moralize.
I get what you're saying. I understand the argument here, and I
so real quick.
understand that it just real quick. I understand that it reinforces it. But the cost of like if we were to disentangle that, there would be a cost, and the cost would come and be borne by the people who were as we transition from that. There would be a cost because culture that we live in our education system, they progress at different rates. They're tied together, but they're different levels of progression. So while the education system is teaching these, is disentangling it from it and not requiring this, in order to not reinforce the hegemonic stereotype of language, we're not teaching that, right? There's going to be a cost borne by the students, and I don't know if that's worth.
Can I ask a question to
There are
Erudite?
few-
What is the cost? What would be the
The
cost?
cost is that the people who graduate from those institutions are going to be less effective, right? They're going to be less effective at communicating, less effective.
But there's a cost
in
right now of students who are not meeting that, who are unable to meet that threshold, and
there's
suddenly
costs either way. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. So why like?
But again,
if
what
I
you're
may-
arguing for, right, is that a different set of people bear the cost.
Have you guys ever had a
I think that's
professor that had a horrible accent that you just couldn't understand?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Was that frustrating, and did that impair their ability to do their job?
It's always frustrating. When
Wait, hold on. Yes. So if you have this issue that's impairing you from doing your job, don't you think that should be a consideration?
Of course.
Great.
Yes,
Thanks.
but
That's all I wanted to know.
And I would also say that somebody with like
if I
well-spoken English is going to have a much easier time understanding somebody with an accent. Whereas if you have an accent and then you're listening to somebody else with an accent, I feel like that's probably even more difficult.
Okay, the issue with all of Lactoy's arguments just there is that he's
Everyone
again
has
just trying to pigeonhole
Everyone
everyone
has an
into
accent,
basically trying to be arguing for like teaching AAVE and making it like the second dialectic of the United States of America.
No, I'm
which
not.
Nobody is arguing for. Everyone has
What?
already agreed. Hold on. Everyone has already agreed that it is valuable to code switch into the cultural hegemon. Everyone has agreed with that. So you being like, isn't it harder to understand these people? Doesn't that make their everyone
Erudite.
understands that. We're not talking. We already said we're not talking about people in the workplace specifically. We're talking about people getting accepted into the university in the first place, which is where the opportunity begins.
Erudite, no, hold on. Erudite, when you say like we think that people should effectively be able to code switch, what you're saying is that people should have a competency in speaking in the general language as imposed by the hegemony, right? That's what you're saying. Now, if you're saying that, if people should have that ability, this whole conversation started by I want to point out, like there wasn't a lot of evidence presented, but the assertion that this is a reason why we shouldn't have essays when it comes to letting people into college, because certain people are graded lower because they're not able to fit in within standard English, right? But
That's not ever been my argument. Just to be clear.
Okay. Well, I assumed I thought it was, but if it's not, I thought it was heavily implied.
My argument
Some
against
people
essays is
definitely
you compared them to blacksmithing, and I said essay writing is clearly not as objective and easily trainable as blacksmithing, and it's a fucking awful
Well, like
comparison.
all professions are, I guess, at the end of the day, subjective, and they're going to be subjective by all the customers. That's
No, not all professions are subjective.
That's how a
That's
free
literally
market.
not
That's
true.
how a free market works. How a
Okay,
free market
there are
works
clearly some
is-
skills that are much more objective, like carpentry, whereas skills like essay writing is inherently subjective. And I would
How is
argue
carpentry objective? How is carpentry objective?
Wait, come on, it's a gradient. Come on, let's work with each other.
if I
Okay.
may,
No. What
Carpentry
I'm
is
no,
more objective.
No, it's not. And this is
Are you trying to tell me that essays are
This is
similarly subjective.
This is what my ultimate point is, right? So what defines good carpentry is entirely based on what consumers want. If consumers want carpentry that happens to be at 90-degree angles,
nobody's talking about this shit.
Hold on.
You're doing some extra
hey,
stuff.
well, I'm gonna keep doing the extra shit. And by the way, you said I was being sexist before by cutting you off. So just hold on a second.
I was making a joke.
Okay, so now you're being sexist. Now you're being sexist
again.
Now when people
jokes are not allowed on this panel, I've learned my lesson.
Absolutely
people,
not.
I know now.
No, it's sexist propaganda.
I'll even agree with you.
Well, you're gonna wait until I make a point real quick because maybe you might understand where I'm going, but the audience might not. So when you look at what a carpenter, what's valued in a carpenter's ability, right? Maybe making right degree angles, maybe working with certain materials, all these things. What are those dictated by? Those are dictated by what the people want. Consumer demand. Consumers like right angles. If tomorrow, hold on. Again, the audience might not know where I'm going.
You're right.
You do.
Okay. You know what? Honestly, math is just as subjective as essays. You got me. I don't know how I didn't see it before.
If tomorrow the consumers decided that they didn't like right angles and they wanted everything to be in a wave pattern, then all of a sudden, all the carpenters that had trained in making right angles, their skills would be less valuable in the marketplace.
Nobody's talking about any of it. We're talking about
transfers. I'm in the middle of a point, Wick. Come on, and they keep cutting me off.
You're in the middle. It's been like 5 minutes.
Because they keep cutting me off. I would have made this point in 30 seconds. I would have made this point in 30 fucking seconds. Shut the fuck up. Look, what I'm saying is that, again, you look at carpentry, and then you look at things like language. Well, the consumer base values you being able to talk to them. The consumer base values being able to stop. Let me please finish a fucking point, okay?
Okay, I'll go back to the actual conversation.
Please do. The consumer. I fucking hate this. Okay, the consumer base values being able to understand what you're saying, just like they might value right angles in carpentry. Ultimately, all of these skills are going to be dictated by what the market demands. So it's all going to be subjective, okay? And so when you go into a university, where they're expecting you to like have the skills to be able to work with people and be able to communicate with people, if you're a professor, to be able to talk to your students, of course, the way you talk and the dialect that you speak in and the accent that you have is going to be relevant. And you guys are coming up because you know the point I'm making is good.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
Well, if it was bad, you would let me finish it, but obviously not.
It's tensile strength of a frame. Is that subjective?
Structural integrity?
No, but the value of whether or not you value structural integrity is subjective.
There's some people trying to get in. Haven't been able. Lucy, I'm gonna give you some space, and then I will get FTV Philly.
Interruptions.
So just real quick, Lucy. This is very specific order. We're gonna go in. Lucy's gonna get her point across, and then STV Philly is going to get his time to shine. So go ahead.
So I think we are talking about two different things here. We are talking about language, the standard language which is taught at university, which is based on the, let's say, standardized language, which, you know, as I've said, people from certain communities will learn during their course. But we do also need to recognize that in real life, in real countries, there actually is no one standard of speech. Usually the the so-called standard language that foreigners also learn is based on a specific dialect spoke in a specific part of the country. It's usually based around the capital, and this is usually used as a model for how the language is spoken, for how all foreigners are taught to basically, well, it also gives people from other parts of the country to have more chances in the capital. Well, it's not exactly how that works. Like, if you look at how language works in a given country, most people will not necessarily speak in the so-called standard way. They will communicate with small differences, even from neighborhood to neighborhood, from city to city, from state to state. We're not even getting into the fact that there are whole communities within the US that don't speak English at all, and they do fine communicated within those spheres perfectly well. And
How are
people
they
that like
doing
to
economically in general? Like, how are they doing?
that depends. That really depends. Like if you have an Asian community, you might have very bustling communities that do pretty well within those communities without speaking English at all. That's perfectly possible.
Just to tack on to Lucy's point, I feel like the reason that I brought up my experience in the first place and compared it to the professors that I met in college was that I essentially got to see people who didn't have to change their accent that much. They still had a very strong accent, right? Like when my mom moved to America, she couldn't change her accent. That she still did a little bit, right? She has an American version of her accent, but it's only to the she can't do it. It's not as much as I could, and not as much as my younger brother could. So I guess the question is, like, everyone around them sort of adapted. Everyone in this panel can sit and listen to Lucy and accept that she's educated. I guess the question is, why does the drive have to be on me to change my accent when
Because
it should
you're the
be?
one. I'll explain this. I'll answer this question. It's because those professors that you mentioned, they succeeded in spite of, right? In spite of that obstacle that they had of a strong accent, they had value that commensurately outweighed the negative of their accent, and their accent absolutely was a detriment to their success, right? It shouldn't be, but it was, because that's how communication works. It is harder for the people around you to understand what you're trying to communicate. It doesn't matter what you're trying to communicate. It's much like if a tree falls in a forest, but no one can hear it. Does it make sound? Technically, yes, but does it matter? No. When it comes down to
You're saying that, like, on an individual, like, you're just recommending this on like an individual level, not
and
a
groups and systems
society.
are made up of individuals. So yes, as
Yeah.
an individual level and on a systemic and societal level, it is better, right? It is easier to do this because,
It's
and the reason why
easier.
I say
It's
it's better
easier.
is because it is easier, and it facilitates communication, which is absolutely a good thing.
Wait,
You're
wait,
shaking.
you just
Go ahead,
contradicted yourself.
STV.
You just contradicted yourself because you said,
Okay.
you said it shouldn't be that way. That's the way that's the way it is, but it shouldn't be that way. And now you just said that it's better that it's that
Then I
way.
misspoke. It is better this way. Yeah,
Okay,
I'll go
right.
with the
That's
second
what
one.
I thought. That's what I thought. You confused me a little bit.
Now, what I said it shouldn't be, and to clarify, right? And because I think that you misidentified what I was saying shouldn't be. It wasn't they should. I wasn't saying they shouldn't have had to. Oh, who'd we lose? We shouldn't have
That
had
was
to do a thing. But what we what we should what shouldn't be is the moral thing that Erudite was talking about. Let me try again because I'm not communicating properly. There should be no moral qualms to someone who speaks with an accent. We shouldn't think of them as a certain way. We shouldn't think of them as lesser or less educated. We should strive to try to understand them, right? But on a pragmatic sense, it's just easier if you change yourself rather than society change itself. It's just easier.
Should society be based on what's easier or what's best for society? Is that how
I think that
should we
most of the
structure
time,
society on what's
It's semantic. It's the same thing.
Well, no,
I
that's
No,
STV
it's
is actually
not.
getting a really important point here, right? There are certain pieces of advice that are very good for individuals. At an individual level, I agree with Wick. I recommend maximal self-responsibility because what the fuck else is an individual going to do? But societal issues are not always solved by what's best for the individual or what even works at an individual level. Because I'm sure you've all experienced this. If you talk to one person of a worldview one-on-one, you get along great. And the moment they're involved in groupthink, you're bitter enemies and you can't understand each other. So, like, pretending like individual psychology applies really well to systems and groups of people is a really big misnomer. So, when we're talking about like education inequality, this is why pull yourself up by your bootstraps is a really good ideology for every individual to hold for themselves. Of like, I got to do my best for myself, but it's a terrible piece of advice to give to a systemic group who's experienced mass levels of issues from the government, particularly the Black population. They don't even trust the government, which is why so many government interventions also fail in the Black communities, because why the fuck would they trust the government when we look at, like, for example, the reaction to the crack cocaine epidemic versus the heroin epidemic, right? And so when we're talking about systemic issues, they often do require different solutions than what works for individuals.
I agree. I don't
100%
disagree with that.
agree.
But when it
Yeah.
comes to the college thing, right? When we bring it down to the educational level, I think that education systems should primarily teach in the dialect of, right? The hegemony, right? The cultural norm, the standard.
All I'm saying
But
is
I
that
don't
that's a
think that
really
that
easy
should
thing for
be.
you to say. And I just want to acknowledge that like generally speaking, you haven't had to go through those barriers. And whenever we try to have a conversation with people who did, like Ice Beans, she's saying like, hey, it's fucking hard. Okay. And
Yeah.
It is hard.
this is incredibly
Life is hard.
difficult.
Yeah, and the worst part is that I had to.
Dropout rates. Wait, hold on one second. I wonder why dropout rates are so much higher and why they do so much poorer in school when they have to go through so many extra hoops than everyone else. Maybe it's better.
Well,
Maybe
the
it's
higher
better for
drop
everyone
rates,
to wait. What?
the higher drop rates have nothing to do with that. Higher drop rates is due to the affirmative action and allowing people to get into positions that they're not qualified to be in. That's what
I don't know about that.
Wait. We do see dropout rates fall and failure rates fall without affirmative action. Those rates do fall.
After California abolished,
Yes.
or
Once you stop, the mismatch
once
theory.
they stopped the racial preferences, ostensibly racial preferences, we saw massive rise in graduation rates among
Sure, but it's still lower in some groups than others.
That's right. Yes,
right?
less got accepted,
Right,
but
so-
into the higher education systems. But overall, their conditions improved.
Does anybody here know somebody that dropped out of college?
Yes.
I did.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
me.
Yeah, quite.
Why?
I just don't feel like I was equipped well. Yeah, mental. I was super depressed. Dropped out, and then I
mental health
went to, like,
issues.
5 different.
A lot of people
do
go
it.
into college.
I mean, it was
People
I had
drop
a-
out because what? They don't have money. They have to
yeah.
take care of somebody. They just ended up in a different situation. They changed what the direction they wanted their life to go. Dropping out doesn't mean that you were not equipped or could not handle the education that you were receiving at the college.
It doesn't necessarily.
Wait. Then why? Then why did dropouts fall? Yeah, why did dropouts fall then when you ended affirmative action? If it's just because they had family to take care of.
Are you talking after Baki? Is that when you're talking about when?
No, after the 1996 California ban.
Okay, I haven't looked into that data.
Yes, you can look into that.
Just want to understand.
Okay.
So
Well,
I think
why?
it's really
Why?
important. Well, I think it's really important to understand one thing here, because the mismatch theory, I'm not sure if this is where you're citing it from, but this got propagated most dominantly by Thomas Sowell. Is that where you're originally citing this from? That's the first person I've heard talk about mismatch theory.
I'm not citing him. I know that he was a proponent of that theory, but there's like a number of studies that indicated it's true.
So,
Sure.
So what does that mean, though? What does that mean?
It's talking about how basically affirmative action, particularly when quotas were existing, was getting people into education facilities, particularly Ivy League, when they actually didn't have the GPA required for it, dominantly because of their race. And therefore, they were in a school that was actually educating at a level that they weren't actually properly prepared for, which led to higher attrition rates. The attrition rates was true. The issue is that as soon as those quotas were gone, you even admitted affirmative action is still oftentimes happening, and to assume that all attrition rates of people of color is dominantly because of mismatch.
Well, the more you have it, it raises the attrition rate.
Right. So, if I may, right, this is where we enter into the discussion that affirmative action is not just the simple singular action of admitting people. It starts with the materials that target certain demographics. It continues into admitting certain types of people, and it ideally continues with support throughout the process. If the person has not had opportunities to start in a certain equal level plane when it comes to even be able to keep up with the program, then the school offers a support system, whether it be mental health or extra lessons
let me ask you directly, Lucy. Let me ask you directly.
And
just
has been done. So
I understand you're not done. You can finish, but I have a question that's pertinent to what you're saying right now.
rude.
So rather than waiting for you to finish entirely, right? I want to address this right now so that we can get it while it's fresh in our minds. So Lucy, right? A question for you. regarding the support system after and providing more support system,
Yes.
would you be in favor of colleges, right, grading on a curve for people who are minorities or who haven't been given the same opportunities that I have, for example, right? So should Black people have be able to get an A by doing work that otherwise would be seen as B work by a white person?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Then what do you mean by support system?
I mean, mental health support from specialists or extra activities, right? You take extra classes, you're given extra things that will allow you to even out the playing field. It's not about giving extra good grades, it's about.
So you mentioned mental health, what else?
No, yes, for example, like if a person was not able to learn how to learn, even because the schools that they attended before did not equip them with the tools to do so, then you get those courses
Most
when you
colleges have
start
mental
your
health.
studying. Right?
So I'm
Wait,
gonna bow
wait.
out. Thank you guys. Thank you,
Take care,
Wick.
man. Take care.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
we're gonna end this soon, but I want Lucy to finish her point, and then I want STV to go.
And it is not a hypothetical situation. There are schools that have implemented these sort of support systems to great success. So,
So
like, we
yeah,
should not. I'm sorry. If
it's okay.
just a sentence, uh, we should not actually. The name is misleading. The affirmative action rather than a single action is, in at least in theory, not always in practice, more of a system, right? That is supposed to.
Yeah,
Yes.
and to your point, Lucy, like the mental health part is a huge component of this that I don't think is talked about enough. To answer your question, Wick, the only right answer to that is obviously no. We should
Okay.
not be grading different races on, their papers. That's obviously the right answer. But to Lucy's point, mental health, especially in the Black community, has been um, highly ignored by Black people, by society at large. So prior to I'd say like 2000, when kids, especially Black boys, were hyperactive in class, or they might have had ADD or ADHD or autism, they a number of different things that were never diagnosed and addressed. And so when they go to school, they're perceived as bad, or they're perceived as, not able to participate in class. When really what they needed was more access to, health treatment or even to be diagnosed in the first place. That's my first point. But my second point is on the code switching thing. Yeah, I mean, I could come in here, you mean, talk to y'all folks any type of way, and I could switch up my accent, but I would still be able to express myself in a way that you understand. And Wick, what you're saying is that society at large should uh, basically fall in with the English language that is the proper way to speak, and I feel like while that is the way it is, that it would be better to learn these things and to be able to go through life and get along with society. However, I don't think that if you don't adhere to that you should be excluded from things like higher education, certain jobs. Now, of course, meritocracy is a thing. You need to have merit. You need to be capable of these things. But I think society should be more focused in drawing the best out of people instead of rejecting people for their differences. And I'll just leave that there.
Okay, I don't disagree that we should be more accepting and things like that, but part of merit, right? Part of learning to do the job is learning to communicate within that job. And one of the facts right, is that most people will communicate better under using standard English in most situations in America, right? In most situations in a single, and this is true
It's
in
not
China,
true
this
though.
is true in it's
It's
absolutely
not
true.
true. Have you ever heard
Wait,
Jay Z speak?
No,
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 Wait,
no,
no,
come
no,
on.
no.
wait.
whoa,
Have you ever heard
like
Jay Z speak? Have you ever heard Jay Z speak?
Jay-Z, the rapper?
Yes, the
Yes,
rapper. Yes, the rapper.
I've heard him speak.
The business
He
owner.
is harder to understand. It is harder to understand him than it is Lactoid.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
To who?
That's facts. fucking
That
facts.
is a good
Wait,
question.
Wick,
to the majority.
I
The
don't know
argument
what
here
any
is
of this-
Jay-Z.
And I have just
It's
as
only
many
hard to
arguments-
understand because
Okay,
it's cut me off.
Just to
That's
be
the only
clear,
reason.
I'm the whitest fucker ever. I live in Canada, what's even more white than where most of you guys Americans live. And on top of that, I'm like literally 98% white and grew up in rural Alberta. And I have no problem listening to Jay-Z and understanding.
Measured
I don't
it?
No, but there's some
We don't
terms
even
that he's
have to
going to use
go.
that you're not familiar with.
Yeah, if
Right,
you
if
were
he-
saying that you
like when he
just
says
knew
swinging
you were
that yay,
Sure.
and you're like, oh wait, what the fuck is
So
that? Let me
again,
look it up
it's
on the
just
But if I listen to a
easier
skinny
to
professor talking about a bunch of
understand.
shit, I'm not going to
Leaked
know a couple
erudite
of
measures
Can
how
we?
white she is.
Can we? Okay, hold on.
True. Yeah,
we don't.
DNA to prove
I don't
it.
know
We
why
don't
this.
even
Why are
have
we
to-
fighting on this? This is just
Hold on.
objectively true. It is
Wick,
easier
we
to
don't
understand
know,
someone
but
speaks the
hold
same
on, Wick.
dialect as you than
Wick.
someone who speaks a different dialect than you.
Wick,
Wait,
when I
you're
live-
literally just
when
stating
I
common
live-
sense, and they just can't deal with it.
When
That's
I
what it
live
is.
in the South, okay, look, my job is literally in like basically it's customer support, okay, and I'm not the only person in at my job. We have black people who speak in they use more they use AAV not super not to the point. They're still it's very still like white. We are in the South, but they sound different than white people. They sound different than me, and still they are able to be professional, help out their customers, and
Never
like
said
I
they
think
aren't.
okay, hold on, but I think that so what I'm trying to say is that we don't even have to go to Jay-Z. Like we don't even have to go as like extreme as Jay-Z. We can even look at a situation where you have people with different dialects all speaking and like still doing this exact same job. So I guess that's the thing is like
Again,
I think the
I don't
standard
know.
that I don't know
Okay,
maybe
we've gone in circles on
argument-
this. I want to ask
hold on.
Ice Beans a question. I want to ask
Your
Ice Beans a
arguments,
question.
guys, right now, your arguments could basically be used to say that people shouldn't use technical language or high vocab in the workplace because people are going to have to adjust to new words and like new vernacular.
If it's
No,
not
that's-
relevant to the workplace, yes.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
that's
It's
ridiculous.
not, it's
Hey, no,
not-
no,
look,
wait.
one of the big problem. No, stop. One of the issues we're having right now in America is a direct result of this. It's people's inability to separate the academic knowledge and language from the colloquial language.
Yes.
So when I use a term like, or when Lactoid or someone of Lactoid's ilk would use the term, they're teaching CRT in schools. The academic brain's like, well, actually, no, technically they're not teaching CRT because CRT means just figure academic thing. It totally misses the point, and it is inhibiting communication, the ability to communicate common ideas with what's happening.
What?
This is a direct problem that is
Completely different
impacting
Wait.
politics in America
I wanna hear
right
this
now.
question.
Wait. I got a great
anyone-
example as well.
wait,
Like
wait,
when
wait,
I'm meeting
hold
with a
on.
client,
But-
right? I have to speak
but-
like I can't use fucking Latin terms when I'm meeting with a client, right? Who you're talking to matters, and being able to speak people's language, of course, that matters.
Okay, would anyone look at a professional using highly esoteric language in their workplace, even if you didn't understand what that vocab meant, and say that they're doing something that is like maybe not ideal and maybe that they should like do something better? Would there be any
No.
level of connection to like bad or good? Not even
No.
moralizing, just
The
quality.
keyword,
You're
you
missing
know
the
what's
point.
using a lot of doing a heavy
Making their
lifting in their workplace, specifically to the people who also speak that language.
Yes.
Because if you have a front-facing, a customer-facing lawyer, like Lactoid said, and who's trying to advise clients, then you better believe if they're using a bunch of technical jargon that their client understands, they are doing something wrong.
Exactly.
No, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
And you have to use the jargon when you're talking with a judge or talking with another lawyer. It's important to know that.
Answer my question. Why do billion-dollar companies hire people in India for customer support if communication is the number
It's
one
cheaper.
and most?
Lower
Because
minimum wage.
they value their dollar more than they do the people, their customers.
But they can.
That's
I mean,
then you
apart
can't
from
in
the
same breath
accent,
say
though.
that
Apart from the
society
accent.
values then you can't in the same breath say that society at large values so
Do
much.
they
being
hire
able to
only the ones
communicate.
that don't speak English?
Well, hold on. You think that if these companies could get
Or do
away
they
with
hire
hiring, wait, hold
exclusively
on, wait.
people that speak English?
If you think you can get these companies, if they can get away with paying like a whole bunch of native English speakers the same they're paying
I don't
those
care
call
about the
center
pay. I'm
workers,
not talking about the pay.
well,
I'm
that's
talking
the
about-
only reason they're hiring them. That is the only reason.
It's the only reason. Yeah.
Okay, so that goes completely against your point that
No, it
it is
doesn't.
better for society. It is better for society to all speak
Which
one
would you
common
rather
language.
have? SCV. Which would you rather have? You call it customer support. Would you rather have someone that speaks the same dialect as you, or would you rather have someone who speaks a very
I never
strong
have
Indian
somebody
dialect?
that speaks the same dialect. What would I rather have?
Yeah,
It doesn't
What would you
matter
rather
then?
have?
If you had a
It,
choice.
it does not matter what I would
Yes,
rather.
it does.
But you got to
Sales
answer the
and
question.
Wait.
sales and
All right,
markets
so
are different
to
than what you guys were talking
Yes,
about.
and the
You guys
American
were-
market values this dialect.
Nobody's talking about talking to clients. Your guys' whole point was about talking within the workplace.
No, but universities should train people to talk with clients and coworkers and customers and people that you are
Yeah,
going to interact with on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's kind of their job, but
That's
it's
their job.
also not their job to apply that during admission. I do not think. I would
Admi-
argue
no,
that
admission
when you're
matters.
admitting people, college is a place where it's acceptable to make a mistake. It's acceptable to not know everything because you're going to learn everything while you're there.
Let's ask you guys a question. Let's ask a question.
Yeah, everything you need to know for your job.
If I submitted an essay,
experience you're going to have to get on the
If I
job
submit-
is
what do you
going to
guys
be
think?
learned at college.
If I submitted an essay, there's 2 essays, okay? Same university, same selection board. One of the essays, I'm highly esoteric, and I use language that members of the board selection don't know. I'm being very technical in my language. It's very impressive. I'm kind of voshing them, okay? I'm introducing a whole bunch of new words like ontological and just fucking whipping it out. And nobody knows what I'm saying, but it sounds impressive because there's lots of big words, right? So I have this essay. And then in another essay, there might be a little bit of slang. I might use a couple more like conjunctions, a little bit more lay language, and I might use some slight AAV in there. Which of these 2 do you think will be looked at as poorly? Do you think they'll be equally viewed as like, oh, that's bad? What bad communication? Do you think people will equally view these things as poor communication? Really?
Well, it depends
No.
on the point
No.
of your essay, right? If your essay is detailed and oriented towards the people that you're speaking that jargon towards, then yes.
No, but
That's ultimately what it comes down to.
The same
essay
fucking
is about
essay.
towards- yeah,
Everything's the same, but in one, they're using highly esoteric language that even maybe the
It would
board
depend on the
members don't know,
values of the
and
board
we're
that's judging it.
AAVE.
Sure.
Yeah, but
It
that's
depends.
the point.
It's
Is like,
the
why are we
context.
valuing
The
that
context.
language?
The
Isn't it-
context in which
are we
I stop.
talking about
The
values?
context in which I need to answer this question is: what does the board members value? What do
Sure,
they value?
let's
Do they
assume
value
they
more
value
esoteric
what
language?
every other university fucking values, which is the
That's what
cultural
our
hegemon.
point is.
Which one will they care about more? Do they think they'll look at both of them as bad communication, or will they only look at the one with AAV language and say that is fucking bad communication? Be honest.
They're not just going to look at the one with AAV and say that's bad. If you're like fucking up grammar in other ways, they're going to look at that as bad too. Or
Wait,
if you're
hold
using
on,
words,
it's all
or
else equal. Just engage with the hypothetical.
or if you're hold on, or if you're using
This is
like
the classic tactic. I can't engage with the hypothetical, so I'm just going to
classic tactic. I'm going to talk over you.
Okay.
So
So
if you
fucking
use like
question,
if you use
yes.
other words, that are like very long and complex and not actually relevant to like the sentence that you're trying to like craft, then yeah, you should and are downgraded on that.
Let's assume
What if
all the
the- what
grammar
if-
is pretty similar. They just swap a couple of things. They maybe play around with a similar amount differently. They play around with grammar differently in ways that would respect each of their types of language, of dialects, of the technical sophisticat.
If
And
I
ultimately,
sit here and
What
construct
do
a
you say ain't
hypothetical that
Everything
if you
is the
don't
same.
pick A,
You just
then
say
you're an
ain't
asshole, would you pick A or B?
What?
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 That's what happens with all the
pick
You're sitting here
or
constructing the most
like
perfect
Floyd?
hypothetical so that they
Hold
have
on.
to agree with you.
So,
Can
this
And
is
if
a
they
classic
don't-
thing.
Answer the
No,
question.
wait, hold on.
Yes,
If
classic.
they say ain't in a college essay, that will be dinged at. All right, can we fucking all agree?
Yes. Yes.
No,
Obviously.
she didn't
So
say
if you're writing
it.
college
We
essays,
shouldn't.
don't use ain't.
She
If
didn't
they
say-
use-
I think it
what if they
should
use-
be. It should be dinged.
What
Yeah.
if they use a long-winded formula that nobody understands
Should be
at
dinged.
all? It's a
Should be
fairly high. Yeah, and it won't be.
Whoa,
They
whoa,
should
whoa,
be
of course
dinged,
it
but
would
I
be
think
dinged.
she's
No, it won't.
Hold on.
Okay.
Absolutely, my law school papers were dinged if I use esoteric or long-winded language. Absolutely. In fact,
I don't believe you for a second.
but not an
okay.
admission
Well, I'm
essay.
just
You're
telling
lying.
you. I'm telling you my lived experience. I
Yeah, you're
fucking believe
lying.
me on that one. Okay. Well, fine.
Uh,
I guess I
actually-
can't prove
actually-
it to you. I guess.
actually-
Fuck.
Lactoid, that's your truth, buddy. That's your truth.
That's my truth.
You're lying.
These
That's
people
your
are
truth.
denying my
Lying.
truth on
That's your
Pride
truth,
Month.
brother.
Fuck these
Okay,
people.
I
I'm
had
hungry.
to. I
I'm
had to.
hungry. It's late.
Wait,
I'm hungry.
wait.
Can-
Can I ask one question, Ice Beans? I've been trying
Yes.
to for a
No,
while.
I want to hear this question.
Yeah,
and
I've been
everything else.
trying. I really appreciate you, Wick, and I'm sorry for your hunger. Ice
You
Beans.
can appreciate me with donations. You appreciate me, Lactoid? When's the last time you subbed my
Almost 4
channel?
a.m.,
You
know?
can say all you want. You
Listen.
appreciate me, but put your money where your mouth is, Lactoid.
listen.
You know how to donate to me.
Uh-huh.
Do
Almost
so.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna,
Go ahead,
I need to ask. I need to, Ice Beans. So you came on here and you've talked a lot about how learning a different language can be difficult, right? I'm curious as to your experience. Have you, if you've been to college? I don't know if you have or not. If you've been to college, I mean, what do you think about the fact that you have had to, just by looking at you and knowing you, I know that you've had to score significantly better than your black peers in order to get into the position that you are now. Do you have like any kind of feelings about that?
That I had to wait. So say that again. I had to score better than them.
Significantly better. You've had to do significantly better in terms of academic measurements, scores, GPA, all that stuff, in order to get in the same position as your black peers. I mean, do you have any kind of opinion?
As my black peers.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean that kind of, I guess that kind of sucks, but I guess I'm confused because I won't say, I can't say that I know what the standard. I came in at I came in at a weird time, where I was just about to enter college, so I wouldn't say I know what the black scores were, or Asian scores or white scores. I guess that's my problem. I'm not sure how to answer that. Are you asking if like?
Well, what I'm asking is that like the studies show like significantly that people of Asian descent, including Southeast Asia, consistently have to do better. You had to do it better on your college entrance exams. You had to have a better GPA. You have had like better essays, like better everything to get to where you are, right? In the same position than other people like Black, Hispanic, or Native American people. And my question is like, when you're told that fact that you could have been at a much higher place, I suppose, absent that sort of racial discrimination against you, does that make you feel any particular way?
I think for me specifically, I think as long as I think it's weird because I am privileged enough that I was bright enough to get in already, so I wouldn't have like perceived that it was my effort that got me there, or the opposite, where like everybody else is being held down so I can get in, you know. I wouldn't have perceived that. Now it does suck to hear that like I would have probably moved a lot further. Okay, like actually there is one point where I scored pretty highly on my board exams that were like the British board exams, but I came to America and basically they didn't take any of it. They didn't factor it into my GPA. They didn't factor it into any. It's like I dropped all that money down a hole, basically, because my college admissions didn't look at those board exams. They just looked at my grades. And so, yeah, actually, I did get rejected by a couple of colleges because presumably I didn't meet their standards. So it did suck that, like, essentially, but that I kind of always just figured it's because America's not tuned to like international students. So that's a pretty specific example, though. I don't. It's
right,
not
right,
really.
but let's say you found out that you would have gotten into those colleges had you been a different race, right? I mean, that's like the question here, because that's likely would have happened.
All right, but like
Yeah.
the same goes for.
I'm just
because
done.
she's Asian, like, the
I'm
same goes
hungry.
for me too, right? Like I'm white. I'm in
To a
college
lesser
position.
extent, yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
I'm done. I'm hungry.
Jewish.
It's been fun. We're over time. We're way over time. Thank you all for being here, gang.
So
That's
it's
content
over.
for
Go
the
get
week.
some food, Wick.
Yeah,
Wait,
with
wait,
content for the
wait,
week.
wait,
We're
one
Just
second before we
go get
go.
some
This
food and
isn't the
let us know.
topic. I just want to say to Lactoid. I just want to say to Lactoid. No. I came in here a little hot. I don't know you. I shouldn't have called you racist because I don't know. I just heard a lot of things that were questionable to me during this debate, but I should not have called you racist, and I want to apologize for that. Because I don't know if you are. You might be, you might not be. I don't know.
I appreciate that.
Oh, he's the
Absolutely.
most racist.
He 100% is. But...
Absolutely not. I'm not
Hey,
racist, and I want to thank you for saying that. That's awesome. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, 'cause I
SCV
do-
Philly, you're always welcome. Ice Beans, thank you for the gift sub. SCV, thank you for the gift sub as well. Thank you all for all the support. Lex Friedman, thank you for the $100, and please come on my show, please. But no, yeah, thank you again. I'll see you guys Monday. I don't know what we'll do. We'll probably do something on Ukraine. I don't know if you guys are watching this, but it's popping off in Russia with the Wagner Group turning on Russia. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Yep.
I have
That's
it
a
up right
thing.
now.
So we are probably
Saw that
going to be
coming a mile
talking about
away.
that. I'm going to try to get some folks on to discuss it. We'll see. There's a lot of smoke right now. The fog of war is pretty thick, so it's hard to really say what's going on. But yeah. Thanks
That's just
again.
Canada.
And I will see you guys. Why isn't it letting me right out? I don't know what is going on.
Thanks,
we'll
Wick.
figure it out. Anyway,
Bye,
bye everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
See ya.
It was fun talking.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
Bye.
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 Good shit.
Hey, Lactoid. I
What's
sent
up,
you a
friend?
message. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can send me. I mean, let's check real quick.
Bye, Lactoid, you
I'm
racist
just
misogynist.
Yeah,
Oh my
fucking
goodness.
The most
Oh.
piece
racist
of
misogynist ever. No, thanks for coming, gang. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. It's a wild one.
Nice
It was
meeting
I
you,
definitely
hope
Lucy.
that you
Nice
will.
meeting you,
Thank you. Thank you.
Staxium.
okay.
Uh,
Thanks,
See ya.
Erudite.
Bye.
well, there's the hope is you'll
Nice meeting
consider.
Lucy and Erudite. Lactoid, nice fighting with you again.
Good talk. Good talk, friend.
I'm listening, Lucy. I got you.
I'm sorry. I do have to say, it does suck, but
Bye
like
bye.
it's really hard.
Bye bye.
It's really hard to hear you sometimes. Bye. Bye,
Bye.
Lucy. Thanks for talking.
Get back, guys.
Let me get out of this. Yeah, I was just messaging you, man. You did a fucking good job holding the front line, man. You know what I'm saying, dude? It's just how it is.
Thanks.
It's how
Yeah.
it is. They just overtalk. Like for instance, she called you a sexist for you over talking her, right? But every time you spoke, she tried to overspeak you. It blows my mind how
Yeah.
hypercritical they are, man.
No,
It's just
I'm true. Like I multiple times I noticed that like there was a couple moments in which like something wrong would be said, and then I would say, well, actually, no, this is the case. Here's a study. Here's the fact, and then I posted it.
yeah.
And then they were just like silence for like 5 minutes. Like, wait, I just assumed this was true. No, so this is like one of those issues, like affirmative action, where it's just fucked. Dude. It's just like the scale. People don't know the scale. 2/3 of black Harvard admits got in because of affirmative action. 2/3.
Yeah, I had to write a paper on affirmative action for my law school. Yeah, it's
wild.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
And more importantly, 1/3 of Asians were denied. A
Yep.
third of Asians didn't get in. And imagine what that must be like. You know, you don't get into Harvard, not because you didn't write the best essay or because you didn't have the best grades, but because you happen to be born with, you know, the genetics of someone from East Asia. Like, that's just reprehensible.
But this is why. How can you say that if there's affirmative action that there isn't quotas? How can you say that? Because they go hand in hand. I was trying to type that into a kick, but they go hand in hand. Because if you say the reason why we are not allowing more Asians is because we have too many Asians, we need more blacks, that is a quota. That is a quota, and it's all affirmative action that is doing that. So therefore, they're all hand in hand.
So it's not the reason why they can get away with not calling it a quota is because they don't have like an official number. Like, oh, if you got to hit this number, and then nobody like these seats are reserved, right? So that's how they can get away with it. But I know this, okay? I know this that at least at least the school that I was at, I know a lot of other schools do this too. They have a hidden number, and they're like, we are going to try to hit this number, come hell or high water, right? We have to hit this fucking number, and they will fucking cook the books until they can get to this number, right? And how do they do that, right? You know, making sure that, you know, diversity scores are weighted at a certain amount, that, you know, if you can't use diversity scores, things like have your dynamism, how dynamic you are as a person, how personable, how much you like the pizzazz, how much you capture the room. Like they put that shit in until they get the numbers they want. And it's like, it's so fucking disgusting.
And the reason why they're doing that, and we all know the reason why they're doing that, is because of the funding that they're getting from the government is causing that. Because if they don't do those numbers secretly, they know the government will actually shut down their funding.
They'll investigate. And this is the thing that people like. It's bizarre. There's actually a couple court cases on this in which the court has actually admitted like there are scenarios in which like there is a lose-lose scenario. And so one of like, so for example, if you're a big company, I'm sure this probably applies to colleges to some extent, but if you're a big company and you don't hire like your demographics of your workforce don't match that of the community, you might get investigated, right? Somebody might come in and say, well, are you being racist? And this puts the company in a very difficult position because they can't discriminate based on race overtly in some states, but they also have to make sure that their workplace is of a certain percentage race. And so they're literally like in a lose-lose position. It is, it's fucking bizarre.
I mean, if you listen to how Dr. Peters, I don't know if you listened to Jordan Peterson, how he explains this. You know how he explains this is like in the engineering work field, right? If you try to do this affirmative action or this, because they're looking for equity, right? They're looking for equity in this, and they're trying to find this equity. Then they're going to lose quality engineers due to the fact that there's just so little of women that are in the engineer field that by statistics, the engineer them are not as intelligent or qualified than the men because of the pool of men that are they're able to pull from. right? So you can't have this affirmative action. You can't have this equity without being overtly racist or
Overtly.
sexist. Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely overt.
Yeah. Dude, listen, it's a pleasure talking to you, man. I wish I could got in there earlier. I wish I could mix it up, but like I'm just trying to make sure that I don't say anything stupid,
Hey, you're good. You're good.
Make our side look dumb like that other guy did. Oh my god, the guy that came in just straight up called you a racist.
Oh, dude, he was calling everyone a racist. He was calling me a racist, and then he like insinuated that Erudite was a racist, and then he was calling Whick kind of racist. It was just
he just ready to throw the race card out as soon as he could, And the thing is, these people, they'll never say it to your face, right? Because if they came up to me and said that, just called me a racist in my face, right? Nowadays, you say whatever you want online, but like Mike Tyson said, you come up say something like that, you're gonna get punched in the face.
I hear that, but at the other end, like I'm also at the point where racist or like fascist or Nazi, like these terms have sort of lost their meaning. Like if somebody calls me racist, I'm like, I don't even know what you mean by that. So if you're just saying that like I'm against affirmative action, then I'm not all that offended, right? So you use the term so much that it's like the word like. It's like you start hearing it after a while. It's like fuck. It's like everything is racist. We look at fucking Tostitos is racist. Fucking Coca-Cola, it's racist. It's like, okay, well, fine. Well, under this definition of racism, I guess everything is racist. So what? What's the next point? I don't know what to say.
Oh shit, you're live right now?
Yeah, I'm live right now. I mean, you haven't said anything. Okay. You haven't said anything bad though, so
I haven't said anything bad. I just didn't know. I didn't know you were streaming. I just go in there following you.
yeah. No. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm always looking for follows. So
awesome, man. Hey, appreciate you, man. Take care, man.
Yep. Take care. All right, everybody. This was an awesome stream. I said I've had a really stressful day. I've been dealing with a lot of plumbing issues in my house. Holy shit, it has been a fucking nightmare. I thought I was doing the good thing, the right thing. I got the fucking installed the shower, and then some shit started going wrong, and I've been having some issues. So, needless to say, it's going to be expensive, but I'm going to deal with it, and it'll be okay. And so then I had some wine and feeling stressed, feeling I had to do something, and here we go. When I decided to go hard. So, no, it was fucking awesome. How has your identity impacted your experience over the last 2 years? Yeah, because so that question in particular is so fucking like, how are you supposed to answer that if you're like, well, hold on, I know how you're supposed to answer that question if you're a white guy. You're supposed to say, my identity has given me so many privileges, and I look forward to using those privileges to help the blah 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 blah. Yeah, you gotta. That's what you gotta do. Kilo, good. Yeah, good chatting. Oh, by the way, Kilo, now I'm gonna give you massive props here because I saw in the Discord chat. I mean, you were quite literally added to the chat like 10 minutes before the fucking debate started. So, I think for literally the almost no time of prep you had, I thought you did great. And zero prep. I mean, 10 minutes. Fuck. I mean, there's no time there. So, good questions as usual. I thought you were asking good faith questions, and I can tell that you're smart. I mean, now your political side's evil. Let's just keep that. Let's be clear. Once you're on my side, once I can bring you onto my side, then you will be a good person. But I can tell just by the way you ask questions and the way you articulate yourself that you're a smart guy. So, good shit. And also good shit for you for jumping on with a zero prep. Yeah. All right. So much fun. So much fun. Yeah, Keela, that guy that jumped on and just started saying racist. He didn't make your side look too good. So you were like trying to get at like some of the heart of the issues, but not him. I thought, I don't know. I thought it was good. I thought I had good pushback on some of the issues. Anyway, this was great. Good. I had an absolute blast. You guys have been great. Thank you. Here's a question. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and raid out, it's we got some good time in here. We're gonna go ahead and raid out into counterpoints. It looks like he is doing Hunter Avalon drama, which ignore that, but sex work for parents. Maybe there's something political there that could be interesting. Um, but what was the question? Before we raid out, I'm going to go ahead. Roland, what do you mean by that when you say what was the question? I don't want any questions unanswered before we raid on out. Oh, and while you're formulating, sorry, before we raid out, I got a question for you guys. Fuck. Huh. I don't know. Did you like it? Did you guys like the content? That's a question. Yeah. I don't know. I probably did have a good question, but oh, real quick before we raid on out, if you guys like the stream and you're not followed, please consider following, and we're gonna do more content like this in the future. And yeah, no, I thought sometimes I get in the mood, I get in the scrappy mood, and I fucking go at it. So, no, this was good shit. It could be because I had off today, so I slept in pretty late, and so when you get enough sleep, sometimes you just get a little bit of energy. The Wagner coup, I know literally zero about this. As soon as this stream is over, I'm gonna listen to while I clean up some stuff around the house. I'm gonna go ahead and listen to some people talk about it because you're like the third person to bring this up, and I'm interested. So I'm gonna take a look. Yeah. So anyway, and maybe next time I'm on here, we'll talk a little bit about that because that's important as well. So yeah, next Thursday is fucking 95% chance here. The Supreme Court opinion on affirmative action. The discussion we had about today's panel, the affirmative action discussion is going to drop, or sorry, the affirmative action opinion is going to drop. Everyone's saying it's going to happen in June. Like next week is the last week of June. So there's really not a lot of time left for them to publish it. As soon as that opinion drops in affirmative action, we're going to be doing a full reading of that opinion. We're going to be comparing it and contrasting to the reasons that people spoke about today. We're going to be bringing up other Supreme Court precedents such as Bakke, Grutter, all the other good cases, or sorry, all the other cases. I don't want to say they're good. And so we're going to be doing that. So we got that planned because that's going to be an important thing to talk about. And then as always, panels and yeah, and then also apparently Wagner Group. So if you are interested in that kind of content, please consider giving me a follow on Twitch. And or if Twitch isn't your thing, if you're like, well, I'm not a big fan of watching live, some people don't like that, consider giving my YouTube a subscribe. You can find me at YouTube at Lactoid TV. All right, so we're going to go ahead now and raid on out into counterpoints in case he's doing some kind of interesting political discussion on sex work. And big thanks to all of you that were active in chat. Big thanks to all of you that have followed. Big thanks to all of you that subscribed or dropped bits or anything like that. You guys are all awesome. So really can't state how thankful I am for how much you guys have really helped me in this space. So thank you.
Thing is, no one cares about your individual perspective. No one